Amazing. All right. So this is yeah, if everyone could just open their camera, we want to get an opening shot of us all, opening screenshot of um all of us here. Amazing. All right. So this is yeah, if everyone could just open their camera, we want to get an opening shot of us all, opening screenshot of all of us. All right, here we are here in New York Amazing. City. All right. In front of the UN. So this is yeah, if everyone could just open their camera, we want to get an opening shot of us all, opening screenshot of all of us. The producers of this are here, the Beyond Earth Day. Amazing. All right, here in front of the UN, looking to bring the world together. Yeah, if everyone could just open their camera, we want to get an opening shot of us all, everybody screenshot of all of us together. The producers of this are here, Beyond Earth Day. Amazing. All right, here in front of the UN, looking to bring the world together. Yeah, if everyone could just open their camera, we want to get an opening shot of us all, everybody screenshot of all of us together. The producers of this are here, Amazing. All right. So this is yeah, if everyone could just open their camera, we want to get an opening shot of screenshot of all of us together. All right. Amazing. All right. It's time. This is yeah, get your reactions going. Amazing. All right. This is a moment of time. Remember, church, we have no idea how it is we are, but it's epic. Get your reactions going, and we're together. Thank you to the UN. And those who are holding faith, just giving great gratitude to the Route to Belém for giving us us crazy ones the opportunity to play with this technology and to really show its potential and to get it into the world for others to use, to get the UN accessible, to get Earth accessible, to get life accessible, so that we can reconnect to what is true. And if I could say something, this is making COP accessible, and it's our right to know what is going on in the United Nations. It is for the people, by the people. The Human Rights Declaration actually opens with, I believe, we the peoples. Yeah, am I right? Am I getting it right? We the people. Yeah. We the peoples, plural. We're all here together, united as the one humanity that we are. All right. So now we're going to be giving the mic over to Annette. And if you just give a quick introduction to yourself and lead us in a guided meditation to help us really ground ourselves into this moment and what we're doing this for, and to really remember our water, the water inside of ourselves, and the water that guides the world and regulates everything. Be sure to use the chat and invite people and be like big brothers and sisters and lend a hand to each other as we learn to navigate this brand new ecosystem. Yeah. And so this is a fully participatory journey. This is not about us giving you information and you just receiving it. We're all collective intelligence here, and we all have something to give, and every drop counts. Every drop counts. Every drop counts. All right. All right. Go, Annette.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Elisa. Thank you, Sol. I'm so happy to be here and want to really appreciate and acknowledge your work. It's incredible. And just to tune into this beautiful group of people from all over the world, I'm very excited to be here. I just make a very short introduction of myself. I am a so-called Pampa Mitsayok, Earthkeeper. I learned from many indigenous tribes, and I mainly journey or a lot through the last years to Egypt, Kemet, and I just was recently in Kemet with one elder of the Miskwa community, Bunkwa Yarimaku, a beautiful friend of mine, and he is journeying with the water altar. So that was like our vision to bring that, let's say, technology to the River Nile and to just um, feed feed us with this beautiful wisdom of the waterways, and also to crystallize our inner water and to really understand and rise the consciousness like towards this beautiful element that carries all the knowledge of life. So thank you so much for being here, and I have maybe just some minutes, so I will guide you into a, let's say, meditation. So I invite you to find a comfortable position, and I just show you a specific breathing that is nothing to do with holotropic breathwork or anything. Or please, can someone unmute yourself? There's some background sound, if possible. Thank you so much. So this is called the Mayan breath, and I will demonstrate it. If you can do this breathing through the whole guided meditation, it's like as if you're opening your mouth and you imagine to, you know, join towards the sun. You look towards the sun, so your chin is a little bit up, and then you open your mouth and you breathe in through your mouth, gentle and softly, like this. And you don't have to push anything, you don't have to do it, whatever is like feeling comfortable for you. So if you like, you can close your eyes and then maybe bring your hands to your lap or on your heart, and then just open your mouth and start breathing through your mouth in and out. And I'm gonna guide you through this very short grounding and also opening meditation. When you breathe into the mouth, you can imagine as if you're breathing in the golden light of the sun. And when you breathe out, you imagine that you exhale any stress that maybe have been happening during this day. So you're going through this beautiful way of like sacred reciprocity with the energies of the earth, the water, the air, everything, the sun. So each breath you are inhaling golden light from the sun. With every exhalation you release anything that maybe keeps you away from being present. And then with every inhalation you are imagining that the beautiful golden light of the sun is flushing through your whole system, activating your inner waters, your bloodstream in your body, to really, activating that inner water stream that is flowing through you. With every inhalation, you imagine that this beautiful golden liquid light is activating even more your inner streams of water, as we are 58%, 85% of water. So with each inhalation, you are actually activating this golden light within you, activating the water, cleansing the water within your own self. With every inhalation, you feel that maybe you come more lighthearted. Maybe you feel that some stress is released from your whole energy field. And then imagine that this whole stream of light is creating a beautiful torus field all around you and through you, as if you are opening up or activating a certain kind of vortex of light and energy and water consciousness. Feel and sense that you are sending the inner waters through that stream of light, through your crown chakra, all the way down into your feet, into Mother Earth, and back up again, all around you, 360 degrees. You're creating a beautiful vortex of light and water consciousness. And sense and feel how this becomes a fountain of your own energy, cleansing anything that maybe doesn't belong to you in this moment. And really open your heart and let the stream of light and water, inner water, flow through your heart, opening and radiating outwards, as if we are creating this electromagnetic field, and we are now connecting also to all the underneath rivers of Mother Earth that are flowing through your own territory, maybe also towards the rivers, the lakes, the lagoons, the ocean, the sea, that is part of your own territory. So maybe you choose one river, one water stream that is close to your home, to your territory, and you are now activating that beautiful light within you, that consciousness that can connect to these beautiful water spirits, the beautiful serpentine water lines of Mother Earth. Maybe you can within yourself name that river, name that lagoon, that waterfall, and you speak to these beautiful waters with all your love and your consciousness, giving gratitude to connect to these waters of the earth that give us life. And really tuning in from your own heart to bring blessings into your inner waters and also to the waters of your territory. To acknowledge this element, to acknowledge that we maybe in this moment want to take care about the water of this earth and also our inner waters. So the more we become aware and conscious about the pollutedness of our inner waters, we can also take care about all the waters of this earth, and it becomes this sacred reciprocal exchange of energies, of action, of consciousness, of care. And then feel and sense also in this moment that we call upon also the beautiful consciousness of the River Nile as a reflection of the Milky Way, as one of the sacred rivers of Kemet that flows through three-dimensional, three realms, the duad, the terrestrial realm and the celestial realm, as a reflection of the cosmic great mother of all. And maybe you can feel and sense this beautiful river of the River Nile as this beautiful remembrance of your own soul to be connected to the wisdom of the waters, the wisdom of Mother Earth, the wisdom of the territories of the ancient ones, the beautiful ancient ones that have walked this before us, and that we are sending now also our own gratitude into that river as an offering, as a blessing, and feel and sense that in this moment, the beautiful water element is responding to your blessings, that everything is in a constant exchange. You receive now the blessing of the water. With every inhalation, maybe you can imagine to breathe in the beautiful freshness of water, the blue light of water, to cleanse your being and to really be present in this beautiful group of people. So we give blessing to the waters of this earth, the origin of our evolution, where everything started, the womb of life. And with every inhalation, you now integrate this within your heart. Give gratitude to each and everyone in this circle, to all the brothers and sisters from this world that came here with the same intention to care for the waters of this earth. And then maybe bring your hands to your heart, acknowledge your own self, and just notice for a moment how you feel, what's changed within you. And if you can, maybe in the upcoming weeks, maybe you can make it a practice to connect to the waters, the rivers of your own territory, to bring blessings to the waters, and also to take care about your inner waters to be cleansed. And whenever you feel ready, you slowly return to this beautiful Zoom call. And whenever you feel ready, very slowly open your eyes. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can I give?
Thank you, Annette. That was so beautiful. That was amazing. I'm wondering if Tiago, you would like to say something. Oh, I have to go pick it up. Where? We have a bags. Tiago, can you just sort of talk us first?
You're listening also, man?
Yeah.
Can everybody hear me? For the indigenous?
Yes. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. Great, great. Thank you very much. This is Tiago Mendes. I'm also the coordinator for COP presidency support, technical support project, also known as Route to Belém. Really happy also to indicate that I'm also a university professor at PUC Minas, and really glad that we are hosting this event in Maloca, which is the official multiverse from COP30, as well as having the connections from colleagues from all over the world in Zoom, and also being broadcasted in our Route to Belém TV YouTube channel. It is a really pleasure to be here together with P, together for the Amazon, as well as with other partners, Amazon's Calling, and all the institutions that make this effort possible. The message that we would like to pass today is that with the spirit of COP30 and Mutirão, it is very much important to emphasize that we use the concept of multirão in Brazil when things are not going well. Because it is the best way to translate that into English is reunion. Is once something bad happens in the community, we get together and we unite ourselves to make all the efforts to solve the issue. So if somebody has a problem in the landslide and lose the house, we organize ourselves and build a new house as a community. And with this concept, the COP presidency in Belém would like to mobilize the whole world to fight against global warming. And this is the spirit of Beyond Earth Day activities that we are going to have not only throughout this day, but also throughout the next days in the following activities and the hackathon and all these activities that Be Together for the Amazon is actually organizing. The message of actually having Maloca together is to make sure that we bring the ancestors' knowledge. Maloca is a word that's used in several different Amazonian languages, and is the place where we actually organize the meetings of the community. We do the parties, we diffuse important information, you also make decisions. So the important thing here is to offer this to the whole global community that's interested in fighting global warming. We are very happy to actually offer this to the whole community of practice of Beyond Earth Day. We really believe that this is a watershed moment that we need to get together to be able to fight what is needed and organize ourselves to unite in every single community to be able to increase resilience, to reduce emissions, to enhance removals of CO2 from land and ocean environments. Again, really happy to be here and please count on us during the event. We will also have the participation of Professor José Migues during the day of work to be able to diffuse additional information. So please enjoy yourselves. It's a very pleasant and interesting content that's going to be diffused throughout the day. And happy Earth Day to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tiago. So we have both gotten our passes. We are here getting in line to go through security. See if I can, Sol can show us the scenery. I'm just in such a sort of adrenaline excitement right now as to what is really happening and the miracle of what we've pulled together in the last 2 weeks in order to help save the Maloca and save our access to the UN process, and really recognizing that the United Nations is the body that can help us do what we need to do to work together to bring us back into balance with the natural world. And so I would like to offer the mic to, let's see, do we have Phil in the room?
When you get in, ma'am, no use of phone until you get out of that building.
Okay, thank you. So we have to go on mute here and hang on a second. I'm just going to, so Do we have Phil in the room? I don't think we do. How about Kareem? Would you like to just speak to us about how much water means to you in your watershed, and a little, just a few minutes, about 5 minutes of your journey, and how you've gotten here right now? And I have to go on mute and go through security. Are you with us, Kareem? Can you come on mic?
And in the meantime, everybody feel free to share in the chat where you're from, a little bit about yourselves, and any contact information if you want to connect with other people, as well as if you'd like to.
Am I going through?
Yes, there you go. Go for it.
Going through. Is anybody hearing me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay, if nobody is hearing me, then I'm going to write in the chat.
No, we are hearing you, Kareem. That's fine.
Okay, please,
So
Eliza,
go ahead and share for a little bit, few minutes.
Time for me to write. Seems like the sound is not going through.
Kareem, we want you to talk. So you just speak and share a little bit about who you are and why you're here. And then you can pass it to Morgan, maybe after you share. Just a few words of introduction. And if Kareem's not ready to do it, then maybe Morgan, you can step in and share about who you are and what you're doing.
Okay, I can go ahead. Yeah, my name is Morgan. I am the Climate Live representative for the United States. I'm based in Denver, Colorado, and I am actually newly appointed in my role, and so have just been grounding myself, stepping into this new position in order to use music as a way to bring people not only together, but also connect them into the climate movement. Both here in the United States and on an international level. So Climate Live has representation in over 40 different countries, and I myself have actually been doing a lot of work pairing art and activism for a while now, both in my local community, and I actually just had an Earth Day festival on Saturday. This was my 3rd annual Earth Day festival. And so this was a time where I just highlighted the importance of intersectionality in this movement, brought together speakers, poets, musicians, indigenous dancers, and so much more, artists, vendors, all to just highlight the importance of the interconnection between our struggles and just how hope and joy are vessels for us to find resistance in a world of a lot of heaviness, where there is so much harm being done in our frontline communities. The community that I actually work most closely with here in Denver is known as one of the most polluted zip codes in the United States. We sit on 2 EPA Superfund sites. We have a lot of industry, oil and gas, big corporations. We have a data center coming in down the block now as well. And again, just being able to find joy as resistance is so important for us, because the #1 ask of these frontline communities is for ways to find healing. And so any way that we can provide what we call revolutionary care classes, revolutionary ways for people to connect to herbalism, connect to their bodies through meditation, and just be able to connect to the lands. Because what we do to the lands, we do to the people, and what we do to the people, we do to the lands. And so we have a lot of healing to do, and that being the most important thing. Circling back to music, I do an open mic in my community as well, open mic and jam to connect people to music. And I think music holds so much power to heal us all. So that's my little spiel. And Kareem, I'll pass it to you if you do want to come off mute. Otherwise, we'll just move through our agenda. So I'm not seeing Phil and Cassandra on the call, but Leonce, I do see you. So if you wanted to come off mute and share a little bit more about your work, I think we can just flow like water and pass it to you in our schedule. Did you want to give an introduction, Leonce? Sorry, we might have two Leonces on the call, so it might be our other Leonce.
All right, so here we are. If you can see, but we are here in the United Nations building. We've got Sol, say hello. We've gotten through security. And it is interesting that we are here at the same time that there's an Indigenous forum going on, which is amazing.
Are you trying to say that the United Nations headquarters is a Maloca right now?
I think it's a Maloca. Just to regroup a little bit, we've had challenges in terms of getting in here and staying on schedule. So we'll just flow with it a little bit until we can settle. I think continuing with introductions is, you see this is,
you're on Maloca?
yeah.
Sheldon. Oh, okay, so we're here and we'll just take a moment to share with you. I don't know if anybody recognizes this statue, but it is very famous. A statue here for nonviolence. And it was created by Carl Friedrich Roosevelt after his friend John Lennon was murdered. The knotted gun image, which reflects the goals and ideals of the United Nations to end the war of all wars, is an inspirational symbol of peace and hope cherished by people around the world. Oh, wow. There's even like a open your camera, scan the QR code. Okay, modern. We'll let you know how that goes, where it goes. But it's a beautiful symbol. I always get pretty moved to see it here. And what a moment to see that right now. Gives me hope. May we choose nonviolence.
Hello?
Hello, we hear you.
Yeah. Do you catch me well?
Would you like to share an introduction for everyone on the call?
Thank you. Can I partage? Okay. I'm very so voilà. Je suis René Ireng, le coordonnateur national DJPE, Dynamique des jeunes pour la protection de l'environnement et développement durable en République démocratique du Congo. Nous sommes dans la province du Nord Kivu, précisément dans la ville de Goma. Et voilà, je suis très content et ravi d'être parmi nous pour partager ensemble les moments vraiment fructueux par rapport à Beyond FD. Et aujourd'hui, je vous présente notre projet intitulé Projet de relance socio-économique et de résilience communautaire comme alternative à l'économie de survie en faveur des jeunes et de femmes du territoire de Massissi en province du Nord Kivu en République démocratique du Congo. Alors, sans tarder, je vais vraiment aller tout droit au but. Je vais partager un peu quelques éléments sur notre organisation. Et là, je commence par vous dire que DJP, c'est la dynamique des jeunes pour la protection de l'environnement et développement durable, qui est une association sans but lucratif des droits congolais créée en 2013 dans la ville de Bukavu par un groupe de jeunes passionnés pour la protection de l'environnement. Et cette organisation est juridiquement reconnue en République démocratique du Congo sous le numéro F92 42.251. Voilà, nous avons comme mission, nous militons pour la protection de l'environnement et la promotion des actions qui favorisent le développement durable au profit des générations présentes et futures.
So I'm gonna pause you here and ask you to just kind of close up your statement. We're very we're holding a very tight time discipline for each other. So I would like you to just finish your statement and then we'll go on to someone else. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And to say that when we get into the Maloca, functioning in the Maloca has there's somebody has a lot of noise. The Maloca has active live translation in 50 languages. So we have not been able to set it up for this particular Zoom, but we will in the future. Next week, we will be able to have translation inside of the Maloca when we get ourselves active there in the Maloca. And so thank you very much. You can finish your statement. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to be the timekeeper today.
Thank you. Thank you too.
All right. So I see that Phil has come in. Welcome, Phil. Why don't you give a very brief introduction and give about 5 minutes of speaking? And part of what we're doing is less about presenting on our projects as we're used to doing on these types of calls, and more about really speaking from your heart and really sharing with the world, with humanity, why you do what you do, why it's important, what gets you up in the morning and gets you to keep doing this work. So Phil, I pass the mic to you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Sorry if I was late. The time zone math can be tricky sometimes. Yeah, grateful to be here with you all and everything, the energy of this group. So I had a spiritual awakening, let's say back in 2018, that changed my life. And I was one of these people that had, lived out the prescription of success and found some success on paper, but was unfulfilled. And so it was a catalyst of events that broke me down. And in that breakdown, I found a breakthrough and I found connection to something bigger. And so since then, I've been this journey of exploration as a seeker, seeking, different spiritual paths, different healing approaches, and seeking you should find. And so finding myself, finding my authenticity, and living into more and more authenticity, into more and more freedom. And so on that journey, I have found kind of how to put myself back together piece by piece. And what I have found is that our nervous system is the access point to what we could call the quantum field, or consciousness, or God, or source, or divine intelligence, or nature, whatever you want to call it. But we actually are able to, as a matter of fact, as a matter of science, plug directly into that intelligence. And we access it through the nervous system. And so through somatic experiencing, and somatic just meaning of the body. And somatic experiencing is how do we experience energy? Because on a fundamental level, all disparate phenomena in the universe are energy. And so feeling, sensing sensations is how we experience the now. It's how we experience the all. And all of this accumulated unprocessed trauma, emotions, that unprocessed energy, because it's unprocessed, it acts as a block and separates us from the present moment, from divine intelligence, from the intelligence that animates and creates all of life. And so what I teach is a remembrance experientially of how do we open back up to that, to dissolve what is blocking it and to restore the connection. And so there's huge implications here for everything that we're doing to create a regenerative world. That is regeneration, like experientially, subjectively, personally. And so the implications for that are profound. And so as we restore the connection with self, now we are plugged back into that intelligence that animates all life. And then we can then be an extension of that intelligence to bring that, that divinely inspired inspiration and intelligence into the world. We can be a vessel. And so that's what I teach. And that's what I'm here to speak on. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Phil. It was beautiful. And could you speak a little bit, since this is water as source theme in this blog? Can you speak to that, please?
Absolutely. So because what I am bringing to the world is quite real, I have become connected to what I call source intelligence, which we could call divine intelligence. And I don't need to repeat that every single time, name all the things. Let's just call it source for simplicity's sake. And so when we come into this world, we come in as source energy personified. We come in as extensions of source energy. And we come in from a womb that is water-based. And on a fundamental level, as I said, everything's energy, but us as humans on a molecular level, we're 99% water. And so it's very interesting that being on this journey, doing this for a number of years now, and having lots of breakthroughs in my work, lots of breakthroughs in my own personal journey, water consciousness has come into my field. Eliza has come into my field. Beta Austin has come into my field. Dr. Moto has come into my field. And I don't know if you all have listened to one of the most viral podcasts on the planet at the moment called the Telepathy Tapes. Highly recommend if you haven't. It's phenomenal. It documents the savant-like capability of autistics, and telepathic ability of autistics. And they are in unison in saying that source consciousness is water, and that the creator is water. And there's lots of indigenous tribes that believe this. There's the Muisca outside of Greater Bogota, Colombia. I'm in Colombia right now. I was called here to work with them, they believe that water is source. And so that is come into my awareness, and I believe it. And the more that I believe it, when I met Eliza to talk about this, I was actually leading a water fast. I was leading my men's program in a water fast. And as we were talking about it, we were next to a fountain, Eliza, and the fountain sprayed on us as we were bringing this into our awareness. And so it's very interesting. And so if you think about it, you know, we grow as fetus initially. Now, how many different directions does a fetus grow in? Right? Infinite. You could say one, life, right? But it's infinite potential, creation, you know, love, romance, inspiration, joy. Oh no, my time's up. Give me one more minute. So when we come to this world, conditioning happens to us. It creates complexity in our life. It blocks those flow pathways. And so what I'm teaching is we can plug back into source, which knows where we got blocked, because it was the original creator of all the different potential that we have. And it can dissolve the blockages to restore that connection and actually open up more. And I'm currently understanding that as water. You know, we're plugging back into the source and everything flows downstream. And so we're solving these root blockages that accumulate through conditioning to restore the connection and open us back up to our infinite potential.
Beautiful. Thank you, Phil.
Yeah.
And to say that, you know, something that I've noticed is there's a certain quality in the look in someone's eyes when that recognition happens. And so we have less and less eye contact with each other, and just encourage us in our day to make a point, just even someone in the store, to make eye contact and connect with them directly as water expressing itself as life, not as a separate human being, but as a water body moving through this life, this closed ecosystem, this bubble, this one life that we are all part of. And find that point of recognition. And they may not even know what has responded to them inside of their own selves. And so, you know, this is where we need to start. And water is the foundation of everything on Earth. Without liquid water, we would resemble Mars. And so, you know, you think about now we have images of Mars and we could know what Mars looks like. And there is nothing apparently alive on Mars. And yet there is water on Mars, but it is frozen or it's underground. It's not the liquid, vital water that unlocks the intelligence of life and generates the intelligence of life. And we hear about the water crisis, and there is no water crisis. There's the same amount of water that's always been here. And maybe the earth is even creating its own water. Maybe it's a living being. It's creating water. We don't know these things. We're learning these things. But the truth of it is that without water, there is no life. And so really understanding water as source, and that there is only one water on Earth, that it changes our perspective. And we recognize that we can't do harm to another without doing harm to ourselves. And so part of this journey is to encourage us to honor water as source and not resource. And this is, to me, our primary dysfunction, is that we are extracting water, we're exploiting water, we're using it, and water has become a service delivery mechanism, not a, you know, not the vitality that gives us our every breath. And so you think about the ocean, and really the atmosphere is only the ocean rarefied. It's the ocean lifted. And so when we go through our day, just really feel into this as we are talking, and understand that watershed restoration and coordinating our, I call it the human immune response to our dis-ease on a watershed scale is the unit of planetary transformation, because we do unto those downstream of us as we would have those upstream of us do unto us. The beautiful quote from Wendell Berry that really lit my light bulb and understanding that. And so part of this is to really honor the big rivers of the world, the Amazon, and the indigenous people of the Amazon, and the indigenous people all around the world, because truly we are all indigenous to earth. We're all indigenous to water. The indigenous cultures still remember this. They still carry this connectivity of themselves as an integral element of this creation of life. And so, I do want to speak Bokoa that Annette spoke to. He invited me, and Phil invited me to a golden water ceremony in Colombia, and we offered our golden prayer, a week-long prayer to the waters of the world. And what I saw when we actually melted gold and infused our prayers into the gold and offered it to the womb of the Mother Earth. And what I saw when the gold was a double helix rising, golden double helix rising from the water, and realized that our DNA is held within our double helix of our DNA is held within a core of water. Like water holds our DNA together. And so this is our invitation together, is to rebalance the hydrologic cycle. And we can do it in our own bodies, and we can do it in our own communities, and we can do it in our own bioregions, and all of that ripples out to rebalance the hydrologic cycle of the planet, which is what the crisis that we're facing right now. So I'm going to pause here, and part of this is bringing forth ideas, and we kind of, because we were going through security and so forth, we didn't quite do the protocols of what we're doing here. And all of you if you've gotten into the Maloca, have agreed to a certain code of conduct. And this is allowing us to participate as members of the UN experience and the UN bodies. And this is a really, certainly in the chaos and the polarity and the dissonance in our world today, this is an important, it's an important recognition of why we have codes of conduct. And so, this is important, and we carry that code of conduct into the Zoom. And we carry the code of conduct into our lives. And one of the greatest things about this code of conduct is just the mutual respect that we give each other, and that we allow people to speak, and we listen when people speak, and we remain objective and neutral in our responses, that we're being diplomatic in how we respond to people. And so that's one of the important protocols that we're establishing in this community. And from that, we're able to build trust with each other. And so, we're one of our mentors is Bert, who with Soul created the Caring for the Future. And Caring for the Future is just that. How we as humans care for future generations. And so that culture of caring that we're cultivating here requires us to have a code of conduct and to mind our manners and mind ourselves. And so that's that, that's kind of the bigger picture. And then on a smaller picture, if you have received the schedule, you'll see that we have 8 thematic blocks. And our goal for today is 1, to demonstrate the functionality of the Maloca, because it's an important technology that we now have available to us. Because during COP30 in Belém, in the Amazon, at the mouth of the Amazon River, they were actually holding side events here in the Maloca, and you're able to interact with each other, and it's a way we can all gather in one space, one neutral diplomatic space, to really begin implementing, solving, strategizing, and then implementing the actions that we need to restore balance on Earth, and not just on the environment, but in our society as well. And so in these 8 thematic themes, we are, as I said, we're signaling to the world, we're signaling to humanity, we're signaling to this energetic, we're signaling to water itself, our good intentions, our willingness to be here and to stand up and stand up for what is true and what is authentic in being alive with each other. Our breath that we share, our water that we share, our lands that we share. And this is the collective commons that we come together to try to protect and take care of. And so our goal for convening here, along with showing and demonstrating and supporting this Maloca and the route to Belém and what they've created here, is the hope and the intention that we come out of this day with 8 pathways to implementation that communities all over the world can implement in the next 30 to 60 days in their own community. So they have to be simple and actionable and practical and tangible. And that after that, we will have created something meaningful. And we have the entire week to work on these 8 themes. And so right now, I'm going to give us an opportunity for all the people in the chat to put in what they think in their, after they've heard this opening, they understand why we're here and what we're doing, and have listened to myself and Phil and Leonce and others speak, and Morgan and anyone that I didn't hear because I was going through the scanner at the security, to just think about one, like we're putting forth prompts, and we'll even feed these prompts to AI, right? But let's mark them in the chat so they're recorded. And we're going to take about 5 minutes for people to just from your heart, not from your head, from your heart, what you feel could help us implement the actionable, practical methods and best practices that would allow us to come together as community to take care of not just our water and our watershed, but our community, and revitalize ourselves as a human species. So we're just going to pause for a minute and allow people to put their thoughts in the chat. And then Morgan, if you could kind of monitor that, and then we'll you can give your assessment after about 5 minutes.
Yeah, really quick. Leonce didn't get the opportunity to speak.
Oh, you're right.
working on his mic. So if we want to give a little bit of time for him to get
I would love to give. So I will introduce Leonce, and Leonce is so we're getting an echo.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
If everyone can
Hello,
mute their
hello,
mics,
Leonce.
please.
Yes, can you hear me, please?
Yes, it's very well.
Okay, can everybody please make sure their mics are muted? Thank you. Go ahead, Leonce.
Yes, can I share my screen? Hello.
We're preferring not to share our screen right now, Leonce. We want you to speak from your heart.
Okay, no problem. I'm very happy to be here at this 8th day. It's a memorable day, and I am very happy to present what we are doing and what we need to do at the next step. My name is Leonce Boulonze, Water Unity Networks East Africa Operation Manager, and it is a pleasure for me to talk about you for our project. Our project is Reach to the Reef Africa, R2R Africa. What is it? R2R Africa is an environmental initiative spanning several countries, aiming to restore and to protect interconnected ecosystems from the mountain peaks to the river, the lake, and all the way to the ocean. We firmly believe that everything that happens upstream has a direct impact on the downstream ecosystems, including vital marine biodiversity, such as coral reefs. We are active in 5 countries, Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Our goals is to combat the environmental degradation, to restore the watersheds, to strengthen resilience to climate change, and protect aquatic ecosystems while improving the living conditions of the local communities. Where do we stand now? Our project is still in its early stage, in the midst of structuring and implementation. We have succeeded in establishing a strong local presence through our community hubs and in building partnership at both the local and regional levels. Today, we are moving to a phase of large-scale deployment. What have we accomplished so far? We have done some base studies like watersheds, including in Jinja in Uganda, focusing on water systems, sediment flows, and environmental degradation. In addition, we conducted community perceptions surveys in several intervention areas through our local hubs. The survey has allowed us to better understand how communities change water-related challenges and environmental risks. This dual approach, which combines scientific data and local knowledge, provides us with a solid foundation of designing interventions that are both appropriate and effective, which the support of B1 and its partnership and its many partners.
Thank you, Leonce.
What we does the project until is in the next step.
I'm going to ask you to close your comments. Just finish your thoughts.
I want to finish just 2 minutes.
Please finish. Yeah.
What does the project entail? In the next step, R2R Africa will implement integrated actions, including restoring degraded watersheds through natural-based solutions, promoting climate-smart and regenerative agriculture, the creation of regeneration and research hub for watersheds in critical area, the organization of regional cleanup campaigns for waste in river, lakes, and coastal areas, the protection of freshwaters and marine ecosystems, including coral reefs.
Okay, I'm going to thank you, Leonce. So it's important.
What is the innovation of this project?
Okay.
The innovation is, I said it particularly, it's integrated in a reach-to-reef model, which combines science, community action, and real-time environmental monitoring through the centralization hub. Furthermore, the project establishes a direct link between fresh water, marine ecosystems, an approach that is still under development in Africa and which allows socio-environmental challenges to be addressed in a comprehensive manner.
Okay, thank you, Leonce. I appreciate it. I know you want to finish, but we need to keep rolling. So I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you.
Yes.
Why is it important? What's the importance of this project? And really share with us, like from your belly, from your heart, why this is important, that we hear what you're saying.
This project is important because it's the solution which comes from the scientific sound and support local communities to build their life and to protect our environment.
Beautiful. We are giving all the speakers 5 minutes to share, and you can certainly speak to your project. It's important because we're here to showcase the solutions, and this is what we're wanting to pull out of these dialogues is not just the facts of what it is that you're doing, but why you're doing it and why it's important that we listen to your voice now. And it's for our children, right? It's for the biodiversity of the world. It's for you know, our grandchildren's grandchildren's grandchildren. And you know, Leonce has given a beautiful presentation. I understand clearly what it is that he's doing, but I also want to know why he's doing it. Why this one man is dedicating his life to water and watershed restoration. And so this is what we're trying to pull out. And we have a lot of speakers coming today, and we have this process that we're working on, and it's different than what we're used to. And so just really want us to remind us that we're here to share our hearts, not just share our projects. So we do have a gallery of that inside of the Maloca, and we'll be presenting all of your slideshows and your videos inside of that. We have 80 screens that we're able to put your presentations, and we can even schedule a time to talk about these themes deeper and go deeper into the project element of it. But right now we're looking to pull out the actionable implementation. So Leonce, in terms of your project, what would be the next best step to implement? To bring it to your community, something that your community can do in the next 30 to 60 days. What could you design for your community if you had all the resources in the world and all the support you needed? What would you do for your community?
First of all, I want to tell everybody that the air is polluted, the water is poisoned, and the soil contaminated and depleted. So we have to act wisely. So what I want to bring to our community at the next step, it is to move on, to move forward, to mobilize all the community, to mobilize all the governors, to mobilize all foundations to restore this Africa, because Africa is the one of the heart of the world, like Amazon. And the area I chose, they are really affected by the climate change. Now, what we need a technical and financial support to accelerate this implementation. We need some equipment and tools to strengthen our local hubs in environmental monitoring and documentation. We need also the support to establish a robust measurement, reporting, and verification system which clear and given indicators in all our area of operation. That's what we need for the next time.
Thank you, Leonce. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. I applaud you. Yeah. So Leonce is modeling the difference of this gathering, this convening of, you know, on one hand, we can present all the facts in the world, but we also need to just get down to the nitty gritty and talk about the heart of the matter as to what it is we're doing, but also why we're doing it and how it's going to make a difference to our children and to the people we love in life, and to our own sense of well-being and value in the world, and being part of the healing. And so I really want to commend Leonce for being brave enough to go first with this, and so we'll keep being reminded of this distinction of really coming from our hearts. So we're going to move on, and I invite us to now put your inspiration and your aspirations into the chat. We're just going to take 5 minutes, and this is because we want our audience to be part of this process. It's not, you're not just passive, you're part of this. We want to gather the collective intelligence of all of us who've come here today and create something beautiful together. And we can only do it by practicing, and we have to be brave. And Nora's already been the first to give it, and I'm going to challenge someone to be the next person to put in their aspirations for the healing of our water, the healing of our planet, the healing of our climate, the healing of our bodies, of our society. Like just take a minute to kind of go into that space of energetic connection that Annette introduced us to. Close your eyes for a few minutes and feel what it is that we're calling forth, what's unfurling here, and put that in the chat so we can record it. So I have shared in the chat our schedule, and I'm going to share this simple form of this so we can kind of see what it is that we're going to be doing today. Going to have 2 sessions, and I do want to keep people wonderful. Joan, thank you for offering the beauty of what's in your heart, and just encourage everyone. Like we're a community of practice here, and so the best way to practice is in the doing of. And every drop counts, every thought is wonderful, and is contributing to this whole that we're creating here. So I'm going to share the schedule, and we're still on track, but we're going to start transitioning here to, oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's see, where's the document I'm looking for? Stop sharing. We're going to be transitioning to our next block, which is the theme is the next block is art, culture, and belief guiding the youth. And we have Heidi Kapari here, and she's going to help guide us through this. And the idea here is that youth are in a whole different world of than I grew up in, certainly. And what is it that the youth can believe in? You know, there's a crisis of belief and a loss of hope. And so, Heidi, I'm going to pass the mic to you, and you can guide us for the next period of time. And are you ready to join, Heidi, or do you want to settle in a little bit more? Are you hearing me, Heidi? Because we're not hearing you, Heidi, so I see your mic is unmuted. Is anyone hearing Heidi? Okay, so if we're not hearing you, Heidi, then maybe you should go out and come back in. What? Yeah, so we're a little bit early to make that transition, and so just to honor Heidi's time, I just want to get confirmation that we can hear her as we move on. But I'm gonna maybe pass it over to Morgan, or someone else would like to speak. You can raise your hand if you're familiar with the Zoom functions. There's a dot that has says more. Joan, love for you to go ahead.
Since we have time, I'm not a scheduled speaker, so can you hear me okay?
We can hear you well, thank you.
Great. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for putting this on, and especially the name. I really love the name because Earth Day is important, but recognizing that the Earth is all days is very important. So thank you for that. Every day is an Earth Day, right? So I think that the idea of having simple solutions that are actionable is really, really applauding, because I often said that so many people always talk about the doom and gloom of the environment rather than the positive things of the environment, like all the things that the environment and the earth gives us, the trees, the water, the animals, actually the air, the water, everything, it's for free. And because it's there, we don't appreciate it. It's only when something is taken away. So I think this whole idea of not having this is just me, doom and gloom, is having the appreciation of what we have before it's taken away. And I think that education and those actionable, simple things, like I know, turning off a light, or, people say, well, turning off my lights, what difference does that make? But if everyone did it, it makes a huge difference. And this whole idea of the commons, that we have to go back and appreciate that the commons was something that made us cooperate, made us responsible and care for each other. And we've forgotten that. We all have it in our hearts, but somehow got busy. And so I belong to something called the Common Cluster of the UN, which is a major group, stakeholder group. And that's what we talk about all the time is this whole commons, it's called the Common Cluster, that we need to appreciate what we have in order for us to take care of it. And that's my spiel for today.
That's a beautiful spiel, Joan. And I would love to learn more about what you are doing in the UN. And honor that this is coming through the UN body, and so you're amongst peers. That this Maloca was started at Belém at COP30 and at the mouth of the Amazon as a way to honor and to bring the people to the Amazon and the Amazon to the people. And so thank you, Joan. Thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah. And would somebody else like to grab the mic? for a few minutes, or we can have Heidi come in and start sharing her heart, because Heidi's a force of nature. And the work she's doing. Morgan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit to what Joan was saying, or just continue that spirit of what you were saying with speaking to doom and gloom, because I hear that a lot, and I actually have a saying myself in my work, which is turning doom and gloom into room to bloom. And so I know I spoke a little bit about joy and hope as a form of resistance, but I just wanted to amplify that in what you were saying as well, and the importance of raising our vibrations in a world that is trying to isolate us and make us and just put us down and exist in these lower vibrations. And so love and hope and authenticity and all of these higher ways of being that is in alignment with water is definitely what we need to remind ourselves of, because there's just so much power in not only doing that in ourselves, but helping our communities exist in those higher vibrations as well. So thank you.
Beautiful, Morgan. And that is a beautiful segue into our focus on the youth, and really recognizing and witnessing and honoring the climate anxiety that is moving through our younger generations. My generation, we had nuclear and war anxiety, and climate anxiety is a little more daunting and existential in a way, because it affects all of us, not just somebody in another country. And so really, this is my motivator for my grandchildren, that I'm doing everything I possibly can to ensure a thriving world. I want to pass the mic to Heidi, and if you can get your audio working, we'd love to hear your voice.
Hello, everyone.
Hey,
It feels like coming home. It feels like coming home. I'm
That's
almost gonna cry.
And tears are welcome.
Oh, good, because I got a lot of those, because this is a time where it is so important for all of us to show up as our authentic selves and feel held by each other and be able to truly step into our genius. Many of us have been working in ways where we had to be the innovator, the operator, the manager, the marketer, the accountant, right? We had to do, because we were all on these paths, and we have been on these paths developing what is our authentic self, what is our mission on this planet right now. And many of us have refined and perfected and iterated our beautiful set of work. And now is the time we get to come together and truly enter through a portal of knowing that this is a different time, that this can be more easeful. This can be more full of joy, and realizing that we are no longer in the struggle mode. That was the past decade. And now we are in coordination, collaboration, high frequency, and the trust and the belief that we no longer have to carry this ourselves. The more we have gatherings like this and we feel it, we get to feel each other, hear with each other, the more we can trust and believe that we truly are in a new timeline. And that what we came to be on the planet for is the time is now. I don't know if many of you have felt this, but for me, I've been a visionary for many years and seeing some steps ahead. And if I felt like sometimes I was alone in what I was dreaming up. And now I'm realizing that we all have had many of these experiences, and that now when we come together in this intergenerational councils, and we come together supporting each other from different sectors, and we can anchor the work we're doing on the ground in communities with people, right? We create jobs, we help each other. These are things that can help us withstand what is happening in the projection of despair that we have been living in. Is that we truly are already living in a more thriving world. We just have to really believe it and step in together. And I wanted to talk a little bit about dreams and the dreams of youth, and how now is the time that we want to listen to the most creative people on the planet who are the most underrepresented when it comes to seats at the table when shaping our future. And I've been doing something called Dream Tank as an experiment for the past 10 years. And my background is impact investing, sustainable finance for about 25 years. And 10 years ago, I saw something was missing from the capital markets in order for us to actually create the impact that we want, which is to create systems change and leap forward for humanity. So I decided to go ahead and start an experiment with my own children and my community here in Boulder and people who believed in it, and said, I may be, licensed as a wealth advisor for ultra high net worth individual. I may be licensed to be a fiduciary and do all the responsible things. And I'm standing here saying, I think kids' dreams aren't going to change the world. I'm going to prove that young people's ideas and genius are investable, and not just investable, actually essential. And that made me look a little bit of an outlier 10 years ago, right? I'm leaving UBS and I'm saying, I want kids' dreams to have a seat at the table for capital. And so it was an interesting time. If any of you have been told that your dreams are crazy, I would love you to raise your hands, because you are not alone.
Okay, so let's take a pause there, Heidi. Let's have everyone raise their hands. You can find it in the three buttons. Whoever feels that, raise their hand.
Yeah, or virtual
A
hands.
screenshot.
Someone take. And so how many of you have been dream crushed? Right? Meaning someone's telling you, who are you to do this? Go get a job. What are you doing? Right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is the key. And guess what? The biggest dream crushed career is art and creativity, right? You can't make money doing that. And yet creativity and art and design are actually how we perceive beauty. It's actually how we connect with each other. So these are not extra things that are meant, that can be taken out of creating a new earth. And neither is healing and space and breath. We've been working around the clock to prove that we're not crazy to the dream crushers, right? And now we get to work together and just show it. We don't need to talk about it anymore. We don't need to prove ourselves anymore, because many people know this quote: it is the crazy people who will change the world. And especially when they come together, it's not crazy anymore, right? The world has caught up to our crazy. The world has caught up to our dreams and the things that we have thought about and imagined that actually are needed right now. So as change makers, we have to face our own fear and self-doubt that our dreams matter, so we can also show up for the youth and unequivocally welcome them into a space where we are walking the talk and we believe that their dreams matter, and we are so clear that we are going forward together, that they feel safe, because young people, and many are on this room, have been facing a lot of challenges with questioning authority, any kind of authority figure that is telling them this is how you do things, and they're seeing the world as it is. They don't believe us anymore. They don't believe that authority knows what to do. And that's why we're all here. And so we need to create a safe place for the crazy and no dream crushing, right? And all ideas are welcome. We have a creed that the kids came up with 10 years ago for Dream Tank. And that is part of it. Is one of them is also, we use the word and, not but. We like to give feedback to everyone, starting with glow, then grow, then glow, right? We love to pick apart people's ideas and say, what about this? What happened to the fact that that person just shared their heart and dreams with you, right? So honoring people's gifts. And when you have young people in the room, you may already in your mind and heart have accepted them as equal. But they don't know that until you pause and listen and make room for them to speak. We have a rule at Dream Tank that when we bring mentors and intergenerational leaders in the room, we try to have 80% spoken by the youth and 20% spoken by the mentors. And Eliza knows I've had to kick mentors out of the room before so that young people can feel that they have a space to talk. That is so essential, even more now, because of what's happening in the world, and they don't have a space to talk about what is happening to them. In school, in many places, there's not a space to talk about what's happening in the world. There's not a pause. And so what I'm asking and inviting for everyone to do is go on this hero's journey together. Follow your dreams unabashedly. And this is how we do it, right? We all operate in our genius. We augment each other where we aren't in our genius. And we listen to each other and we create space for dreams, and the dreams become reality because they're a projection, an energetic field on many levels. And as long as we feel safe and secure and we bring youth in the room, they will blow us away. We have no idea what they're going to come up with. That is mind-blowing when we create these trusted spaces for them. And so our model that we're inviting people to engage with and scaling soon is the Systems Change Lab. And it stands for Local Action Blueprint. And I'm completing now. And that is how we create a blueprint for the future of our communities with youth and intergenerational councils across sectors who can coordinate and open doors and leap forward and achieve moonshot goals together. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. And I would encourage us to now just look inside, feel inside your body, and what Phil was speaking to, the somatic nervous system. Like, do you feel a difference from the beginning of our call and after we've heard people sharing from their hearts, their inspiration? Feel in your body. For me, I'm starting to feel a little tingling. I feel right? I feel like I want to jump up and dance.
Yeah, let's do it.
So we can all do things. Move your body a little bit. Everybody move around a little bit. Let's get our bodies moving. Yep. Yeah. You can even jump up and down. And so as we move forward and as we start sharing, I want you to evoke your inner Heidi. and really feel that passion and that confidence and that belief of the confidence in your own beliefs and your own vision to make the world a thriving, abundant world. And so next we're going to move, sticking to this theme. We're going to invite my dear friend Kareem Kamara from Guinea, West Africa, to share. And Kareem, in 2011, I went to Guinea and met Kareem and started talking to him about the ideas that I had in my heart and in my head that were completely unrealized. I'd been thinking about them for many, almost 20 years, and hadn't done anything about them. I'd just been thinking about them and dreaming about them. And Kareem and other people in his community inspired me to do something, because Guinea is a trash-filled country. It's the waterways are very filled with garbage, and they don't like it, but they don't know quite what to do about it. And so I call Kareem the first adopter and one of the founding member of the Water Unity Network. So Kareem, I'm giving you the mic, and if you can share for 5 minutes and to say that I'm going to make that sound you've been hearing, that signal, that means that it's 1 minute and you should start finishing and your thoughts and coming to a close. So when you hear that sound, you can go ahead and kind of bring it on home. And all right, so Kareem, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Eliza, and thank you to all the team gathered here. I'm Kamara Abdul Karim from Guinea-Conakry, West Africa. I'm a founding member of Water Unity Network since 2011, as said Eliza. Also the president of the NGO called Youth Evolution. So, all right, I am the first adopter of Water Unity Networks, witnessing that the climate emergency or the climate change is widely affecting the whole world, but especially Guinea, the country I'm living. And know that this climate change is affecting a lot of things in our country. That's why I have decided to give, my life to this, wonderful project, so that myself and our community can come together, join the hands together with the help of the experts, such as Eliza, to do something in our country in terms of restoring our water sources, which is being degraded, destroyed by plastics and human behavior. So this is actually important because I'm supporting 100% this program, which is very good for the whole world, not only for Guinea, because we all know that water is life, and our life depends on the existence of water, because without water, there won't be any life on Earth. And it's very important and exciting to be part of this big family, like-minded people working together to solve all these problems. We all know that. Talking about the climate change, this program we are actually trying to build can considerably fight, against climate emergencies, because we should work, on strengthening social cohesion and especially youth engagement, as said Heidi. I really appreciate, and together we will keep working for our planet and bringing the tools and what all is needed, because when we work together, we can do anything that we want. So for now, I have to stop here and requesting that if anyone has a questions, then I will be I'm glad to answer those questions. So thank you very much.
Kareem, I would love to have you speak to the Blue Barrel water filtration solution, and what you've done there. If you could speak to that a little bit, and what a difference it's made in the communities. So I'll give you another 2 more minutes to tell us about that.
I think providing clean water is our primary mission in terms of helping the planet, the community. And actually, we have been working together with Water Unity Networks and have been able to implement water filtration system, which is currently helping our community here get access to clean water. And those Blue Barrel systems actually can provide clean water for more than 500 people in a day. And also we have other water filtration system called Sawyer 0.1 microns, which can also provide water for 100 people in a day. And I can say that those solution is highly helping our community here in terms of getting access to clean drinkable water. And if possible, we will need more because they are wonderful solutions.
Thank you, Kareem. So what do you need?
Actually, what we need to start is the founding, and because the work we are intending to do is quite wide, but also very important, because not only water, but as Eliza said, our country is full of garbage, and something needs to be done urgently. So just to say that we are in an emergency in terms of taking care of our environment, or providing clean water.
Thank you, Kareem.
Resources.
I'm going to pause you here. Your mic is buzzing, I think, or maybe it's mine. But one of the things I would like to point out is that the beauty of what it is that what we're creating, because when I met Kareem, we talked about the garbage of the country, and we talked about solutions and so forth. But things were challenging for us both, and we started thinking about things, and it's taken us many years to come to it. And then we come here and we meet Nora, who has the global cleanup games that she's creating, and Nora has now inspired Kareem with specific practices and a fun way of gathering trash. And so I'm going to pass the mic over to Nora. And the beauty is that Nora is from Romania and she's living in New York City, and Kareem is from Guinea, and they are now collaborating on helping Kareem make a pathway for implementation to clean up the environment. And you see it rippling out. That is, Karim cleans his street and the streets around him. Now suddenly the people up the block are beginning to clean up, and the town next door starts cleaning up their streets. And this is what grows from just believing in each other and helping each other. So Nora, I'm passing the mic to you.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much. And yes, this is exciting. I will actually finish with Karim, and I will start with introducing my project, which is making cleanups popular, denormalizing trash, noticing it, because when we look at trash with different eyes, we start looking for solutions as well. And I speak from experience, since today I'm here with a project, because I was looking for solutions, and this project is the Global Cleanup Games. Where is this happening? Well, it can happen anywhere where there are people and where there is trash. But it can also happen anywhere where there are people, no trash. So in order to play the Global Cleanup Games, you don't need trash necessarily. It is not only about picking trash. It is more about, about picking trash, but also about speaking trash. And I'm not referring to the trash that we're not supposed to speak at the dinner table or at the conference, or maybe at the UN. I see you're there, Elisa, for sure you cannot speak trash, right? I'm talking about speaking trash literally speaking litter, because actually every piece of litter, it's a letter in the alphabet of trash and love. And I will show you a few of the letters that I learned. I have here my favorite. It's a paper cup. For the longest, I was using paper cups, and I switched to coffee mugs once in a while, to metal coffee mugs, but I was doing it for myself in order to have a hot coffee or to save money. So each time I would lose a coffee mug, or I would break it, I didn't try very hard to go back until I found out that paper cups are not recyclable. It took me a while to find out that actually they are not. And now when I look at a paper cup, besides that I moved to a coffee mug, a metal coffee mug, I see 20 million trees cut every year. So that's what a paper cup means to me. Another letter is cigarettes. Since I spoke about coffee, I spoke about cigarettes. I used to smoke. And when I smoked, a cigarette butt meant that I need another cigarette. As a non-smoker and as a person who learned more about these letters, I see a cigarette butt and I think about 600 million trees cut every year. And I think about the most littered item on the planet. And another letter that is one of my favorites as well is the plastic bag. And this one, it's the I Love New York plastic bag. Just like the paper cup is the love paper cup. Okay, so these are just the words love. They are words printed on items. And by the way, this plastic bag represents 1,000 years. So these are words, just like the words we're not supposed, the trash we're not supposed to speak words. However, the Global Cleanup Games teaches us the alphabet and trash and love. So we speak actually love as a real action. Through learning these letters, this alphabet. So that's what the Global Cleanup Games do. They address the problem that we don't speak trash enough. So what happens when we start to speak this alphabet? We start looking for solutions, and every person applies in their lives based on their situation, wherever they are in life, whatever they do, they start to be proactive because they want to. And I call this peaceful personal progress. What's needed at this stage in the Global Cleanup Games? It's needed, I wish, yes, my wish, my Earth Day wish is for communities to start, people, individuals and communities to start playing the Global Cleanup Games, which are accessible on a website, and it's kind of entertaining. Now I will end with Karim. Okay, I was actually very that to hear that he inspired Elizabeth, and I inspired him. But in reality, we all inspire each other. And it's true, he didn't have funds to do the cleanup that he wanted, but we spoke and he was very, very amazing. He actually did the most with the list that he had. And not only that he did one cleanup last week, but he did 2 cleanups. And he became also the first adopter ever of the Global Cleanup Games, not just the first adopter of the Water Unity Network. So he's an amazing actually that's a word I like to use, an inspirator. Okay, so we're all inspirators, and that's one of the points of the Global Cleanup Games, to be inspirators, to inspire each other. And I will end by saying that while me and Karim were speaking about trash and about what solutions he can come up with, especially for his financing needs, I show him an item that I like to show everyone. And when I show people this item, they don't know what it is. They asked me, what is this? Okay, and then I said, just put it in your palm, see how light, how heavy it is. Okay, and they say, it's very, very light actually. And they say, what is this? And then I open it and I show it to them and I say, okay, this is a foldable tote bag. This is the cure to disposable plastic bags. It's very small. I mean, it's very small when you pack it. It's very light. You attach it to your outfit or to your bag or whatever you have. And when you leave your house, you always have a bag with you and you don't need a plastic bag anymore. And actually, Karim really loved it. And I told him that maybe it's an idea he should open a small manufacturer, a small workshop, tailor shop with maybe 3 sewing machines. And he could offer jobs to some locals, increase the eco awareness in the area, and make money for his projects that he needs. And I think this would be the next step that I hope he will succeed in, to raise money and open this shop. It can happen, in a month or 2 if he gets the funds. And yeah, that's our dream, Global Cleanup Games, and all of our dreams to happen actually. I think that's a great day to make these wishes. Yeah,
Beautiful. Thank you, Nora.
thank you so much.
Yeah, beautiful. And to say that Nora has been a tremendous ally and volunteer in putting this event together. So thank you, Nora, for all the late nights you've you've put in. And
like everybody else who is here and loves the planet, it's the best activity. Yeah, 100%. Thank you.
Next on the schedule, we're actually going to go back to Tiago. And Tiago, I know we had Miguez, who was supposed to speak. Is he available for us to share?
Let me check. Yes, let me check if he's available. Just a second.
Okay. And to also say that and we're going to try to show it here in this session, this block of kind of coming back to the route to Belém, and that by complete synchronicity and by a lot of late nights and some tears, we have actually put together a remarkable video. And really want to thank Tiago for leading that move, that impulse, and Joao for the magic of the script, and Fabio for his support on that, and also very importantly, Luan, who edited it and brought the. Yeah, I'm a video editor myself, and I always say the magic is in the edit. And so and it's true in life as well. It's like it's as much as what you include as what you don't include, and how you make choices in every, in video production, every second has 30 frames. And so we're looking at life in 30th of a second when you're an editor. And so we want to share this, but I don't want to share it until Sol gets back. She's stepped away for the moment, so I want to make sure she's here. And Luan, I'd ask you to share the link to me first, directly here in the chat, because we have somebody that's asking for it. One of our supporters, Artists for Amazonia, also contributed to the video, and you will see the impact of their contribution when you watch the video, and all the people that agreed to care for the Amazon River. So Luan, if you could put the chat or the link to the video inside of the chat, and we want to kind of coordinate this with Fabio as well as our tech person in terms of making sure that we get the best quality. What's that? Thank you. Thank you. And I would ask that no one watch it yet. We want to show it on the screen first. We want to keep your attention. So, just hold your horses, as they say in the Western California. Yeah, thank you, Phil. Thank you. Okay, so Tiago, go ahead and share a little bit more about sort of what this means to you to have all these people coming to share your creation with the the creation of your team here in the Maloca. And are we still sharing inside of the Maloca? I'm not seeing any. Okay, great. Yeah, and I want us to wait until Sol gets back, because she was so important in that. And actually, let's take a little break. And anybody that's in the Maloca now, if you can go to your screen, that will give you the functionality. And I want everybody to jump up and hit the space bar, and you can hit the space bar twice, and you will be jumping and flipping, and you can hit the key if you're on your computer of the 5. Let's see, the 3, the 4, or the 5, and see what happens there. And let's get some movement there inside of the Maloca. And I'm going to actually do something here as well. And as we're doing this, Tiago, why don't you share with us kind of what you're feeling, what comes alive for you in this moment as you see us all in here with you.
Thank you very much, Elisa. It is again a great pleasure to see, and as I was chatting yesterday with the preparations with Sol, the power of the network, right? Because we saw that such amazing speeches from all around the world, like different parts of the world being connected, and giving such diverse and different approaches, bringing not only science but also spiritual and mind and heart on being shared here throughout this day. This actually shows to us the power of global community, this global community of practice. And it's really interesting how we can actually create new approaches and how we can advance on that. One point that I had actually shared with colleagues during the community of practices meetings, that it was the building up process for this event today was what we have actually learned from the very different parts of events that we had. During the preparations for COP30, it was possible to engage a large variety of institutions. Currently, we are with more than 4,000 organizations that are registered in Wirapuru, which is the open door of the Maloca. And with that, it was possible since COP29 to now to have more than 1,000 events covering more than 130 countries. So to us, it's actually very, important to see that, as I always indicated to colleagues since the beginning of this project, that the most important is not to showcase Maloca. The most important is Maloca to be the platform, the stage for grassroots movements, to NGOs, to foundations, to communities, indigenous communities, that sometimes they do not have the opportunity to express themselves at the global stage. What we want to indicate is that there is a very interesting motto from Greenpeace that says, think global and act local. But what we want to actually to emphasize is that with Maloca and with the power of network, we can also act global, buy local. And that's the importance of what we are actually seeing today. And we also saw that during the COP30 and how we can actually move ahead. One special thank that I would like to make here too is to the whole team, as you had mentioned several names of our colleagues. I also think it would be great if they also could open their cameras so people can actually know their faces too. We have Luan Melo, that was the person that behind the editing hours of the video that we are going to have in a few minutes time. We also had João Vieira, as you indicated. He had tireless work on also doing the script of the video and mobilizing, doing the moderations, as well as Fábio Augusto, which is our technical person that's also, as you can see, like some of the beautiful design that you have inside of Maloca is thanks to Fábio too. He had worked like quite a lot to actually put together the dimension of design inside of the Maloca. As you can see here, like the logos in the walls, and if you can actually go around, you will be able to see like a podcast room that we had created, and thanks to Fábio, and also a meeting room of UN that you can also use in the Maloca, that it's also work of Fábio, as well as Jerônimo Damasceno, and that actually helped us a lot and coordinated the United Nations volunteers. All this group of people that I'm saying here is parts of a larger group. Some of them already had left the project. And so I won't be able to name all of them here, but it's a total of 38 United Nations volunteers, again, from all the parts of all the continents of the world, speaking like 6 UN languages and also Portuguese. that was actually possible to be mobilized. Again, also would like to thank our colleague that was tireless working for doing the partnerships and mobilizing the funds to be able to cover all of the design. So Luciano Schweizer, that's also here in the Maloca, that actually worked quite a lot to us to be able, and also with the partners, the UNDP Brazil, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. As you will see, like in the design of the Maloca, the theater, it was also a voluntary work by a very famous architect from Brazil called Marcelo Rosenbaum, which works quite a lot with indigenous communities building real physical Malocas. And we had the opportunity to count with his support, also designing the digital Maloca, the theater that we also invite everybody to visit the different bubbles that you have in the UN hall, to actually be able to visit the different environments. And of course, like you, Elisa, and Saul, for the great partnership that we have been working. Saul is joining us since 2024. So it's almost 2 years journey to be able to put that together. And it would be great to also, before we pass the floor to Dr. Miguel, because I don't think he's still not online yet, I also pass the ball to Saul to listen from her views to how is the event so far. So please.
Thank you, Tiago. So I'm going to have everybody that's inside of the Maloca to hit the C key and see what. Yeah, okay. So we have some other guests that will be coming, and we want the guests to be here when we play the video. So we're just gonna hold off a little bit, and we're gonna go to our next thematic block, and continue to keep writing in the chat as you get inspirations as we go through this, so we can gather this information, and as we begin to start really pulling together our pathways to implementation. So the next block is Bert, who's our mentor in all things sustainable, or a lot of things sustainable, and mostly and his friends Paul and Jeff, who are coming from Caring for the Future, and just really want to and Larry and Karina and Sol put together a curriculum for the education, the Ministry of Education for, and it was successful and really made a difference in how the teachers were sharing this information and teaching the young people. And so, Bert, I'm going to give the mic over to you.
Well, thank you, Eliza. I have my phone here. I'm going to start it, so I have 5 minutes, and I'm going to pretend like it's a microphone. I'll go, 1, 2, 3 testing. And that's what I feel this whole day is. I'm testing to see what works. And I got into the Maloca and I walked around, but now I can't. But that's what we're finding out. And that's what this whole day is about, is discovering what we can do to care for the future. And things that I've been saying for many years, having taught sustainability at the university level with some colleagues on sustainability and systems, thinking for sustainability. I'm aware that there are so many levels we can operate on. And Nora was talking about one paper cup. And then the implication in the bigger system that it's thousands of trees. So caring for the future, where does education fit in? And I realized in doing a little calculating, since I started really teaching officially when I was 18, I've been teaching for over 60 years. It was a very different world then. And now, this program today, I'm seeing you all as pixels on a screen, not frames in a movie. It's moving that rapidly. Everything is accelerating. And Marani had frequently said, technology for good. Well, this is an experiment today, how to educate. And the first part of education is getting information. And the end part of education is going towards an actual action, pathways. As I was thinking I have a sheet of paper that Eliza said, I want to get it right. She said that make sure you say the pathways. And Eliza, what's the second word?
Implementation.
That's what we want. Pathways to implementation. Thank you. So we're making today's pilot a opportunity to educate both on the larger systems level. And I'm impressed that Liza and Sol are at the UN, right down to I see my friend Paul up in Maine, or my other friend Jeff, who is just about an hour away from him, and I'm in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and we are on several continents. So I'm looking at my watch and I have 2 minutes, and we're going to introduce several people who are on the ground actually doing projects. And education, I just mentioned, started with me as a member of the Portsmouth Sustainability Committee, talking with the High School Eco Club. The High School Eco Club wanted to know about Drawdown, the book Drawdown. So I talked with them. We created a course. Let me see, somebody has their mic on. Eliza, there you go. So we created a course. I talked to my nephew in Israel. He talked about educating teachers of English to have sustainability content. And we had over 250 teachers go through our course on sustainability to affect literally hundreds of students, thousands of students on what drawdown meant and what each one could do. So with that, I have 30 seconds left, and I'm going to introduce the first speaker, or Eliza, if you want to introduce the first speaker on an actual on-the-ground project, which will be coming from Brian Matuso, who I've never met, but I hope I pronounced that right. And if you're coming back on, Eliza, you could give an introduction, or
Thank
we
you.
could go straight to him.
Yeah, thank you. Brian Mutasa is in Uganda, and he's an amazingly ingenious young man who is very dedicated to his community. I'll let him tell whatever parts of the story he wants to share. But his life has been remarkable. And what's most remarkable is his dedication to helping other people and coming together and collaborating. And he really is this true spirit of collaboration. And I'm not sure, I'm not seeing Brian if you're, I'm not sure that Brian is with us. So I'm going to share a little bit about what his project is. Mutasa was a street kid in Kampala, Uganda, and he began taking care of the people in his community. And then he started a snack business, which is basically just figured out how to, build a pit and share, make cassava noodles, like those little snack noodles. And that was providing income for his crew of street kids. And now he's has a family of his own, and he has something called a project he has called 3 hens and a cock will save your life. 4 hens and a cock will save your life. And it's basically providing for mostly single mothers with children, 4 hens and a rooster. And then with that is a commitment, 2 commitments. One, that they put the money that's earned from selling the eggs and the meat of the chickens into a savings account for their children. And each child can get a savings account. And this is really unusual because many people are unbanked, that they don't have banking in Uganda. So to start this is that they're starting their own commitment for a scholarship for the kids. So when they graduate at the age of 18, they'll be able to go on to college. And so this is his dedication to education. And he never went to school. And so never, ever in his life, he wasn't able to attend school. And so this has been his way of giving back. And part of what his Mutasa Foundation does is go to the different school districts and get the schools to give scholarships to kids. And so he gets like maybe 5 kids a quarter or something to be provided scholarships. So he does all the relationship building with the schools, and the children benefit. So he may have been having internet issues, which is a challenge in Uganda. But he's a remarkable man, and I met him when I went to Uganda, and right away we understood each other because we both shared that passion for community and helping to build our community and grow our community. So I'm his proxy for today, and hope that you all get to meet him on other calls, because he's actually sort of one of the first adopters in Uganda, along with Leonce and Edward's Hamlet, who you've met. And I was invited to go to Uganda, and that's where I met both first met Leonce and in person, and met Brian Mutasa as well. So he's no shortage of inspiration. So I would also like to introduce Matthew. If you're with us, Matthew, if you could speak. And Matthew's in India, and and he has a project called Books Empowering Planting Trees. So Matthew, are you with us? Not sure that Matthew is with us either.
Elizabeth, I could maybe say something about his project if you.
Yeah, please, Nora, that would be great.
Yes. So actually, this is Exhibit A and B and C and D of the Be Together network, or BWN, or just be together. Actually, yeah. I met Matthew during our environmental meetings, and he plants. I mean, he does many projects for decades, for over 30 years. But in the past 23 years, he planted, he gave villagers 14,000 trees that were planted one by one by people. And what he does, he tries to inspire people to spend more time outside, to connect to the land, to connect to each other. The trees that are planted are trees with fruits. So these trees give organic fruits, and also are a source of income for the people when they can sell the fruits. And him and his nonprofit also translated over 70 books in the past few decades, and all the books that they translate are educational. They translate legal books so people can understand in a simplified way, all sorts of books that empower people and help them. And since I think that we have some things in common, we became friends, and he got an idea. We got an idea, a partnership, if I may say. So I wrote a book in my past few years ago, and one of my wishes when I wrote this book was to gift it to certain nonprofits in different countries, to sell it and translate it, sell it, and use it to finance their projects. And this is a book about quitting smoking, and he was very excited to hear my proposition. So that's what it is. The next step in his journey is Books for Trees. He wants to, every time somebody buys a book, a tree will be planted, and I am gifting him my book, and all the proceeds will go to his charity to plant more trees and do other projects, because he does other projects as well. So this
thank you, Nora.
Our project. And anybody else who wants a book in their language to finance their projects, come to me. Yes. Yes, my pleasure. I actually wrote in the book, at the end of the book, it says, my dream is to gift it to people from other countries so they can plant trees and help people. I said I had two wishes: to help nature and help people, both of them. So with Matthew, both happen, and the book is here for everybody else. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you, Nora.
Thank you.
And we had a call the other day, the Caring for the Future call, which we do every Monday. And if you put your email in the chat here, we can include you in our calendar schedule. And it's at 11. Why don't I let you talk about it, Bert? And then please also introduce Jeff and Paul as your cohort in what you're doing. And I understand you also have a video to share, and maybe we can share that. Did you? I'll talk to Sol about the airing of it.
Yeah. There's a lot going on. I was just going to wind up. I did want you to mention one thing about Brian that I thought was important to say. When I think about systems thinking for sustainability, it's all about how we connect with each other and with the environment. And I don't know if you mentioned in your little talk about Brian's roosters, what people were asked to do when they got a flock that was large enough.
Yeah,
And
that's right.
And
Yeah,
if you
so-
want, go ahead and mention
Yeah,
that. I'll
say
build
that
on that.
quickly, and then you can continue. The second agreement that they make when they get the flock of chickens, other than to take good care of them, is to, when they have enough, they contribute another flock to another woman. And so it creates a feedback that they're helping other women to develop a source of income as well.
Yeah, and why I thought that is so important is that this section is about education, and education certainly is about information. But what I see happening with the whole initial condition of that system, there's a moral compass. The moral compass is getting out of ourselves and being able to be of service to others, which gives joy to us actually and others. And so a couple of things that happen when we talk about caring for the future in terms of the moral compass. To really work with others, there needs to be a sense of trust. And that's what's happening as all of us signed in to this Maloca, is that we have an ethical or moral compass that is guiding where we're going, and we're all agreeing to that. And so caring for the future is a gathering that meets through time, because that's where trust is built. And as trust is built, then there's the ability to have empathy and compassion for others and build what really needs to happen. It's not something we do intellectually, but I'm going to just toss it over to my friend Paul, who will tell you about a very long journey from education of the head. And Paul, you want to say a few things about the course we're putting together?
Sure. Thanks, Bert. Yeah, my name is Paul Doherty. I have a background basically in music, broadcasting, and ministry. And I guess I, tend to put all of those together in, the work that I've been able to and privileged to do with Bert and Jeff, as well as through the Maine Senior College Network here in Maine, where I live. I've actually, I think the head to the heart journey really kind of speaks for the reality that, where I feel my greatest passion in this work, and I think I join both Bert and Jeff in that, is that intersection of sustainability and spirituality, where spirituality plays, I believe, a very, very important role and a foundational role in making that journey, because I think that journey is necessary for change to happen. I think a lot of people know stuff, but I think unless that knowledge becomes something more lived, more experienced, that journey from head to heart, then I don't think change happens. I think the change really needs to come from reaching that heart space. And so in the course that we're doing, that's what we've we're trying to bring that in, and we're trying to bring that in and allow others who will join us to bring that in a bit by the use of something that marine biologist Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson developed called her Venn diagram, which is a way for us to, kind of see what are our passions, what are our beliefs, what are our strengths, what are our goals. All of those kinds of things come together. And as we look at all that together, where they all have a kind of a common ground that we could say, this is that heart space. This is that place where our own passion really can reside, and where we can do as individuals the most good. And so we're hoping that folks who join us for this will, if you're not familiar with that Venn diagram will, journey with us in using it so that each of us can find a way to make the journey that we need to make from the head to the heart, and therefore be a foundation for real change. One of the inspirations and heroes for my own journey has been the late, as he called himself, geologian Thomas Berry, who is a priest of the Passionist order who became very, very much involved and very much a leader in, bringing not only the message of the need for sustainability and for the urgent need of it into the conversations, but also that spiritual foundation. And he was the one that said rather famously that the environmental crisis is fundamentally a spiritual crisis. And I think that got at what I've been talking about here, that journey from the head to the heart. Until we make that journey, the environmental crisis will not be as effectively, I think, approached, because it is a spiritual crisis, because I think so many really haven't made that journey. And we're hoping together to accompany people in doing so. So thanks, Bert, for the opportunity to share. And great to see everybody here. This is wonderful.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. And I wanted to check, Eliza, is this where you would like us to wind up? Because people who put their
No, we have some time that we were going to go to Times Square, where there's a parallel event going on with third members of this tribe, and we didn't quite get the interface going, but that's what we're learning, right? How to do this. And so we actually have some time to keep this sharing going, and wanted to give opportunity to Jeff to speak, because I know that Jeff is part of this group and would love to hear from him as well.
That's where I was going to go. And Jeff, if you wanted to, Paul kind of set the big context. And what's really important when I talk about different levels in the system, the UN is talking about the whole world, and Nora with her Earth Olympics is talking about one cup. And how do you find out where is your place? What system can you best do the work for caring for the future? And Jeff, if you wanted to say, if we are putting together, we could call it a course or a gathering that will use a tool. So if you came to this gathering, and that would be if you put your link, your email or a link into your email into the chat, we will let you know when we're actually going to do it. But Jeff, could you tell a little bit about what the hopes are for that tool and how it would be in a specific relationship to you? So Jeff, if just so people could get to know you, and if you would say a few words.
Hi, I'm Jeff Goldsmith, and I live in Maine. And one of the important things that Paul was alluding to, that going from the head to the heart requires a very different way of thinking. And I thought the Venn diagram by Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson does a spectacular job of helping us take a gigantic global issue and putting it into our hearts and allowing us to be very local about it. So when I say local, a lot of people say, well, I can't make this and this company stop doing oil spills, so how can I help climate change? And it's very hard for people to think of something they can do locally themselves. And what the Venn diagram does is helps us figure out what we're good at and what we have to offer Mother Earth, and then be prepared, because we like doing whatever those good skills are. We get to do it the rest of our lives without getting certificates, without being graded on it. Our heart knows that it's what feels good. I've been meditating for over 50 years, and it's a very personal, heartfelt endeavor. And if you don't do it repeatedly, it doesn't help. And so this is very much operating out of that way of understanding the world, that we need to be in our heart. Our heart thinks differently from our cognitive brain. And that's the way we can keep doing things that we have a passion for and use the skills that we're good at. And that's what our dialogue is all about.
So thanks, Jeff. And I would just like to say that it tells us individually what we can do. And most importantly, like Paul, Jeff, and I, it's doing the individual thing with others and having the community. We are now both working individually, and it's not a burden. I love Ayanna Johnson said that if it's something you think you should do or it's the right thing to do, but it's not something you enjoy, you're not going to stick with it. Well, I'm here because today I love meeting and seeing all of what is happening. My curiosity is one of my strengths, and I bring that to finding out what it is we can do, and that brings me joy when I can. So, and then we'll wind up with, when I see on Jeff's smile, then I know we're in good shape, because then, and Jeff and Paul, and when we laugh together, that's a great lubricant. As water is the lubricant for the material world, laughter is the lubricant for our souls. So back to you, Eliza, unless you want us to say anything else. Well, since Paul was an announcer, downtime is not okay on the radio. So Eliza or Sol.
So how about those Red Sox? Got to kill some time here, wherever Eliza is.
Okay, so I will say this. What we're doing today is changing from activity, in my view, to becoming a movement. And a movement is driven by some very deep, deep values. And that is, we're in a time that is moving rapidly, both in terms of destructive qualities on most levels, physical, social, and in many ways spiritual. And also, we have tremendous opportunities going towards positive things, which this conference is about. This Maloca this morning, to me, is a trial of what it takes to put together a structure, because it's not individual activities. But I heard people working on this for 2 years, and I think I heard 30 people volunteering to put together the Maloca. This is the structure that we're trying out that will move us forward as a movement more than just an activity. So I think Eliza's back on, and then is that, I can't see if that's Nora has it or somebody has there.
Thank you. No, Sol has your video that we would like to play.
That's,
I'm
we're looking forward to it. Yeah.
You want to tell us a little bit about the video that you, Paul, and Jeff put together?
Oh,
Just briefly. Yeah,
the
that's
video.
what you.
Oh, you're gonna, that's an 8-minute video, which we kind of
okay.
just did that
Okay,
spontaneously.
we'll put that up in the gallery then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think what we already shared probably gives
Okay.
you all the information you really need to know about the video.
Okay, thank you. Well,
Absolutely.
that's the
Yeah.
beauty of coming together, right?
You got it.
Beautiful. So I'm going to say that we just got inundated here where we've been sitting with a whole herd of young people, and they're all very excited to be here. You can hear their chatter in the background here. And yeah, so
Well, Eliza, I'm glad to see another thing that worked is that we learned how to make a video, the three of us. We learned how to get it to you, and now we have it on the Maloca. So that's a good test
yeah,
run.
we're all stretching ourselves. So we are at the top of the hour. As I said, we had another plan that we are now adapting to a new flow. So we do have time to fill, and I will say that silence is okay. We don't have to be uncomfortable with silence. And sometimes it's our chance to listen to ourselves in those moments when people kind of run out of moments, or they've lost their window, or yeah. So just. I don't think we'll play this right now, and I would love to hear from some others. And we have Renata. Would you like to share?
Hello.
Beautiful. Welcome, lovely.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm very touched by your talks, Bert, Paul, Jeff, and very happy to be part of this. Understand a bit more what is caring for the future, and also triggered me like how I came here as well, and understanding and having this thoughts on, for me, spirituality is the key part that we are missing in the whole ecosystems, and this is also built, this is also something that I don't know, we acquired also with trust, with understanding, and like the spirituality culturally part, it's so important for the local, for the global, and for everything. So yeah, I'm glad. In my journey, I'm a marine biologist, but I was raised as Catholic person. But I always loved nature so much, and I never understood like, wow, why this connection is so big. I went to different spiritual, let's say, ways to find. Here in Brazil, we are blessed with so many cultural ways to understand the cosmic. I learned a bit of all of them just by curiosity, and along my journey as a marine biologist, working in different places, I could realize that once I learned about also evolution and how we all are here with the same one, all the species are here, and we are all here together. I don't know, it's just came to the conclusion that this journey and this understanding, these frustrations with the world, and how spirituality came to bring the hope for me to see that it's possible. Yeah, it's really, really important, and I'm happy to be here, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you share a little bit about sort of what you're doing here, like what you're hoping to contribute and what you're hoping to develop while you're kind of entering into this community in a deeper way?
Oh, yeah. By listening here, I was thinking what or how I can contribute, I could do something about it. And when we are talking about education and I think my skill is I'm good coordinator. Maybe I can and system thinking, like trying to understand the whole picture and see where everything can fit and where I can fit. Like I'm a good system thinker, I guess. Like, no, this is happening. What do we need actually to operationalize this? Do this in the most correct, it's not correct way, but it's the most effective and good to humans and the planet. I think the narratives are really important as well on how we build this, how we spread this to the world as well, how this can I think nowadays we face a solution and a problem with the communications. So we need to master that as well, so we can reach out the most of the people, and then we can create this community as a whole. And the communication and the ways and the technology that exists today for that, it's the key. Yeah, I see myself like contributing on this way, but I'm also always open to understand and see where else can I contribute.
Beautiful, thank you. And for me, one of the reasons I started the Water Unity Network is because I saw very clearly that we had a unfulfilled or a gap, an actual gap in our understanding and in our practice around coordination and organization. Like, we have so many solutions. I believe that we have all the solutions that we need now. That there's many people that have been working like Bert for 30 years on this challenge, and we have the solutions, but we need to begin to come together and coordinate so that we're working together. And this is one of the things that I brought to it, and I know that that's one of the things that unifies many of us here, is the understanding that if we coordinate our response to the poly crisis that we're facing, and start from the roots. We start with the water, we start with restoring our watersheds, then everything else will begin to be easier, because we're solving the core issues from an organized, coordinated sort of action plan that we work on together and bring our collective intelligence to it. And certainly the technology with AI is already helping. And I honestly could not have put this event together without AI in the time that we did put it together. And so I'd love to, if anybody else wishes to share, go ahead and raise your hand, Nora.
Eliza, because I had a
Yeah.
hard stop at 12, I just wanted to say, I'm so glad I've been able to be here for this time. I need to stop, and I'm going to leave my screen on, but I have another commitment, and I thank you for the great work that is going on, and I will keep tuned as I can.
Are you able, or maybe Paul can do it, give us a little bit about the Caring for the Future Community of Practice meetings?
Yes, and Marani can do that. I will say this: every Monday, Eastern Daylight Time, there is a community of practice meeting, Caring for the Future. And if folks put their email into that box, you can come once a week, and we are there to inspire and share with each other. So that's from 11 to 12 on Mondays. and that's a regular meeting. Anybody's welcome to come, and we'd be delighted to have anybody on this program put that in, and we will, Eliza, if you will collect those for us, we will get them an invitation.
Beautiful.
And that's
Thank
11
you.
to 12 Eastern Daylight Time.
Yeah.
Eastern Daylight. And Jeff and Paul or Marani can give you any other information, but I do have to go now. So
Thank you, Bert.
I would like to just say that Caring for the Future started with these two young women, I don't know how many years ago, and in the spirit of water and every drop counts and the ripple effect, I don't know how many years later, look where we are. And being inside the Maloca is a symbol for the metaphor of using technology to connect us and using technology for good. And here we are today, caring for our future together. And I just want to thank all of us for listening to our souls, to ourselves, and for being patient and curious and explorative, and figuring out solutions truly for how to do this, how to do it together. Yeah, I'll just finally, I'll just say Caring for the Future also has global groups and courses, and did 4 cohorts of teachers who took it to their classrooms, and examples like Project Drawdown with solutions and a comprehensive plan to reverse global warming, and so on and so forth. So may this be an experiment that succeeds, the first of many, and just a pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. So could you also describe just a little bit about Sustain Chain and the Be Together Hub, the Nurture Hub, and what the Nurture is?
Sure, 100%. Well, I was not ready for that, so just a moment. Yeah, I need a minute to pull up some visuals, so
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. Um,
Nora's
yeah.
had her hand up for a while. I just
Yeah,
wanted
exactly.
to make sure she doesn't get
I save you.
lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, go ahead.
Have a little break. Matthew is here, so while Sol looks for her pictures, Matthew can say, if you want, few words, if he still can do it. Say hello. I'm sorry. That was all.
So you have a game for us, Nora. Would you like to? Are you ready to share the game? We have about 10 minutes before
we can play the videos that I said, but meanwhile, can Matthew hello because in the Zoom.
Oh, okay.
That's what I wanted to say all this time. Here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead and share with us.
Matthew.
Yes, hello. Good evening. Hello, dear friends. I came here with an innovative idea to share with you and get your what you think about that. Dear friends, I am working for the 36 years in the social field. We had developed too many ideas, including printing books. 81 books we have printed and published, including Indian Constitution Simplified. Dear friends, the books can make wonderful development in the mind of people. 2018, and 2021, 2018, a big flood, and 2021, Corona. The people are struggling. What? When they have lost their peace, their mind of peace, they have to do something. They have to read, they have to write, they have to play, they have to think. This way we have developed Happy Village. With 20 modules, we are developing the people, animal in the water and on the land, and the plants be happy. Dear friends, now we have started an idea. We are now going to translate and publish the smoke book into Malayalam language. And we are trying to do, and we are thinking to work on, when you are buying one book, we are planting one tree for you. We all know that when a smoking man will lose his life, when he stops by reading this book, then he plants a tree also. Tree means jackfruits or mango, like that fruits. So they can take, we will show them the tree. If they are interested, they can come there, our place, and see the trees. And they can enjoy. The people can sit down under the tree. Now in Kerala, in our land, it is very hot. No, people are saying, oh, it is too hot. But how we can reduce the hot? When you are living smoking and when you are buying a book, you are giving life to the earth by planting a tree. And the tree is nurtured and tree will give fruits to us. It is very much benefit to the people. The people can get money from the fruits. And I think it is you will support us and we will go further. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. It's an honor to have you here. Really appreciate you coming to share what you've learned, share your experience, share your wisdom, and share your solutions. And Nora speaks very highly of you. So we have a few more minutes before we start transitioning. Would anybody else? Yeah, go ahead, Joan.
Is this the section around talking about your projects? Is that what we're doing? I don't want to be out of context.
What's that?
Is this section just to talk a little bit about what people are doing on the ground, kind of idea, or just about water projects?
You can go ahead and share a little bit. You have a few minutes.
Okay. Well, firstly, I just want to say that we are doing something called the Climate Smart Victory Garden, which helps people to grow food, because we've had many years of actually doing a demonstration garden, and we've developed a curriculum around how to grow food. I'm actually doing a project with the Climate Social Forum right now, just a pilot project to get some feedback for our curriculum. But we're launching the Victory Garden Institute in September, which will be a full set of courses from the Victory Garden, climate smart agriculture, do-it-yourself projects, technology, that kind of stuff. I'm also been the chair for, or actually VP for, the IEEE, the Institute of Electronic and Electrical Engineers in North America, Smart Village. So I have a lot of access to technology that's happening. I mostly focus on community-based practical applications. One of the things that I've read in the last couple of weeks is the UN Food and Administration report, if anybody wants to read that. And it gave specific So we're going to be focusing a lot on that particular sector, which is to professionalize women farmers worldwide. And so I'm partnering with a number of other groups to do that, because you can never do something big like that by yourself. And so just wanted to say that we're developing a membership package, which will give people access. And we're basically, my personal experience is that I love food. If those of you who don't know me, I love to eat. That's why I have a weight problem. And so I love hearing about people's cultural foods. And so I've written 2 books. One is in recognition of women of resilience for the last 100 years. And the other one is a climate smart victory garden book. And so the next book will be focused on women who are actually working in the fields and telling their stories as well. So we've gone from recognizing women who don't get any recognition for the last 100 years in during the wars, to actually recognize women who are living today, because I feel like people don't do that a lot. They recognize dead people, but they don't recognize live people. And I don't like that. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that I identified that food, the lack of growing food, eating well, economic development, climate change, and tying them all together, recognizing history, tradition, and heritage is as important as any other issues that we're doing. So tying the social, economic, and environmental issues together. So I just wanted to introduce that. And if I leave, it's because I have another meeting to go to, but I will come back again if whenever I leave. So it's a busy day for me. It's Earth Day. So
yes, for all of us.
Yes.
Thank you, Joan.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate you sharing, and to say that we're going to be keeping this protocol that we're setting up, and it's, for us, it's even more like a movement going in terms of, how do we really work together? And so what you've identified is very important to me, is to recognize that it is all tied together, that you can't just solve one issue, that, they all compound upon each other. And that's where I got led to water as being really the foundational issue. You can't solve poverty if your watersheds are collapsing. And the same with, gender issues. Very often women are the agriculturists in the world, and they're very often not even counted in the national GDP, right? They're not recognized at all for the contributions, nor do they earn the money.
Yeah,
especially
exactly.
The money goes to the head of the household.
And I just want to make one important point, is that I actually run the Foundation for Building Sustainable Communities, which is a sponsor for the Victory Garden Institute. And we've always focused on community, not a sector. But while I was developing the Victory Garden Institute, I recognized that, women were not recognized for their work. I mean, I'm saying for myself, I know that other people have written it, but I've always tried to pull everybody together. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I've got to stop and do this recognition, because the women they just did the work. They just did it. I know that sounds really simple, but they just did it, and there are no awards, there are no money there. And then I started looking on today's, so it started like 100 years ago. They just did it. And by the way, just for everybody's information, the food that women grew fed 40% of the population during the war. I mean, that's a significant number. So anyway, I just wanted to say that we incorporate men as well, because they're just as vibrant.
Beautiful. So I hope you come back throughout the week. We will be, did you put your email in the chat for us?
Oh,
I think we have
haven't.
it, but if you could before you leave, that would be wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
I was recently in Guatemala and working with a midwife, and she works with the traditional midwives, And she said that they were so overlooked that they didn't feel like they had anything to share.
Yeah.
And when she began recognizing them and honoring them
Yeah.
and getting them to teach and tell their stories, suddenly their whole relationship to their community changed.
Yeah.
And now they were being honored and can earn a better living because they're being recognized.
Yeah. Well, the first book that I wrote a sentence as "We will remember you," because a lot of them have passed away, but not forgotten. So.
We do have to transition to our next frame, and so thank you, Joan, and should we take a little break or are we ready to go? So what? Okay. She raised her hand? No. Hang on just a second while I confirm. So we're going to wait 2 more minutes. I'd encourage us to, think about, again, kind of our aspirations. This is kind of the midway point. We're going to we're waiting for Miguez to come in. But let's take a minute just to pause. We talked about water, we talked about education, we talked about youth, and got a lot of beautiful, brilliant shares and solutions. And so, again, I'm going to invite us to take a minute to put your aspirations and what you would like to see in terms of these pathways to implementation. And we'll send a feedback form out and further this conversation sort of out of the Zoom room. And Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, just really quickly, I have a medical appointment this afternoon, so I'm going to have to leave the gathering for now, but I just wanted to say thank you so much. I was really honored that I'm here and humbled as well, and it's just great continuing the journey with so many wonderful people from all over the world, and this is very encouraging. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and be blessed, everyone. My prayers are with you.
And thank you,
Take
Paul,
care.
for all you do for us. All your support is really appreciated.
It's a pleasure. Take care.
So I'm going to just give us a little break, and if people need to take a body break or want to get something to eat or move their bodies a little bit, we'll come back in 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I just want to say that I see that John Scholl is here with us, and he's been a longtime ally and would like to, when we come back from break, offer John, if you're wanting to speak, and then we'll have Miguez come on. John, are you able to share a little bit?
I am indeed, yes.
We're not hearing you very well.
Oh,
Right.
No,
that
we
I
hear
don't
you
know.
just fine.
Okay, we
Okay,
got
good.
you. Yeah, fine.
Good.
All right.
We have a speaker coming in a few moments. If you'd like to present yourself a little bit.
Yeah, can you
Me?
tell us about Eco Restoration Alliance? And
Sure. I'm John Shull. I'm co-founder of the Eco Restoration Alliance. We are a global network of people like you who are organized around the insight that healthy ecosystems are the planetary climate control system, and that way beyond the sequestration of carbon dioxide, their impact on water cycles and on temperature is rapid, changeable, and provides local community benefits. So we're trying to change the way people think about the climate problem and its solutions. We have a big map to save the future, which shows 3,500 eco restoration projects around the world. And if yours isn't on it, send an email to comms@ecorestorationalliance.org.
Can you share screen on that? The link doesn't work anymore on the Muchirao Hub.
It's true. I'll switch to my computer and I can do a little screen sharing if you would like.
Thank you.
that would be excellent, John. It's very impressive. And so this is a example of a resource that becomes available to us when we come together and kind of join our forces and our forward motion.
That is correct. I need a minute just to make the transition here.
And to say that Eco Restoration has regular town halls. They also do regular meetings and occasionally pull together or help support. I should say more than them being the impetus, it's supporting the impetus of local projects.
That is correct. When you let me in, I'll make the transition.
Are you not able to share?
I'm just being led into the Zoom now.
Yeah, so
Here we go.
Recording in progress.
very good, nice.
John, there's no sound.
I don't know if you're speaking, John, but we're not hearing your audio.
Great. Okay, now you can hear me, right?
Yes, now we can hear you, yes.
And you see my screen.
Correct.
Okay, so I was just demonstrating that each of these pins represents, in this case, an ERA member somewhere in the world. Each of the pins then goes to more information about that person. We have 3,000
eco-restoration projects that we are tracking around the world. Each of them has a description and goes to more information. And as mentioned, if you think your project should be on this map, all you need to do is mail comms@ecorestorationalliance.org, tell our helpful AI assistant your name and organization, the name of your project, the location, a short blurb, a few sentences like this, and a link to more info on the web. And indeed, if you don't have more info on the web, you can tell our comms coordinator AI exactly that. Provide a picture or two and a paragraph or two, and we'll make a landing page for your project. And it can all happen within a day or two. So that's the big map to save the future. We also have a network map, which you are invited to add your own information to. These are probably close to 1,000 people who are in this space. If you're not here, you should be. But for example, if we look for Eliza Harold, she is here and she has attended these town hall meetings. And she's also associated with a number of organizations, including this one, which brings us to other people. And as you can see, we are trying to map not just the people who attend our town hall meetings, which is what, for example, this is a particular town hall meeting in 2024, and all the people who attended it, but we're also trying to map the movement and use tools like this and tools like the big map to begin to give the movement some visibility and to help people find fellow travelers to advance these kinds of things.
And these are precisely, oh, go ahead, John, sorry.
If I'm going to give you a link to this preview page, and then, sorry, you too will be able to add yourself to the network. So chat.
Yeah, there's also been a request for you to write in the chat the email.
The email for adding your project is comms@ecorestorationalliance.org.
And these are precisely the tools and the solutions that we're really needing to coordinate at the scale we need to in the time we have, the window of availability that we have. And so,
well, that's right. And we're big believers in open source. So I'll show you a few other things that you may want to make use of. As something of an experiment, we produced this Living Earth Handbook, an attempt to make really simple and clear the core principles of ecosystem restoration. And as you can see, there's a little blurb, a little diagram.
Thank you, John.
Similarly, and I'm finishing here, there is one other thing I will call to your attention. This is a big project we're working on right now. It is a white paper called Cooling Climate Quickly, in which we say that if you focus not on CO2, but on watts per meter squared, you find that natural solutions have 3 times the cooling power, account for 15 to 45% of the temperature forcing of climate change, and can produce big effects locally quickly. And so the full paper, which has become quite long and is an open source project with many contributors, all of whom are described in this auxiliary, the making of website.
So I'm going to need to ask us to close up because our next guest has arrived.
Okay. Well,
and to say, you can go ahead and close your thought, but I just needed to signal you there.
Yeah, that's quite all right. I'm putting my email into the chat, and there is your thumbnail of the ERA and of some of our projects. And I would venture to say that all of you should be part of our network. So if you reach out or put yourself on the map, I look forward to knowing you all better.
That's beautiful. And to say that just that those last pages that you showed us are an example of what we want to start putting up in the galleries that we're building. And so we have a place to come to actually see them and have them be made visible. So thank you, John. I'm really glad you showed up. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And so we have now, Sol, would you like to take it or should? Yes. Sol's going to introduce our next block. And she's just plugging in her computer. So we're all keeping our tech rolling. The mic is yours.
Thank you. Actually, it's my honor to invite Jose Miguel, Jose, and I don't see Tiago. Oh, I do see Tiago. Tiago. I was going to ask Tiago to help me introduce him, but this moment has been a long time coming. And it's not just the people on the screen, not just the people behind the screen. There are many, many people who are not even here today that it took to get to this moment. And I'm actually witnessing myself seeing the road, the long journey that people had to envision and lead those paths that were not clear. They actually created the paths and the pathways for us to be here. And I just think of the first follower theory and who was that first follower and how many years and decades people can see clearly that things can be better and might even be able to see a way to make it better. But just how painstakingly difficult it could be, even when we have the tools, even when we have the solutions. But I feel that bringing on someone who is one of my personal, I'm going to say heroes, and you can close your ears, Miguel, but I'd like everyone else to know, because I do think today we are talking about also about superheroes and the superhero in each one of us, but also the ripples of inspiration that we are and can be for one another, whether we realize it or not. And I'm purposely asking Tiago to introduce Miguel because there's a lot to us sitting here in this room today and being able to connect. But it also takes convincing and continuing to persevere, even against waters that could be going the other direction and going against the current. And this is one of those people that I know that his heart and his work is what allows me to be here today and to connect with so many people who otherwise I would not have met, and to understand that I can be part of this bridge building. And I wish for everyone to take count of the crumbs mouth. It's a huge honor, and I'm going to give it to you, Tiago, to do the formal introduction. Thank you so much for doing what you do. And Maloca, Uirapuru, Muchirao, and so much more. I'm looking forward to this being the beginning of many. and every word he says. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saul. And it's a pleasure to actually introduce Dr. José Miguel. José Miguel is one of the IPCC laureates members that have in his home that piece of paper that says Nobel Peace Award. Long time journey researcher and also policy maker to fight climate change. Since 1994, he's actually fighting with that. Among the different things that he is one of the guys that actually created the Brazilian proposal of assessing historical responsibilities to climate change that led to the creation of the clean development mechanism, also under the Kyoto Protocol, where he has also in his wall letter from the President of United States of America congratulating and actually thanking him for his great contribution to the international negotiations. So it's very hard to have a Brazilian researcher receiving such expression of gratitude to the United States of America presidents. Not the current one, the previous ones that were in power during decades ago. Dr. Miguel is currently our technical coordinator from the COP30 supporting project and is also the coordinator of the post-graduation course on global climate change on PUC Minas. So without further ado, I pass the floor to him. Dr. Miguel, please, you have the floor.
If I could just say,
yeah,
I want 2 points that 30 years, if I'm not wrong, 30 years he's been negotiating or involved with the Brazilian negotiations. Is that correct? I believe it's since before COP began, so more than COP30. Okay, thank you. And the other point is that only me alone, I'm almost 2 years working with these guys on this project. The Route to Belém team, actually, I understand that Miguel is a really big link in that. I just wanted to say the 2 years and the 30 years, that's hard work. That's a lot of dedication. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Miguel. Do we have the sound?
You are muted, Miguel.
Okay, sorry. So first of all, thank you for your kind words. And I think some of the words is not related to me exactly, but to all the team that were working both in the Brazilian delegation and afterwards in the project that we are talking about. But anyway, I have been working for 31 years since 1994, and that's one reason, because I understand very clear that the problem is very hard to tackle. It's very hard to find climate change because the amount of CO2 that is remaining in the atmosphere from past emissions. People are not used to think about past emissions, but I had the luck to meet Fortunato Jose from the Bernard model, and we have been working during the convention process about the Brazilian proposal with them, and it is very hard to fight climate change. I was very interested in John Schul optimism that we can tackle radiative force. I'm not so optimistic like he is now. But anyway, I think it's very important to have all these efforts of all these people trying to work together to find a way, a path to tackle climate change. In my opinion, we are in a route that is completely unsustainable, and we are not going to decrease the amount of CO2 that is stored in the atmosphere. But anyway, we have to try. But it's an urgent matter to try to combat climate change. That's why I'm still working on climate change together with Thiago. We think it's very important for the future. Maybe I'm not here, but anyway, people are going to be in the earth, and they have to live, and they have to live as properly as possible. And that's why we have to tackle all the initiatives, both in terms of mitigation, adaptation, and also, more important, to remove CO2 from the atmosphere. This can be done through terrestrial sinks and also oceans. We are not devoting, maybe because the way the convention was established back in 1992, we are not devoting more attention to the oceans. We have to pay attention to the ocean because the oceans could be a way to accelerate the removal of CO2 from the atmosphere. I think these would be the main ideas that I would like to convey. And I don't know if João Vieira is here with me, can say some words as well. Thank you for your kind words again, and I hope to help you in this very, very difficult journey, but very urgent journey and very beautiful journey. Thank you. João.
Thank you so much. And while you're here, I'd like to take the opportunity to ask the Route to Belém team to possibly open your cameras and just show who you are. So today, the people who are fidgetily here, so it's physically and digitally here, who are making this possible, who are making this happen, please, yeah, I wonder if I can pin you. Can you make an emoji or put your hands up so everybody else can see? Yes, thank you. And anyone who's in the Maloca, I'm hoping, oh, why am I spotlighted? I want you guys spotlighted. So can we have a big round of applause? Anyone who has either unmute and clap in real life or in the Maloca or use an emoji. Yay! Everyone, I'm gonna take a screenshot. Wow. So on this call alone, for this event alone, which was a very last minute unfolding that actually started exponentially growing in the last 7 days alone, led to this moment. I'm hoping each one of you can say a little something about what this means to you, and then perhaps we can launch or screen a short video that came about in approximately 7 or 8 days from the ripple effect of this Caring for the Future community of practice and the collaborations with all the allies here on the call, all of the friends who are here, which is years and years of conversations and ups and downs to get here. And we're really excited to reveal it to you, what's come about. And we're gonna also challenge ourselves. If you feel moved or inspired by what you're seeing today, we all want to vouch for the Maloca and how it can be used as a tool to bring people together, and how as we transition to integrating technology more and more into our lives, instead of looking at it as something that separates us, acknowledging that it could also be used to connect us, and that technology for good can be something that can actually make the world a better place and reflect the fact that we already are global, and be the mycelial network, the connective tissue, and connect our hearts and minds both physically and digitally. Examples like the ERA and other technologies that we will show later on. So if you guys would like to unmute, I see João and Luan and Tiago and Miguel have already spoken. I don't know if anyone else is here, but would you like to make a contribution, please? Fabio. Thank you, Luan. Everyone start using your emojis. These are the new norms. Yay. Who else? Fabio, would you like to share something, and then Jean?
Awesome. So thank you, everyone. I'm very glad to be hosting, helping to host this event. Maloca means a lot to me. I think it's the new way to communicate with everybody. So I hope it helps everyone. So Luan said the good words. Thank you, everybody.
Fabio, can you, I think I might be in the spotlight, if you could take it off. And Jean is going to speak real quick. Fabio, I think I'm in the spotlight on the Zoom. I see in the Maloca, but also João. There we go. Now I think we can hear you. Is anyone hearing him? João, we are not.
We hear you now.
João? Não, não escutamos você. Okay, in the meantime, Luan, maybe you can be the one to share screen on the video when we're ready in the highest quality. Is that okay? After João speaks? Okay, amazing. And In the meantime, if the
Well, hello. Now I have a
yes,
voice.
we can hear
I'm
you.
here. I'm replacing the Miguel's microphone. So thank you to everybody. It's a great honor and pleasure to work with you and to work on this together. And just to say Happy Earth Day to everybody and save the date and save the planet. That's it.
João, can you set us up for the video as well? Tell us what we're about to see and maybe the, I feel like I want to call it a miracle unfolding. How, a little bit of that? Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay. The video is wonderful. And I would like to thank to everybody. We worked really hard to do this. And is very grateful to do something for our Earth Mother. So our Mother Earth. So I think it looks like our message for the future. I mean, caring for the future and together and be together and let's be part of this. Let's act now as the United Nations General Secretary said today. Let's act right now. We don't have enough time like to do the video. It was very hurry and but we still have time, so let's do something. And the video talks about this, to be together, to save the planet, and let's do it.
Amazing. So, in the meantime, there we go. Amazing. Here we go. We need the sound on Tiago.
I think the sound was not working. Let me try again. Yeah.
Let's do it. And can we show it in the Maloca?
Ah, ok. Você consegue compartilhar aí? Ok. Vê se...
Sorry, there's no sound.
Não? O som não está saindo, né? No worries. let me also put here because I think that now it will work. Just a second.
Okay, so let's start from the beginning. And while we're at it, I just want to say, are we starting from there?
Les invito a todos a proteger la madre tierra.
For the most urgent mission of our time.
A mission that doesn't call for capes or costumes,
but for courage, unity, and immediate action.
To send a message that echoes through the canopy and across the entire planet.
For them and for all of us.
Porque ninguém consegue viver, né, sem o ar.
Pedimos que se juntem a nós.
Act like a superhero and become a guardian of the forest.
Okay, everybody, unmic, please. Let's hear you.
Well done. Amazing.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
This was many people. Many people in the making. Many organizations in the making. I did see Paul here. I guess when we first tried to put it on from Amazon Watch, but he's okay. So, yeah. So now with this video, I think if we can put a link in the chat, if everybody can share on social media to your friends and family. We're going to try and amplify this message. Many people here have their own ecosystems, their own communities, their own channels and followings. So if we can do that, maybe Luan while I'm talking, and then let's just say that took days and nights, but about 7 or 8 days from idea to execution. And many people were involved. So thank you very much for everyone who put their hearts into that. And let's amplify it.
Beautiful. And I do want to really give kudos, applause, recognition, and honoring to Sol for holding a vision and not giving up. And really being able to pull so many people together from so many different sectors and circles and networks and weave us all together into a same direction, a shared purpose. So kudos, big applaud for that.
If not me, it's we. I'm just seeing you. Reflection.
Well, then it also echoes at just what regular people can do. And when we give ourselves permission to do remarkable things, we do it. And the biggest thing is not giving up, to persevere no matter what the odds. And I've been witness to some of the odds and my own as well. And we're still here and we're still doing it, and we're stepping forward into the next level, I think, of coordination and collaboration, and I call it hyper radical collaboration. So what does that really look like?
So if I can take from that and just say, my answer is together. And when I was a child, I was singing and dancing and performing from the age of 4. And I had the honor of singing a song that became UNICEF's anthem for their 50th anniversary. And it was called Together. And if you think from the eyes of a child, I believed everything that people told me. And I grew up in the world of music and the industry, the music industry. I'm 3rd generation musician. My grandmother is a folk singer. My father is a singer-songwriter, and my mother was his manager. And this song talks about how with everything that you can look around and see destruction, if every one of us does even a small action, they add up to big change. And I believed that by singing that song, I was helping other children around the world that were less fortunate than me. And I grew up traveling around the world carrying that song in my heart. And the lyrics gave me guidance in the hardest, darkest times. And I thought, when I grow up, I want to teach this song to the world in hopes that there might be one more child like me out there that could be inspired by this song. And it's called Together. That is where be together and together everywhere. Finding ways to bring people together is the source of that. I would love to bring a little bit of music into the room. And before that, I'd like to ask anyone who's here who'd like to open their camera for a minute. And I'd like to teach you a little hand signal, like a dance, that took about 10 years to come up with, inspired by this song. And I do have a dream one day for us to do a challenge and have each person teach 10 people this hand signal, and then see if we can spread the love and the inspiration. So if you want to follow me, it goes like this. We are one, right? Try putting number 1. If you open up your finger, it becomes a B. You see the B? Great. Together, we're being based on 3 principles of respect to ourselves, others, and life. It's about me. See the M? It's about we. And together, we're being, and other hand, make the 1, open it up. It's a D. We're doing. And if you connect them to each other like a link, like links in a chain, together they create an infinity. See the infinity? And together, we're building a home. Put your fingers together. See the rooftop? And if you turn it out, made with love, and there's a heart. You see that? And together, we rise up to be one. And so what I've never done before is actually read the lyrics to the song, and then I'd like to play it for you guys. So here's to the power of music, which is, I think, greatly underappreciated. So even though they have the least, the innocent seem to pay the most. The highest price, the greatest sacrifice in a world not of their making. everyone in their own little world, wondering how did it get this way? We all start out as a boy or a girl with hopes and dreams. We pray that life can be full, that life can be fair. There's plenty for all, right? Enough for us to share, right? So how did we get here? How are we going to get out of here? What's the answer? Together. Together, all as one, it can be done. You can't turn from your fate and expect it to go away, because it'll be in your face and leave a bitter taste that returns again and again. So, here comes the call to action and the directions. Gather up your strength. Go out and tell your friends. Any action, even a fraction, makes a difference in the end. The future starts here and now and can be bright. The hopes of tomorrow are born this night. Together, together, together all as one. Together, together, it can be done. So, those are the words. I would love to hear, as you listen to the song as well, whether the words resonate for you, because for me, they do. And so we're gonna play this song for you, which is a little video that Elizabeth and I cut up. And you can hear my original voice as a child singing. And it has this hand signals.
Even though they have the least, the innocent seem to pay the most. The highest price, the greatest sacrifice, in a world not of their making. Everyone in their own little world, wondering how did it get this way? We all start out as a boy or a girl, with hopes and dreams we pray that life can be full, that life can be fair. There's plenty for all, enough for us to share.
We are one. Open it up, it's a be. Together, we are being based on 3 principles of respect to ourselves, others, and life. It's about me, it's about we, and together, we're being and doing. Together, we create an infinity. Together, we're building a home made with love. And together, we rise up to be one. Be one. Voice your choice.
Way to go, Saul.
That was also a lot of people. What an honor to share with you. You guys are like my favorite people in the world. I'm so happy you related to it that many years later. And I hope it leaves you with a good feeling in your heart, as it does me. The power of music. We have other musicians in the room, at least one here I know of, Miss Morgan Brown. Is it a good moment to tell us a little bit about Climate Live, you, and using the power of music as a tool to educate and raise awareness?
Yeah, I think that is the perfect segue, and I am just so honored and inspired by all that you do. And hearing that song, that was actually the first time I've heard that song, and it's just so beautiful and creates such a full circle to everything that you do and how you have brought us all together to be a part of this space here today. And honestly, I just feel the need to give you so many flowers because we have been, especially Soul, especially Eliza, especially Nora. I mean, this is a team, so we're all working together, but I know that there's just been endless hours put in to make today possible. And you are really a heart in all of this that has been keeping this momentum and this music beating in all of us to allow this energy to be so beautiful in this gathering here today. So thank you for all that you give. And it's been really cool to find connection through music because as I mentioned a little earlier, so my name's Morgan. I am the US representative for Climate Live. We are a movement that has representation in over 40 countries and use music as a way to connect people not only together, but to the climate movement, to elevate education and awareness and just create this sense of gathering that music can provide. And so I am also a musician. I have been doing music since I was very young as well. And when I think about what brings me joy, it's always been music. It's been my life force. And I think we can all relate in that music has connection to us all, and art is connected to us all and really is the heart of this movement. I really believe that this movement would be nothing without music and art as the creativity that is at the center of connection, as we've been hearing, and how we can imagine the world that we want to live in and dream of the reality and manifest that to truly be the reality that we are stepping into and raising our vibrations in that way. And so in my own community, I have been doing an open mic and jam for a couple years now, and that being a way for me to provide music accessibility because unfortunately art is privatized in a way that isn't always accessible to people. And I think music and providing accessibility and a way for people to play instruments that they've always been interested in playing and expressing their feelings through song is a way for us to move through these feelings. We gotta feel to heal, and music is so central in that. And the Earth Day Festival that I had over the weekend, this is my 3rd annual Earth Day Festival. So despite me being a new member of Climate Live, I have been doing this work for a very long time to use music as a way to bring people together and highlight intersectionality, the interconnectedness that all of our struggles have. And I've been using my own music to provide education for issues that I'm dealing with in my own community and more broadly, I guess, here in the United States, as we are facing a very intense time. And I think that, you know, collectively we're experiencing a very intense time. It doesn't necessarily, it's not singular to the United States. We are all in this together and experiencing a lot of harm in every country and every respective region that we're in. And so again, just the importance of being together, holding each other through this heaviness, and knowing that the only true way to get through this collective struggle is together. And I know it does feel heavy, but I do have to remind myself that this is a collective awakening that we're experiencing, as we heard earlier, and how we are stepping into this new reality of what we want to create, that's built on collaboration, that's built on connectivity, and of intersectionality.
I just noticed in the chat that Domenico is going to board a plane. I was just going to ask you, Morgan, are you able to pause for a second and let him speak? Oh my gosh, amazing. Is he here, Doma? Yes. Thank you, Nora, for pointing that out. I will introduce Doma real quick until he unmutes. Domenico is a man of many hats. We met through climate education at COP25 in Madrid, pre-COVID, and we connected on music because he's a musician, a drummer, but he's also a tech genius and engineer, and he also has about 7 different initiatives that he leads, one of which being the Climate Social Forum, which began during the epidemic when everyone was home and we were worried about what we could do about the climate. And from then till now, we've been around the world and back together. And I hope he will come on. Yes, there he is, Domenico. He was a youth, and I believe he's on his way to being less of a youth, but more of a big brother. And he's a true inspiration for me. He's someone I hope to see as a growing leader of our present and our future. He's saved lives. He's done fundraisers for different disasters around the world. He's unstoppable. I don't know when he sleeps. Domenico, Vito, over to you. Are you speaking? We can't hear you. I think he's trying to speak, but we're not hearing him. Okay, so we'll wait. And Morgan, if you want to continue, I'm sorry about that. Thank you for your generosity and patience. I hear something, Doma. He's also part of the Rotary Club and the Club of Rome, I believe, and Laudato Si. Okay. So I will just ask Miguel, because I see you there. You haven't said anything about my Macauzinho.
I think Thiago is the best one to speak about Macauzinho.
Yes.
The Macauzinho was an idea to try to simplify the access of all the documents of the convention, because there are so many documents since COP1 that people are completely lost during the negotiation. Macauzinho was an idea to have a chatbot dedicated to climate change, mainly to the all documents of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, but also to have all the information of the IPCC, especially Working Group 1 that deals with science of climate change. So the idea was to put together with Macauzinho, together with the Maloca, so people, while were listening to the speech, they could interact with those words or documents that they have no idea about, asking Macauzinho what the people are saying, what is radiative forcing, for instance, just quoting Mr. Chu. So it is the kind of education that it is possible using Maloca and Macauzinho. In addition, you can have Macauzinho in several languages. For the convention process, is very important. For instance, we were showing to Richard Muyungi of Tanzania. He spoke with Macauzinho in Swahili. People from South Africa spoke in their own language, in Socha. All the people, Farhana originally from Iran, she talked in Parsi. So it is very interesting that you can have this accessibility to all the documents of the convention, in addition to try to speak in your own language, because it's very, very simple. Richard, for instance, that told us that it's very good for him to talk to his delegation in Swahili. So he could show the documents and talk about the documents in Swahili. Mazella from South Africa said that when he is going back to South Africa, all the television and radios want to speak with him in their native language, and he doesn't know the expressions and the terms in their native language. So it's Macauzinho in this sense help people to educate and to disclose the information that we are dealing in the convention. But I think Thiago could build upon what I said.
Yes. I will be brief because I just had a call here. I will have to take my little one to the hospital. But as just to complement what Miguel had indicated, since COP29 until this month, Macauzinho had actually produced feedback in 80 different languages, more than 13,000. He answered more than 13,000 requests from 135 countries. The total production of material that he produced during this time frame was more than 4,000 pages of if it was like a Word document, it was more than 4,000 pages. So it was a very clear feedback that when you have technology available, especially for countries that do not speak any of the 60 UN languages, can be very helpful. because it was possible to actually deliver more than 5,000 official documents in several different local languages, as Miguel indicated, like native languages from Asia, native languages from Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as Africa, and also at the West Asia, Middle East, and Europe too. Because sometimes people forget that if you are in the negotiations, if you don't speak a very large language that is being translated at the plenary, sometimes you get shy to actually interact. And it's very technical. So sometimes you have PhD persons that are very knowledgeable, but they don't speak one of the 6 languages. They can speak like 3, 4, 5 languages, but none of the huge barrier for acknowledgement and spreading, and also creating. That's again the beauty of it for good. How artificial intelligence actually can provide grassroots movement, a very interesting input for making the local become global. So that's it. I will have to run now, but I will be back as soon as we finish at the hospital there.
Thank you, Thiago. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Macauzinho. My nephew loves Macauzinho. He talks to him. Domenico, are you still there? These are the last few minutes.
Yeah, so Domenico, we realized there's a little bump in the road here in terms of our timing. But we're still flowing. So we'd love to pass you the mic and tell us about the Climate Social Forum. And so this is sort of, before you jump in, just say that we're going to be transitioning to our next thematic frame. And this one is about how we connect. And we're in the doing of, we're doing it now. But Domenico is an expert at it and has been doing it for quite a while. So take the mic, dear brother.
Thank you very much. Sorry for that. Unfortunately, I'm boarding, but I'm boarding for a good cause, because I will going into another event tomorrow that is called Ecopia. That means like ecological utopia. So that's what we are realizing today, an ecological utopia in this first day. I really want to congratulate with the whole organizer for this amazing event and for this next step to Maloca. So basically, I'm Domenico Vito. I'm the coordinator of the Climate Social Forum. Climate Social Forum is like a virtual agora, so no more better place than this one. Basically, the Climate Social Forum was born in 2020 during COVID to face the climate and social crisis intertwining, even though the negotiation on climate were not running for COVID. And so we decided with a group of people to start this journey that now has become big. It's become so big that we have also 2 chapters in India and in Kenya. Basically, we start to create safe space of discussion. Last one has been last December, where we spoke about soil and about the role of soil and the regenerative role of soil, and also water, because of course, water, soil, energy, food are all connected in a nexus. So that's a little bit what we are doing in Climate Social Forum, and we are honored here with other colleagues to be here in this venue that is for us a next step, next level, to run the virtual discussion, the virtual agora, and to connect people for the common good. We like to say we are on the same boat. Lanoa is our methodology. That is the word that indigenous select in Fiji to make a dialogue. Okay, so I really sorry for this jump in, and I congratulate the organizer for this amazing venue and for the talk that I hear since you. Thank you. What more if they want.
Thank you for taking the time to be with us and to support us over all these years. So, you know, the connectivity is interesting because and what Saul was speaking to before, it can be used to divide us and isolate us and put us in our own silos, or it could be truly a force to connect us and to bring us together and to help us solve these challenges that we have. And these are challenges with AI as we move forward, because, you know, the technology as it is now is highly extractive of the natural world, of the water and of the people. And so, you know, I think part of our challenge is how do we actually use AI to help solve its own challenges and what it represents in terms of the communities that are being used and exploited to run it, and the watersheds that are being degraded to support it and to cool the centers. And so, you know, and I think part of that is, you know, we create these systems, these technological systems, and we think we're creating it, but really, in a way, it's creating us, that we begin to follow a track that if tech is disconnecting us, it's because we're disconnecting ourselves. Tech is inert in itself. And so, you know, how do we come back into deeper connection with ourselves to honor the natural world and the living forces that sustain all of us, to bring us back into balance and to bring us back into deeper connection with each other and ourselves and the natural world and all the other living beings and non-human species that we're impacting at an incredibly rapid rate, to the point where they're not able to adapt. And yeah, so it's just a sort of point of consideration as we move forward. And you know, I'd love to hear other people's thoughts on this as we move forward, because to me, it's a very significant issue. And so with that, I would like to introduce Belans Gerson. Are you still with us, Belans? I'm not sure that he's still with us. So I'm going to give an introduction for him. Hang on, let me go. So, I also met Belans through the Water Unity Network and the work that we do to empower communities and what I call watershed community revitalization. And Belans is from Bukavu, and our friend Leonce, who we met earlier, is from Goma. Both of these cities have been impacted significantly by our technology, and we don't hear anything about it. And that these are countries that hold the minerals that provide for our computing in our digital world. And the residents there are being very impacted by war and violence and deprivation. And so this is something we really need to pay attention to, that all of this technology that we're on is impacting people's lives. And to meet someone like Balans and Balanza and see the dedication they give in terms of serving their community and serving mostly a lot of their work they do with the children and helping children go to school and have enough food. And they're doing it by the goodness of their and the strength of their personality, not being supported by any governments or anything, and are very underserved in proportion to what we in our modernity are taking from them. And how can we give back? And one thing that Balans is doing in terms of a form of connection is creating a festival, a water and tourism festival, to kind of bookend and celebrate the two ends, the water at the source and tourism as a sort of end influence of at the other end of it. And so we're looking for ways to really help support the people in the Democratic Republic of Congo, because it's so desperately needed. And the truth of the matter is that we are all in this together. And if we get on our computers, then we're contributing. If we don't turn around and give back to these communities that are giving everything to our ability to compute. And so is really want to honor Balans. He was on earlier, and I know that it's getting late there, and he may have lost connectivity, which is one of the challenges. And one of the ironic challenges is that internet is still so poor in these countries that are actually the foundational support for what makes this computing be possible. So if it's incumbent upon all of us to do our due diligence and look into these situations and ask questions of people like Leonce and Balans for and to find out what is really happening in their countries and how we can support them and help them, and just to ensure the people in these conflict area zones are severely impacted by their ability to have drinking water, and so and their environments being very rapidly denigrated. And we hear a lot about the deforestation of the Amazon, but we also have to recognize that the escalation of deforestation is actually greater in the Congo because there is no control over it at all. And so there's a lot of work to be done in that region. And so this is one of our focuses is sort of that area of the world to make sure that we're able to give back, not just to the country, but to the Gaia herself. Like, how can we give back to Gaia? And really, this is nothing new. For 10,000 years, our species has been taking from the planet for everything that we are and ever have been and ever will be. And we don't have the realization that if we just could give back, then we could restore balance very quickly, because Earth, I believe, is very ready to support us if we can live within balance of her. And it's not going back to horse and buggy, though some people may want to. But it's just understanding that we have to give back in order for there to be balance. It's mathematically impossible for there to be balance if we're taking and not returning in reciprocity. And we'll have a thematic block coming up next, or not next, but at the end, about what I call the reciprocal economy, which is a whole nother way of looking at economics and financing even, for us to be taking from the earth and not even being willing to restore the living systems that exist there, is incredibly short-sighted, because that will come to an end, and we are at that end game now. And so how do we teach ourselves and teach our children and teach each other that it really is a very simple equation, I believe, that if everything we take from the earth, we return in a reciprocal, authentic, non-exploitive, non-extractive, we have to extract something to exist, but if we give back, then we are creating balance rather than deprivation. And so, John was speaking to the importance of restoring our watersheds, and to me, this is really the most important thing we can do, because nothing else will matter if our water systems collapse. And so the call that this group is doing is how can we support our water systems and which give us everything. So we're kind of at the time to transition soon to the next block, which is about our Earth itself. And that a lot of this is, a lot of territory, and here I am in the UN, and I'm seeing all these luminaries of the indigenous movement here, and walking by and sitting at tables next to me, and people in their beautiful cultural dress, and every shape and size and facial feature and in the world is represented here. And it's very, very profound for me to see this, and recognizing the indigenous people as the guardians of our biodiversity. And I think all of us in the room are aware of this, and yet they still aren't receiving the support they need from the international community, from the business world, the corporate world. Even there's a lot of greenwashing, and there's a lot of pressure. One of the things we've learned, and I'm trying not to venture into territory, but that the ripple effects of how changes in policy affect people. And again, it's that giving back, that if we don't recognize what a change in policy can do to a community, and don't stand by them or get their voice or their agreement, then we're not in reciprocity. So let's see, who do we have in the room? Let's see, here we have our schedule, just so you know, has been a little bit scrambled by things. I see we have Hashim, we have Friends of the Earth, and we have Jess here, and so these we don't have Edward or Dr. Usman Poem, who were going to speak to this land movement, but maybe we could have Jess come in and speak to it, as this is his work. And there's a lot of movement of matriation of lands that are happening, a call to return lands to indigenous people, but there's also a call for the eco warriors to reclaim territory and begin creating situations where we can begin growing our food and teaching our children about how to care for the land by being on the land. And so I'm just gonna open it up. We also have I think we have Hamza Igal, we have Ren Elizabeth from Mexico. So the people that we have in the room, I think I'm just gonna kind of relax the thematic frames a little bit and get us to just move forward with talking about our human connection to the land. And there's many. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but two things. One, I'm outside the UN, and I thought it would be maybe cool to open up the camera for everyone to see, so that also in the Maloca we might have that. And also to remind everyone who's here that there's a code of conduct. We are actually in official United Nations spaces. So just be mindful, either reread the code of conduct if you have, or just let's be mindful of diplomacy and respect. And I know it has been all along. I'm just doing a due diligence and a little reminder. But what allows us to build bridges and beyond the boundaries and be able to work on global challenges truly for everyone is the ability to do that. So I just wanted to share that. Yeah.
Thank you. It's a good time to reiterate that. And you know, a lot of us are not well versed in the sort of diplomatic norms. And so, you know, but I also believe that part of the UN is to address challenges and face them with compassion and kindness and respect and diplomacy, and but still be willing to address these hard challenges that we're facing. And we face them together. You know, that there is no other. It's all us, and we're in this together. And respect and kindness and compassion and understanding are all tools that we need to practice. And responsibility and accountability and reciprocity. And there's all these qualities that we need to reinforce. So thank you for that reminder. So our next block, I think, and unless you know, I think I would like to open it up for Jess to speak a little bit on land, and we're just going to keep with the theme, even though we don't have the speakers that we're intending to speak for this round. So let's just spend a little time here and open the mic up to whoever wants to share with regards to coming back into the balance with land and how in our agricultural system and our food systems and our building techniques. And there's a lot of ways that we impact the land itself, and forgetting that the earth is a living being, or you know, a living system at the least. And yeah, so just open up the mic and also be mindful of what Joel just shared with us. Hamza, you're also here. I know you have things to share.
I need to be
Eliza,
here.
you want me to take over here? Hey, Eliza.
Hey.
So okay, we got two
Hello?
wonderful gentlemen stepping up to the plate.
Hello?
Well, yeah.
Would you like to go first?
Yes. This might be a good one time for me to do it between things that I'm doing here and getting picked up. But Yeah, I've been trying to listen in as much as I can this morning and see what everything's going on. You guys have been doing a wonderful job. I've been running all around everywhere, but yeah, so I've been working on a lot of land developments all around the world for the last 25 years, from Colombia to Indonesia to United States to different projects. And yeah, we've been, it's been a challenge, and we've been, meeting Eliza at Pioneers, and then Guatemala, dealing with these situations and figuring out what to do with these land projects. It's been a real amazing journey. We're meeting these amazing people that have great ideas. And, it really comes down to right now is everybody's on the same page. Everybody's looking for the same answers. Everybody's trying to come up with the same types of business plans and regenerative developments. And, we all have certain challenges and things that we have to overcome. And that's what Eco5 and the Eco5 Associates has been working on with a lot of people around the world, is going, let's solve these issues and find the problems and the things that, are really, kind of putting us in these issues. But we're really happy to see how everybody's coming together and how everything's coming into place. It's been quite a journey. But right now there's so many different projects that are calling in right now to do this type of work. And what we really need to do is, as like Eliza saying and everything, is we need to pull together and bring the water together and understand that we need to flow together. And I think one of the biggest things for the land development projects around the world that need right now is basically to sit there and get unified, to unify everything and have a common platform, governances, ways to work together, sharing the open source information for people to go, here's what we're doing here, how can we help you there, getting these projects aligned. There's so many great people out there downloading great information on what we should be doing and what we can do. And one of the biggest things we're working on right now with a bunch of people is to go, how do we get this information to everyone and get them, what they need, and potentially even fund it as well. Funding has been a big challenge for a lot of land developments, where a lot of grassroots movements don't have the big idea of how to put a development really together. And they've been doing it without the architects and engineers, and basically sitting there going, here's what we want to do, and hopefully we can make it happen. But right now we're basically, trying to be the developers for the people, to help them and get the funding to projects, get the real regenerative solutions out there, support people, get the right, people for projects, and start making them affordable. One of the biggest things that we've seen that we've been trying to work on is how to make them profitable and actually regenerative. And that's where we're working on making each development, each project have some way of having their own micro manufacturing or manufacturing to build with the local materials and things that they have available, to making projects more sustainable and stop some of the, basically the misuse of the local people. Most of the time, a lot of these projects, we find that they will be taking advantage of the local people to get the cheap labor. And I think that's kind of been the problem with most developments since the beginning of time, is, taking advantage of the people and colonialism to different projects. So we're really just kind of sitting there going, how can we support the local people and bring them into the network, make the developments that we're doing actually profitable for the people that actually live there rather than the developers, making the economy so it's actually regenerative in its own nature. So that's our goal. That's what we're working on. I don't know where I'm at with my time or whatnot, but just want.
So I'll ask you, I said it's about time to ask you a question.
Okay, great.
So what would you see would be the next most viable step that a group like this could do to bring a pathway to implementation to their community with regards to and caring for the land.
I mean, I think the biggest thing for the land really right now is to analyze it and figure out what it actually truly needs. And that's where we're doing digital twins of the actual landscape, the areas, the watersheds, the data, the information, putting it all into AI and being able to make an analysis so you can do a livability assessment, regenerative livability assessments, what we're calling it, or analysis, basically taking over what the traditional feasibility study is for a project and getting those in place in people's jurisdictions, areas, so that we can actually get the right information for what the actual solutions should be, and then tie that into building information modeling. So when your architects and team players and everybody are making decisions, that we have one source of truth within that model of modeling the land and making a digital twin so that people can make real decisions without putting a shovel in the ground.
Thank you, Jess.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you being here.
Oh, thank you for having me, and I'm glad I could make it in the middle of all my running around.
ou agir renforcé pour 2240 personnes à Massissi. Résultat 3, 5 chaînes de valeur locales développées pour 1090 personnes, notamment le maïs, la pomme de terre.
S'il vous plaît, René, quand vous continuez comme ça va m'effrayer avec la traduction. OK?
Oui.
Vous dites 2-3 phrases, vous restez en pause, je traduis. Mais pas toute une phrase, s'il vous plaît.
Je peux recommencer, s'il vous plaît?
Résultat attendu, vous avez parlé de 30 jeunes formés en termes en agriculture et voilà, il y a 80 micro-entreprises que vous avez créées, n'est-ce pas?
Oui.
Très bien.
Et puis,
can you share in English what it looks like?
Okay.
Hello?
Okay. So the awaiting results is actually turning around 30 young people trained by their organizations in terms of agriculture, and also they have been able to create 80 micro enterprises within their communities. So,
voilà.
Can you ask them how they're supporting that development of the micro industries?
Okay. Cher René, le travail que vous faites avec votre projet, comment vous recevez les supports, les appuis?
Présent? Les supports?
Et comment vous recevez des appuis? Comment vous parvenez à mettre tout ça en place?
Ok, ce sont des contributions de nos membres et puis nous initions aussi des plaidoyers auprès des partenaires locaux et intervenant aussi dans la zone, mais malheureusement, des fonds n'arrivent pas en masse. Voilà un peu les soucis.
Okay. Okay. So they do all that from their personal contributions that among the team they used to contribute. Also, they get support from other partners. Yeah, but still they have difficulties in terms of implementing their projects.
Allô, Karim?
Yeah, are you with us? Oui,
je peux continuer?
Ok, on va leur demander. Can he keep going?
So, Kareem, could you maybe help sort of summarize what you heard from Renee in a way that can kind of bring it home to us? You know, it's bring it into our bodies. Like what is important about what you heard?
Okay. Renee is part of an organization called Dynamic of Youth for Environment. They are based in Masisi, that's in North Kivu.
What was the key point that struck you the most about what you heard?
The most important part of what he said is that they are contributing to social and economic growth for youth, and their community. Also, they are working in terms of enforcing the professional capacity and the capacity building and entrepreneurship for youth and women in their communities. And in that, they have been able to train more than 30 people, and also they have been able to create, or they are on the way to create 80 micro enterprises within their community, at least to bring social development in their community, which is Mastis of Kivu.
Thank you, Kareem. Thank you for your translation. It's a beautiful way to get us to enter into Renee's world. And I would open it up to anyone who might have any questions for Renee. I think it's wonderful work that you're doing, and would encourage you to create a template that other communities could adopt and learn from your experience.
J'apprécie beaucoup votre travail, cher René. Le travail que vous êtes en train de faire pour vous dans votre communauté, c'est un excellent travail. Donc, on aimerait apprendre de vous. Voilà, du travail que vous faites, on aimerait apprendre. Donc, si vous avez, dans ce cas, des documents relatifs à ce que vous faites, n'hésitez pas à les partager. Ça nous permettra d'apprendre aussi de ce que vous faites là-bas et comment vous avez pu mettre cela en place. Je vous remercie. Donc, elle demande si quelqu'un a des questions pour vous, dont nous attendons. If anyone has a question for René, then no problem. I can help him with the translation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I would encourage everyone, if you wanted to put your contact information, including your WhatsApp, so that we can continue to build this community. Most of you are already in the different community groups we have. We have one on Telegram and one on WhatsApp, and yeah, just thank you, Renee. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you too. J'ai dit merci beaucoup pour cette présentation que je viens de faire, mais aussi pour l'attente de tout le monde et la traduction de notre collègue Karim aussi. Vraiment, c'est beau et j'encourage les teams.
Je vous remercie également. Donc, la dernière demande de Elisa était de, voilà, si vous avez un contact, surtout un numéro WhatsApp, voilà, ou une adresse email, un numéro WhatsApp. Donc, vous pouvez mettre votre contact ici au niveau du chat, au niveau du chat, voilà, pour que vous soyez ajouté dans le groupe.
Thank you, much appreciated. And to
Merci
know
beaucoup.
that Kareem has is anchoring our French-speaking groups from Guinea, and so I would encourage you to reach out to Kareem and begin to support each other as French speakers in this work. Yeah, I'm going to take some time to transition here. Unfortunately, we lost Ren Elizabeth. I really wanted her to speak. And I know this is a long endurance, and encourage people to come and go, but it's a lot of work has gone into this, so to just remind each other that, you know, we don't have to stay for the whole time, but yeah. Yeah, that's all. So I'm not sure where to go from here. The people that were coming for their later times. I guess I would invite us to really start talking about the pathways for implementation and what we would like this next week to be, because we have this ability to organize and convene and get to know each other inside of the Maloca. So one of the things I would like to see is some training sessions where it's a little challenging to get in, which is technology. You know? But once you get in, then you can come and go. You know, it does require the degree of security that's a prerequisite for a UN, you know, official UN environment. You know, but you know, next week my thought was that we have 8 days until the end of April, and to open it up for 2 hours a day or something, to really dive into each theme over those 8 days and make it a real working group, because we'd like to be able to come out of this experience with at least 8 ways that communities could begin implementing some best practices in their own community. And so I'd open it up for us, or we could keep following the themes we have still yet to come. This is kind of the zone we're entering into now, which is engaging ethical livelihoods, and this is where I think Renee just spoke to that. And Hamza, I'd open it up for you again to kind of anchor the theme frame that you're inhabiting.
Yes.
At least for now.
Thank you. Yep. I'd like to share my screen.
Okay.
That's possible.
Do you have the ability to do so?
Yep. I'm going to try and share my screen. And let's go with presentation mode. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. So my name is Hamza Iqbal. I am the ED of AVN. AVN is basically what I'm going to be presenting to you about. And again, it's a pleasure to be here with you all. When we talk about the planet, when we talk about water, when we talk about communities, for us at AVN, we see this as one system. We do not see this as you know, separate entities. So what is AVN? So AVN Earth is essentially stands for Agriculture Value Chain Network, and it's designed to connect farming communities, water stewards, local processors, and markets through verifiable data. And I think this is one of the most important aspects of what we can use to do data. And I'm glad that everybody notices that and everybody wants to discuss that. Traceability, in terms of the infrastructure, so that we know where these products are coming from, and looking at the producer first pricing. So and I'll go deeper into this a little bit, but essentially we're also talking about watershed alignment sourcing. So when we source from our communities, we ensure that the products that we're bringing into the markets or that we're selling are essentially part and parcel of that watershed regeneration. Now, Unity Bean is the proof of that system. It's a global coffee brand built to demonstrate how the whole system works. It's about understanding how much the farmers have been paid. It's about understanding traceability to the smallest position of that you can, which is the lot that the coffee comes from. and then having that translated into the markets through 3 live products across 2 different origins, right? And whoops, what's happening? Why can't I see my notes? Where are my notes? Sorry, that's all right. Okay, I'll just move on without the notes. So in a sense, I think all of us here, and I'm loving the energy and the theme that everybody's working on. And it means that, we can't seriously talk about our planet and our safety and our environment if we're not talking about water. And at the same time, if we're not talking about the people who are using that water or protecting that water or ensuring that that water is used adequately within the communities, if we're not talking about the people who are growing our food, then I think we're going to find ourselves in a very, very precarious position. Technically, how we find ourselves right now, right? And we are in a precarious situation. Sorry, I am having. All right, give me a sec. I'm just going to figure out what I can do about my notes.
Yeah, take your time.
Maybe Eliza, you can help me. Can you put up the presentation on yours, and I can have mine with the notes, because I don't know what's happening here. It seems to have locked me out. It wants me to log in.
Yeah, if you can give me the link, I can.
Yep, I've sent it to you on WhatsApp.
Okay.
You share that. That would be great. So,
Hang on, let me get to just talk about. Maybe you can speak. I don't want to get you off your. Hang on, get my.
Yeah, I can keep talking until you bring it up.
Well,
all right.
Part of yeah, just keep talking.
Yeah. So, in a sense, when I mentioned that the planet, the water, and the communities are separate, and they're not separate, sorry, what does that actually mean? Like, what are we talking about here? Because that's the system that gives us our food. It's the planet that gives us the environment. It's the water that enables that crop to grow. And it's the community that not only grows it, but also takes care of it as it now makes its way through the supply chain. And the key thing here is that a lot of the people growing our food are constantly invisible in our supply chains. Invisible. We don't know, for example, in the UK, there's been some changes whereby they have to tell us where our food is coming from. And you'll hear it's coming from east of England, or it's coming from north of England, or it's coming from Barbados. It's not just about naming the location. What's important is understanding the data of that location. What's the water table? Is this being grown by a monoculture company? Is this coming from an agroforestry regenerative system? All of these things are highly, highly important when we're talking about our food. If we can go to the next slide, Eliza. Now, for us, we know that the food system is the problem. That's what ABN has been trying to do. And I want to break it down a little bit so you understand what this actually looks like. Now, let's say we have a 10-pound bag of coffee, right? And you've gone to the store and you've bought it. The farmer essentially receives 5% of what you've paid. And they're the ones that take all the risk. They're the ones who've grown the food. They're the ones who are the stewards of the water, stewards of the land, keepers of the land. But they're getting 5%. The exporter, who does the transition of the product, makes 10%. The shipper, 12%. The roaster, 35%. Retailer, 38%. As you can see, the person who started the whole value of this product is missing. And well, it's not missing, but they're getting these small percentages. We want to be able to change that. Why? Because we understand if we change that, then essentially we're talking about 1.2 billion people. That's who's growing our food. Majority of these people are unbanked completely. They're considered subsistent farmers. Their system runs on their labor, and it denies them participation in the wealth creation of it. So that's not trade, that's extraction. And I'm glad that when I did walk in, there was already that conversation about extraction. It's not trade, it really is extraction. Next slide, Eliza, please. Thank you. Now let's get to the nightmares. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, I won't shock you, but hear me out. 140 liters go into every single cup of coffee we drink. Now, I'm going to tell you how much a cup of coffee, of just black coffee, costs here in the UK. Americano, no sugar, no milk, what my children call psycho coffee, 140 liters goes into that. And it costs £3.20. Now, if we're going at the rate at which we're going in terms of coffee and how coffee is being planted and how much land is being destroyed just for growing of coffee, we need to understand that where already coffee is growing, 50% of that is going to be redundant. We won't be able to grow coffee on that land anymore. And as you know, coffee grows in very high lands. It grows with a lot of water, a lot of rainwater, and that's the reality that we're looking at. In terms of what we say in terms of irrigation, I won't bring that back, but that's already drawing 40% of the water that's already overcommitted basins. That's where that agricultural water is coming from. And the annual cost of agriculture and water insecurity in agriculture is 500 billion. Today in East Africa, I can tell you right now that there is a famine in southern Somalia. There is a famine in eastern Kenya, in northern Kenya, in Ethiopia, and all these places, not just because of the environment, the climate change, but because people, for example, have been taking riverbed sand so that they can build these apartments. So now the waterways have been destroyed completely. We've destroyed the natural architecture that allows water to safely come to our environment so that we can draw from it, right? So when we talk about water, we need to understand that it's not context, it's the architecture. When we design a food system that ignores water, you're designing a system that not only will collapse, but the timelines are no longer, centuries. We're talking about single digit, decades. And again, for me, I've seen the same kind of different stress water levels that we've seen in Uganda, in Costa Rica, for example, in the research that we've conducted over the last year. Next slide, Eliza. Thank you. So we're seeing water stress where normally there was abundant water, right? Now, as I was mentioning, we've done a year of research. We're looking at 3 products right now, what we're calling smart products, and we have one pattern. And that pattern essentially is that we cannot talk about food or the crops that we grow unless we have the conversation about the water, unless we have the conversation about the communities that grow that food. Can we ensure that there is no violence or exploitation in that process that we're paying for, right? So in Uganda, we're trying to work with farmers in terms of them understanding how to protect the water that they already have and not overusing their already stressed watersheds, right? And essentially, we've come up with a product that we're calling Unity Bean that would allow us to give back to the community. So not only are we working together, but we're trying to give back to the community so that we can train them, first of all, to understand the watershed system. And we're not talking about certification schemes. We're not talking about, that ethical story that everybody's been selling. For us, it's about understanding what are the needs of our communities. And those communities are the ones who sustain us. And if we think about what is it that they need or what actual development means, then we have a system that basically works as an ecosystem. So we work together, right? Now, for us, AVN is about, first of all, making sure that farmers are visible, everything is traced. We're ensuring that we publish our prices. So we're not telling you, oh, we gave back to the farmers. No, you go into our product, you look it up, and you will see exactly where that farm is and how much they received from within our supply chain. And again, our producers are not just, subsistent farmers. They're producers participating in the value that they create, not just the supply of the raw material. And again, if we're basically giving them a little bit more than everybody else, then we're talking about training and talking to people about even understanding from them what regenerative agriculture is. Farming practices that rebuild the soil and the forests and the water. That's the knowledge that these communities have. And we want to be able to capture that. We want to be able to learn from that. We want to be able to save that. And yes, you know, we are using AI and it's extractive and it's destroying water, but imagine the amount of knowledge that it could help us not only capture, but decipher. Today, we're having people talking to us in French. We're having people talk to us in so many different languages, and we're able to change, you know, perceptions of each other by having conversations through systems. Next slide, Eliza. Thank you. Now, for us, ABN envisions a food system, and this is not just the tagline, this is our philosophy. Nothing hidden, nothing exploited. No damage to our planet, no impoverished communities or invisible communities at the end of the supply chain. It's visible from start to finish, and we're talking about seed, we're talking about land, and I think we'll go into the conversations about land, and it will be interesting to talk to people who are here interested about how we deal with land rights and stuff. We're talking about water awareness. People are understanding the watershed, the health of it, and they're embedding it in every sourcing decision, every contract. That's ABN. We're no longer getting coffee from people who are exploiting the water system. And we're talking about participation and working together. And again, the value chain is not just about the raw material, it's about the whole chain. So we want to be able to work with as many partners as possible. And obviously, the sweet spot for us is that it has to be regenerative. If we're not protecting the environment that gives us our daily sustenance, we're not doing anything. Next slide, please. Thank you. And I'll try and breeze through this as quick as possible. I like being interactive about this. So if you've got any questions, just dropping it in the chat, or you can just put your hand up and we can take it there. Now, data is the instrument. Traceability essentially means that we are making the invisible visible. This is so powerful. Not just the farmer name and location on every bag. We're not just talking, we're talking about water use accountability. We're talking about that being built into the contract, right? We're talking about ensuring that the farm gate prices are actually being published and not just, you know, having these verifiable claims. And we're thinking of creating what we call smart product development. So we need smart companion products, right? So essentially, we want to work with the farmers because the same data that allows us to talk about the watershed protection, to talk about what should we plant, where should we plant it, how should we plant it, also gives us the ability to understand what else can we grow with our farmers that will give them, one, first of all, more income, but at the same time, move them away from the less positive or the less efficient products that they're growing right now because it's for the market. And often what happens is a lot of indigenous products just disappear simply because everybody wants to plant what the market demands. And the market is rigged. So for me, we're not just paying the farmers, we want to work with the farmers. We want to understand what else can we do with our data. Every resource that we use has to be used 100%. Next slide, please. And I'd love to tell you a little bit about Unity Beans. And this is our live product. This is the product that we're building. And essentially, it is starting with coffee, but that's just an entry point, right? So for us right now, we're looking at coffee from Uganda. We're looking at coffee from Costa Rica, places like Ethiopia. But ultimately, the idea is to have a long list of products from our communities that can be grown safely, can be grown with dignity and respect for the planet and for each other. And then we can market it and take it into the markets. And again, nothing hidden, nothing exploited. So these are our 3 coffee blends that we're working with right now. And as you can see, for us, we capture the watershed. Like, where is the water coming from that goes into this coffee? We name it exactly as it is. So for example, in Uganda, a lot of the water is coming from the Lake Victoria Basin. In Costa Rica, you've got the Pacific coastal rivers. And it was amazing to see the biodiversity in Costa Rica and how people are still struggling when they're trying to do the right thing. And then, of course, we've got the night market blend, and that's a whole nother story that I'll tell you about some other day. Next slide, please. Right. So why am I here with you all tonight? For me, I'm not here to sell you something. Honestly, what I want you to take away from this is, how do we ensure our communities work together? How do we work together? How do we ensure that every step and every door that we go through together? I understand it in 5 ways. Number one, we've got to create a relationship with the buyers. The buyers today, like all of us who buy food, want to know what's going into our food system, not just because of the planet, but because of even our own health, right? Now, the other aspect of this part of system is that we have to be the producers. We have to be the processors. That's why we decided that we were going to build our own roastery, to build on top of that AVN infrastructure. And of course, we need investors, because we need to work with people, and not just any investors. We're talking about people who want to be a part of a system of change. We're talking about the people who understand the need for this, the ethical investors. I don't want to sit in front of VCs and pitch for money that, you know, is coming from dubious environments. I don't. I want to be able to have that relationship with the people who are helping us build and work together with them. And of course, the community partnership, we can't do this without the knowledge from the indigenous communities. We can't do this without the scientists, the business minds. We can't do it without the eco warriors like Eliza. You know, we're always needing each other. We need people. And this is an important aspect that we've completely kind of made sure that for us as AVN, this is what we're about. And of course, the producer, the farmer, and never last but least, the farmers are the most important. If we can help our communities, and you know, the challenges are immense. For example, in Africa, 87% of our communities are actually considered subsistent farmers. I don't consider them subsistent farmers. I consider them the saviors of the human race, simply because they've got all the knowledge of how food actually grows in the place where it's supposed to grow. So last question for me, last slide, Eliza, thank you. And I'm sorry for going off script, but you know, the spaces fills me up with energy. And the last thing for me is, and I'll stop talking, and I'm sure you're tired of me by now. If I was to leave you with just one question that you see on the screen, and if you could take the time to reflect on that, take the week, take a year, take minutes if you want. But if you can help me answer, what's the first thing you change about how your food gets to you? If that is a question that you can help me answer, I would really appreciate it. And thank you very much to all of you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Lumsa. I think this is a very significant,
You're most welcome, Eliza. I'm happy to take questions.
Not even just a topic. This is a whole continent of concern. That, you know, we think about supply chain, and you know, Hamza's addressing the value chain, but where is our value coming from? And you know, and how deep, like, where do we stop considering value? And for me, I've considered, I started looking at the different forms of capital, and a lot of us are probably familiar with the 8 forms of capital as a way of looking at it. And to me, it didn't go deep enough, you know, and really coming down to what I call the 12 realms of living water value, like how, really looking at how water provides value for life, all life, and all the different ways that that we disregard that value for support of quote unquote capital. And I'm not in any way in the finance world, so I don't really understand it, so I'm not really going to speak to it, but it just seemed to me that even when we begin to consider that there are multiple forms of capital that we can use in terms of developing our communities and supporting our communities. It's the human capital, there's the resource capital, there's intellectual capital, and so forth. We're still not taking it deep enough to recognize that all of that capital is still foundationally arising from the value of our water within our watersheds. And so for me, what I would love to see is that there be a tithing, not to a church, but to the living systems that give us everything we are. And like, how would we work that in terms of, the idea of if we're creating a profit share of an equal profit share to the input, the return equal to the output. How much of that would go back to a forest that the wood is being used to build our homes? And can we give equal value to revitalizing that forest as we use it, or making sure that we don't use it so that it's completely destroyed, that we hold balance in the way we pull life out of an area, and the understanding that when something's exported, very rarely does the value of that exporting return to the community. And I think that's really it's the heart of what you're speaking to is, and so, part of what I've been looking at is not just the idea of circular economy, but place-based circular economy. Like, how do we keep the value circulating inside of an environment? And we have Ren Elizabeth returning, which is absolutely wonderful. I'm excited because she has some really beautiful things to share. Welcome, Ren Elizabeth. There's a few things that didn't happen this afternoon that were intended to happen this afternoon, and so we're a little ahead of schedule. So thank you for coming back, and I appreciate your being here. And Hamza just spoke to his value chain network, and I was hoping that you would hear that, because we'll get the replay, but I think if we'll let you speak. Joan has her hand up, so we'll get her question and let you speak, and then maybe you and Hamza could, and anyone else that wants to contribute, have a conversation about this, and in terms of what we're referring to as smart product development. Like, how do we develop products and a market that allows us to not just make a profit, and it's usually just a few people making the profit, and the rest of people as energy and effort and livelihood and well-being contributing to that profit without it coming back. And I think this is really an important piece, because when I'm considering watershed restoration, I'm looking at community revitalization as well, because as I see it, in the way that we are interacting with the natural world right now, we're all in this impossible choice of, do we care for the lives that we sustain, or do we care for the living systems that sustain us? And the two have not come together, and they don't support each other. And so, Joan, why don't you give your question, and then we'll go to Ren Elizabeth.
Sure, great. Thank you so much. Sorry I missed muchas gracias, first of all, for your presentation, and I'm sorry I missed a couple of your slides because I was on another call. So your question was, what's the first thing that you change if how your food gets to you? So I'm not going to speak personally because I grow my own food, so but I would quickly say that I grew up in Jamaica. I'm East Indian. I grew up in Jamaica and migrated to Canada. And I grew up on a sustainable farm. We didn't call it that. We called it home, right? for my snacks, we used to pick bananas and oranges and pineapples, and we had goats and chickens and the whole bit, right? And so when I came to Canada, that didn't exist.
Snow.
And so I was like, oh, they go to a grocery store. So it was a culture shock, as it were. Plus, I'm East Indian and West Indian, and so that food wasn't available either. So it was like, okay, well, I grew up in a British boarding school for 5 years as well, so I was used to British food. But one of the things that I loved and missed was this fact of having grown up on the land, and took it for granted, I will say, because if you don't know anything any different, you don't know. But people used to come to our location. My grandfather was a Brahmin, so they used to come and celebrate and stuff like that. So I missed all of that. So I saw a TV show in the early 90s, 1990, which was called The Victory Garden, where they went out and picked food. And I fell in love with the Victory Garden. That's why I talk about it all the time. So I started a community garden based on that. And one of the things that I noticed was that a lot of Canadians didn't know how to grow food. They just, because they go to grocery stores. So I just wanted to tell that quick story, that's how it inspired me to do that. But to speak about your smart product development. So this fall, I'm launching something called the Victory Garden Institute, along with a global digital marketplace for smart products that community driven. I call it the informal community, like informal businesses, instead of subsistent farming, because I find that wording is put down. But yeah, I call it informal, because that's what if we can get them in the mindset of being not just growing food, but also sales. So one of the things I had to work on for the global marketplace was, you can find producers, but what I did was spend the last 5 years to find buyers as well, because I found that everybody was looking for products. You can find those anytime. They'll come to you. You don't have to go to them. So I have done that. So I'd like to work with you on, because one of the things that we call it, what my product for home gardeners is called Climate Smart Victory Garden. So about the climate smart agriculture, as well as nutrition and all the things that goes with a Victory Garden. But I'd like to talk to you more about the smart product development, because all of the products that we will be putting on there will have to go through a criteria, and one of them is about being smart. So
absolutely. And what makes it smart is basically, we're growing things where they're supposed to grow. We're ensuring there's no exploitation in the system.
Exactly.
We're tracing everything. And we're ensuring, so for example, what makes us different than everybody else
that's right.
at ABN is that once we've sold the product, right? So we've created the product and we've sold it.
Can you make this concise? Because I would like to go to Ren and have her contribute.
Yes. I'll be very concise. So just answering and just to clarify. So what we do is, with the product, essentially what that means is, once we've sold the product, then we give back more to the farmers or to the people that grow the food, right? So it's not just the gate or the price at the gate of when people come to you and they buy from you and they say, okay, I'll buy your coffee for 60 cents. That's what the market says. Here's your 60 cents. With our communities, what we want to do is, if once we sold the product, we then give back to the communities from the end value.
Yeah.
Right. So so I'd love to talk to you a little bit more about that.
Sure.
Thank you.
And the idea is equitable distribution. Probably. So go ahead, Ren.
Okay, my turn.
I will introduce you with a little quirky thing, in that Ren's business is Soul Nora. So we have Soul, Nora, and Elizabeth all in the room.
Can't make this up.
Okay.
Thank you. So yes, my name is Ren, and Soul Nora is what I've been building towards for many years. I started the Gnome Collective back in 2014 when I heard a call in the food, beverage, and event industry for self-care as a form of healthcare, for self-care as a form of wealth. I wasn't seeing it in my communities, and I was like, I heard the call. And at the time I was doing waste management, and that had been my passion since I was a child. So I went from waste management of managing the waste stream to then getting further up the chain and starting this project at the watering hole and starting this social impact project to really support people with their navigation of curiosity around consumption. And so now I'm bridging that with Solnora as I'm moving all of my business and my banking and everything over to the next level of sacred commerce. And I personally am a nomad. My thing, my passion, my love is nurturing curiosity and securing supply chain for manufacturing and distribution. So I am currently in Mexico City today. I'll be in the States next week. I hop around the world and I basically move around to ensure that all of the ingredients going into my manufacturing is clean, and that I can also make eye contact with my growers, with indigenous tribes I'm working with other herbalists and foragers, and so that I also can be in the field foraging and sourcing directly. To me, that's so important, and that's part of manufacturing and distribution that gets so lost in transparency. And so with that, I've really gotten exposed to a lot of the world, and at the same time, my heartstrings and my soul fire is being brought back to the Sonoran Desert, specifically between the Tohono O'odham Indian Reservation and the Western Saguaro National Park outside of Tucson. And I have secured half of the loan that I need to purchase 9 acres where there's watersheds and floodplains and land to steward, to nurture, to work with. And my goal is to build a production facility that can support people who wish to manufacture products, who wish to also just come and have a retreat and have an artist residency to create their product, to reformulate their product, to invent or refine a product. And so the idea here is for me as a nomad to actually get off the road a little bit and actually be with this land that I have such a pulse with and such a draw to. And with that, to develop over time this facility that is also catching water, storing water, documenting that water through the monsoon seasons, giving us something to work with for climate research within the specific area, and then being able to reallocate that water towards manufacturing and distribution and towards, dare I say, we all deserve a little soaking and bathhouse culture as we reimagine our future. So why not do that while we're in the process of manufacturing and design? So that is my calling. I am looking to take my business, well, I have my business plan, but I'd like to take the actual drawings and the site map that we've started to envision many, many years ago. And I'd love to work with an architect and an engineer, because I would like to build an earthen structure that's integrated with modern technology so that the space can be load bearing and it can be a larger facility than that of a true Adobe home. So that is a step. And then I am looking to fundraise / find donors for securing the other half of the loan, because I'm halfway there, which feels amazing to say. So, and that's just for the land. Then there's the facility itself, but poco a poco. So. Yeah.
So Ren, can you share a little bit about what kind of products you are working with now?
Sure. So I have, was someone else? Okay. So I have a few product lines. My main product line is called the Mertails. The Mertails Elixirs as Mixers. And these are a series of 5 formulas. They're non-alcoholic, botanically extracted, infused, alchemized beverages that are concentrates. I actually, through my experience working in waste management and environmental education, I am not doing single-use packaging for my beverage line. I've had my beverage line for 5 years now. The collective is 13 years old this month. So there's some longevity there in building. But through the process of the beverage line, my focus has been on bioregionality, seasonality, wild food with beyond organic and indigenous foods, and doing this through herbs. So I've reimagined our classic cola, our margarita mixer, our mojito, our mimosa. And so I have a very comprehensive beverage line that is electrolyte rich, that speaks to biodiversity throughout the Americas, actually celebrates biodiversity throughout the Americas. And I keep 85% of my supply chain within the Americas, and I distribute nationwide. I'm currently in Mexico City and back and forth between Costa Rica, where I source a lot of my herbs as well. And I'm opening up manufacturing and distribution small scale here as well. So yeah, there's a wave. I'm riding it. I've been working towards the non-alcoholic movement for like 20 years. I'm so here for not just no alcohol, but again, reimagining how we're gathering. What are we consuming? What are we mixing with our spirits? What are we mixing with our water? And because they're concentrates, my whole business is built around water education, because I want to explore that with the consumers, you know, with the businesses that I source and distribute to. It's, if I just gave you a single use package, you wouldn't have to think, you wouldn't have to wonder. I could tell you where the water's from, but let's talk about your watershed. So that's a gateway. Yeah. I feel complete unless there's any further questions. Pretty jazzed up.
Yeah, there's so much intersection and here and as we're coming sort of to this point where and we have kind of entering into the next phase. But before we do, I'd like to give Prem Adish, who's come in and is sitting. Now we'd love to hear your voice and have you presence yourself. And I welcome Josh Fredo, who's coming in as well. And going to see if we're actually running about an hour ahead of time because of some of the things that didn't happen on our schedule. And so I invited Josh to come back earlier, and I'm seeing if we can have Hannah and Haley come in as well. We're going to speak to sort of re-envisioning of finance. And so, Prem, would you like to say anything for us while we have this little pause? And if not, that's quite all right. There's some things that I would like to talk about. In terms of the concept of watershed community revitalization, which is really what we're entering into in terms of really good of our conversation. Yeah, so I'm not seeing Prem respond, so I'm just going to keep rolling. And Joshua, we just Hamza and Ren were speaking specifically to smart product development and how we develop products in balance with our ecosystem and in ethical and non-exploitive, minimally extractive, or at least building in a reciprocity in any extraction we do. And so right now we've kind of let go of the schedule that we have, and I just feel things really starting to kind of come into a braided awareness and understanding of things and the way that's being described. And so I'd invite you just to share some thoughts that you might have around and I'm specifically looking at how we use the market. Like a lot of this kind of work that we're speaking to has been supported by philanthropic dollars, and the philanthropic system is not very efficient and is almost collapsing in on itself for various different pressures. And so one of the things that I've been looking at is how to actually develop a market and market access that allows us to engage and utilize the market with good ethical products and return that value to the ecosystems that they came from and create what I call a place-based circular economy. So it's not just that it's circular, but it's actually returning the value to the people, to the land, to the biodiversity. And that's, to me, one way that we minimize the impacts of extraction. And so I'd open it up, and if anyone else wants to speak to this, then just raise your hand, and I'll take sort of first come, first serve. But around this idea is what I've been thinking about for a long time, which is what I call the Watershed Wisdom Council concept. And it's an organizational framework of how we begin to really manage ourselves. And the idea is that we form small group councils of different sort of affinities and different interests and different sort of topics. And it's what we're doing here, in essence, and just opening it up and getting our collective intelligence to start being able to be expressed. And the key to this is that these watershed wisdom councils are both self-selected, but also selected by merit. And that, it's not an elected position. It's a position that somebody chooses to be in and work with the people. And there's an entire sort of step-by-step, I call it tiers of engagement, in terms of evolving ourselves in our understanding of what we're doing in order to become a wisdom council. So it's not just saying I'm a wisdom council, but there's actually a process that we go through to sort of earn that recognition and that position within a community. And the key to this, to me, is what I call watershed scale coordination, in that we're actually aligning these councils with each other along the watershed from ridge to reef and out. And this was part of what Leonce was sharing earlier, was the idea of these ridge to reef regenerative centers, and that are taking into account the impact that we're having downstream of us, and taking into account what's happening upstream of us, and that we're really looking at that interconnectivity, because this is how water organizes life, is along watersheds. And then there's a secondary band. So to me, the watershed is the vertical grid from the high mountains, the highest point in the and down to the lowest point that the water collects. And then there's the bioregion, and the bioregion's more horizontal band, and then it's very often related to elevation and temperature, and what happens as you get higher up the mountain, and what's happening in the lowlands, and what's happening in the mountain range that's creating a rain shadow. And so it's more tied. So I see that as sort of the horizontal grid. And when the two are considered together, and you're considering the life that exists within this grid, then you're really addressing the entire whole system. And then you start thinking about how the small water cycle impacts that, and how well is the water holding in the landscape? Is it being allowed to sink? Like Earth is meant to be a lovely spongy body covered with a flowery dress, right? It's like the Earth does not want to be naked. The Earth wants life on it. And it's meant to hold the water and create this absorption that allows life to to continue. And I'm getting poetic here, but I can't help it. To me, life is immensely poetic. Yeah, so part of the mission of the Water Unity Network is to help inspire and empower communities to form these watershed community revitalization centers that can really help us amplify and escalate our human response to the dysfunction on the planet. Through our food systems, through our consumption. The consumption is more can become contribution rather than just blind consumption. And so that's my little piece that I wanted to add to this conversation. So I kind of opened it up to some
Thanks, Eliza.
more
I
consideration.
wanted to add to that. Yeah, I wanted to add to that.
Yeah, and just recognize that Joshua hasn't spoken as well. So
Okay, yeah. Right. No, I just wanted to just say that, you know, everything that you say is absolutely true. I think for us, in the world that we live in today, I think the first thing that we need to address is the absence of limits. The absence of limit when it comes to all the other threats, whether it's the over extraction, whether it's the contamination, the land use change, the aquifer collapse. I see these as all the symptoms for just the underlying issue, because we look at our watersheds and we treat them as their, you know, infinite inputs into, you know, finite economic activities. And there's no ceiling. There's no enforceable ceiling on what can be taken out or what can be dumped. As I had mentioned earlier, you know, it's not just the extraction; it's also the contamination in terms of the water and how you know, all of this waste is seeping into that. And you know, there's a lot to unpack there, but I think the main issue is the groundwater depletion. If we can rank by damage, I think that groundwater depletion, where we can't see what's happening under the soil, I think that's our biggest issue when it comes to food systems and in water in general. I'll stop there. Thank you.
thank you, Hamza. Yeah, go ahead, Joshua.
Yeah. No, Eliza, it's always good to hear from you, and I really have enjoyed working with you on the Watershed Unity Network and trying to bring together an alliance for how we might be able to create solutions for our watersheds and to gather those solutions into a shared pooled resources. I'm not sure, you mentioned a little bit about what Ren talked about. It seems aligned, and so I would love to have a conversation with you as well, Ren, and maybe even bring, since I'm just barely arriving. I came earlier in the day and then had to hop out, but some of the things that kind of spoke to me as you were speaking, Ren, and you as well, Hamza. And it's good to see it. I know we had one call earlier. Really, for me and the work that I've been noticing myself being called to is that collection of what can be built in the commons from the beginning instead of recommoning things. The challenge with recommoning is that it's already been it's already a challenge to get something out of the current system and back into the commons, right? Why can't we start building the things that we're needing right now in a commons, protect and enable it in a protected commons, and then move on from there? And so when I look at watershed work, or look at the work that you're doing with the Watershed Unity Network, Eliza, for me, it's what are the shared pooled resources that we can create right now as alliances, as groups, and build on protecting and enabling those, so that it's easier for us to recommon those things that have been held or taken out of the commons, like land, like watersheds and those types of things, right? And so the work that I'm noticing, at least on how we might be able to make the transition of our current economy and utilize the skill sets that we have as, you know, entrepreneurs, as business folk, as, you know, people that are trying to exist in our current economy, and we've learned a certain skill set, whether it's marketing, branding, or operations, or whatever skill set that you're bringing to the table in the work that you're currently doing. Let's utilize those in creating common a common resource together, and nurturing that, or incubating and accelerating that piece, and building from there. And so some of the things that I'm hoping that we can do in the next several months, and the work that you're doing right now, Eliza, is why can't we find an alliance of organizations and business owners that are trying to do create regenerative outcomes for our watersheds, and see what we hold in common. What is a common resource that each one of our businesses can create together, and protect and enable that, and then build businesses and new economic models that around those common resources. What types of technology are we needing for protecting our watersheds? What type of shared pooled resources can make our watersheds more fruitful? There's some things in the desert and some opportunities and resources that I think, and protocols that I think the Utah deserts have been starting to apply, where they're reintroducing beavers and actually creating new structures for you know, mimicking what beavers already do, to soak in those. And I think those are great experiments. Why can't we share those protocols and build those common resources together across different deserts and different areas, and reintroduce and build thriving businesses around those as well, to make those changes last. If we're going to try to recommon the water, I think first we got to recommon the things that are out that aren't already held within our current economic model, because the current economic model has failed. And so we gotta build the things and the systems that are outside of that are new and or old, but aren't held in the current economic model and being extracted and exploited from. Protect and enable those together from the beginning, and then get to recommoning the rest of it. That's kind of all I have on my mind right now. But thanks, Eliza, for bringing me in. And Hannah, it's also good to see you. It's been a while.
Hannah has come on to join us, and now she was going to do a beautiful envisioning as we closed, and I just called her in a little bit early to see if she wanted to contribute to this this alignment of voices. And I feel there's a really beautiful constellation forming here that I'm seeing happen, and would love to hear from you, Hannah. I know you've just jumped on, but Hamza and Ren were speaking about, you know, product development and ethical livelihood, and you know, how we source our you know, what we use in the world and how we use it, and how we give back to Gaia, and in terms of reestablishing balance.
Yeah.
So I'd love to just open it up for you to be able to share.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to chime in. And first of all, happy Earth Day to everybody. I really appreciate everybody who's shown up here today and in the future to watch this recording. Yeah, it's a really important day to me, actually, personally. I grew up in Santa Barbara, And in 1969, on January 28th, there was a huge oil spill. And that helped launch the modern environmental movement and was one of the big catalysts for Earth Day starting the next year in 1970, when people saw the huge impact that this oil blowout had on the environment. And it was really one of the first televised environmental disasters. And so my family was very involved in the organization that started right after that called Get Oil Out. And when I was the president of that at age 19, we really brought to the forefront, we can't just say no more oil. We've got to be talking about the alternatives and the solutions and the businesses that can be formed around this. And what is our vision post fossil fuel addiction, and it's still something we're working on. And so in 1990, my family, especially my father, who recently passed, Charlie Eckberg, he was very involved in helping revitalize the Earth Day movement. And so since 1990, it's really grown all around the world. And so here we are 36 years later. And I'm really glad to see this concept of beyond Earth Day. How do we, make Earth Day every day is a common saying, but so much more than that. And a lot of the work that I'm trying to focus on right now is just about, creating those businesses, those visions for the future, that will get us there. It's not just an Armageddon future that so many of the movies and media and everything talk about. We have to be envisioning a better future so that we can move towards it. And so when the time is right, I'm going to offer a little guided meditation that we can play with around that. But just as I'm still talking, I want to talk about a few resources that I hope can maybe help people, as Joshua was saying, like, how do we come together more? How do we reclaim the commons? One of the resources that's just developing and in kind of the sprout phase still is called Eden's Bay. And this is going to be a marketplace, a way to be able to easily shop regenerative businesses and support each other, and much larger vision of how to recreate this regenerative economy that we're dreaming of. How do we create it now? And so I encourage people to check out edensbay.earth and to sign up and become an early member, help bring this vision, so that we have alternatives to like Amazon, so that we can be using our dollars while that currency is still existing to do good and to bring about this change we want. So edensbay.earth, I'll put that in the chat also. And then there's also in the beginning of May 7th through the 11th, is the Global Earth Repair Convergence. And that's both online as well as in person in Port Townsend, Washington. And so I encourage people to either go in person or at least sign up online to really be with people around the world that are dedicated to this global earth repair work. And it's all about, as Joshua was saying, finding these networks, creating what networks we need that don't exist. How can we really truly be like mycelium, which touches into the different trees and sees what nutrients those trees need and then sends that specific nutrients to them. And that's how I think we need to be for each of us, because we don't know what the other is needing, until we really ask and really take our community to deeper levels. And I think that with the heartache and everything going on in the world right now is really the time to come together and be more supportive to each other. And, tapping into a river analogy, like where are the water banks dry that need more of that water flow, and what dams can we remove to like I'm just south of the Klamath River, and now it's flowing freely, and the salmon returned almost instantly. And it just shows how if we either get out of the way or give nature a little bit of help, how quickly she can regenerate and come back. And using the ecosystem restoration experts like the beaver and sea otters and all of these animals that if we just let them serve their purpose again and work with them, we can really create that beautiful future. So happy Earth Day, everybody, and thank you for being here. And
Thank you, Hannah.
yeah.
And we think about nature and we think that we need to reconnect nature, but we forget that we are nature. And there's, we have this delusion of separation, that we're somehow separate from the rest of life on Earth, right? And it's just not true in no ways that, other than our intellectual kind of conceptual creations, constructs that we build around ourselves as a society. And that brings me down to what I call the nature of water, that nature itself is entirely the nature of water expressing itself as life. And so to me, what you talked about is how well or how quickly and how well nature will return and revive itself, is because that's what water does. Water revitalizes. And so what if we actually aligned our immune response to our disease that we've created, dis-ease and dysfunction, and actually align it with water, that we ourselves would revitalize quickly if we came into alignment with water as source instead of resource, because everything we're extracting is water being extracted from its watershed in different forms. And so, this is sort of a novel way to look at our relationship within the living systems. But I think it's part of what we need to explore and be able to support in different ways, whether it's sort of market access to capital, or philanthropic, or private private businesses, or that we just really begin to see that we're just giving back to creation. And I think getting a new kind of market is important to that. And so, part of what I was hoping to get out of today was this deep exploration, which I feel like we have accomplished. And I just thank everybody who's hung in with us all day long. It's remarkable. I've wondered how I've hung into it this long. But I would like to get maybe just a round that we each go around and speak like for 2 minutes about what we would like to see. Like, let's say that we have all the capacity we need, we have all the support we need, we have all the resource we need, we have all the time we need. Like, we just are living in an ideal world in order to create the conditions for healing our dysfunction and to dissolve the delusion of separation. Where would we go with that? And I'm hesitant to end us too soon, because there's a few people that are supposed to come in this last part that haven't arrived yet, and so I'm trying to call them in. Hannah was one of them. And so go ahead, Hannah, and you can speak.
And I said, would this maybe be well, I just wonder if this might be a good chance for me to lead folks in the meditation before they speak to what they see as the future, because that's kind of the purpose and this offering. But if you'd rather wait, and I'm not sure how many folks are here.
There's just 2 people that I'm trying to call in as we speak. But
Whenever.
I think it's, I think you could at least speak to what you're wanting to share, and we can go from there. And as she's sharing, everyone start dropping into a deeper kind of receptivity here, and with our own selves, not just with what we're each saying, but how we're being here in this space as well. Go ahead, Helen.
So, and please let me know if my internet is unstable. I'm not sure if it's on my end or where, but I can go to another room if it starts to freeze up. But a lot of what I'm trying to focus my work on is helping people not just visualize the future that we want, but really dream into their role of it and see what effect their work today can have on the future. We're all working so hard, but what will that bring in 10, 20, 100 years? What effect will it have? And so I'm working on 2 media projects. One is called Architects of the Future, and it's like a talk show podcast interviewing people in the future to speak of the impact their work has had, and looking backwards at how they got there. And the other is actually a screenplay that I'm working on for a motion picture movie that takes place 100 years in the future. It's called The Hope Project. And it's really showing people living in a regenerative future. And it's not a utopian future, but it's a just regenerative economy. We are governed more by our watersheds than our political borders, all of these different concepts. So let's really visualize it. It's the antithesis to Terminator or Idiocracy. You know, let's create this other path for the future that we can get to. And then it shows the steps that we take from now to then to get there. But there's also murder and mystery and everything to make it a real dynamic film so that other people will watch it that maybe aren't part of our choir, and bring this vision to them. So these are the things I'm working on that really are helping me get through these difficult times right now, as we are suddenly in this huge transition, politically, economically, environmentally, everything that we've been talking about really my whole life. This paradigm shift is now happening. And so for me, just really focusing on that future we want is kind of my thread to make it better. And so when the time is right, I'd like to lead us in about an 8-minute long little meditation to help ground you into what the future could look like and what is your role in it, so that then you can use that as inspiration in your work at any point. So yeah, that's my offering for today.
Beautiful. I've done a fair amount of work on this, just, futurescaping, right? In terms of really allowing us to envision the world we want. And that's more than just a mental exercise, right? It really is a quantum attraction and a alignment of our codes and our like electromagnetics. I feel it's almost a physical alignment of ourselves and with creation and our place within it, and knowing that potential exists. It's not something that we necessarily create. It exists, and it exists in a specific realm that we have access to if we align ourselves to it. And so by aligning ourselves to that, and just kind of an example, and I've written a pilot for a streaming series that matches the description. I'm sure would be a different story, but it's the same idea. And ironically, there was a pandemic as part of it, and I came back from LA to pitch the story to producers, and when I landed in Sacramento on my way home, the stay-at-home order was just announced. I said, what's the chances of that? Yeah, so Karina has come in. Welcome, Karina. Right, glad you could join us. Karina is one of the Caring for the Futures group, and I'm trying to bring Haley in. And Michael is going to come in as well. So I think just if anybody has any thoughts, just raise your hand, and we can hear your voice, and we love to hear from everybody. And this is part of making sense of what it is that we're exploring here in this day. And then also really want to talk about, some of the things that we can do moving forward together. So just pop in if no one's raised their hand, and if
I raised my hand. So I was just thinking it could be interesting while we're in here for a minute. I don't know why this echo is. Yours unmute? Oh. Excuse us. No? Yeah, I don't know where it's coming from. And I'm going to ask a quick question and I'll mute myself. I wanted to see if we can do a quick fire popcorn style, either in the chat or here, just to get a little bit of feedback of whose first time is it in Maloca? Hands up. Anybody? Okay, great. Second, third? Okay, great. And what are your thoughts on it as of now? Have you actually seen yourselves projected inside the Maloca? Have you experienced being actually inside?
So just to preface this, I'll let Sol explain more, but just to say we did this parallel Zoom to demonstrate the Maloca as being a really interesting and powerful, potent opportunity and technology. But it's a new technology, and so we're trying to get a sense of it. And I would like to see how many people did not get in and would, so not even, was it not their first time, but they actually haven't been in yet. So yeah, go ahead. So
You mute yourself. Okay. What am I? I'll stop sharing. No, I'm sorry, guys. We're next to each other. Eliza.
So I'll welcome Michael. Welcome, Michael. We'll come to you, Michael, in just a minute.
Oh no, it was just that your sound was on. That's why we're echoing, because I'm coming in twice. But anyhow, I just wanted to know viscerally, like if you guys have experienced this, because personally, I feel like it made a difference, and I think we can go to our next guest. But before we go, I'd like to maybe take us on a tour and also present one or two things. And we'd like to play the video one more time. but in a minute. So go for it.
I'd love it. And maybe before the tour, we can just close out with Michael and kind of close the discussion and conversation and something that's not related to the tour. Okay. Just because I think we want to hold the container here before we do something different. And so, Michael, I know that you just coming into it, but you and I have talked quite a bit about all this, and really value your voice and your perspective, and you're working on some really interesting sort of sort of higher level, I would say, or maybe deeper level. I'm not sure, or just in terms of consciousness and awareness. And so just offer your share. And we've kind of gone the gamut from water as source, through the youth, through the education, through the ethical livelihood, and now we're kind of wrapping it up and coming to a sense making of what we've shared. And, a lot of it is, I call it the answer is us. I'm not the only one that's saying it. Is what are we going to do? It's less about what others are going to do, but what are we actually going to do? So go ahead, Michael, and just kind of share your heart. And we're not really presenting as much as we are just streaming of consciousness and collective intelligence.
Share your heart. That's beautiful. Can you hear me properly? Awesome. Thank you, Elizabeth, and nice to see you and meet you, everybody here in that room. Bringing it back to water. I believe that water is the third dimensional manifestation of consciousness. And so when we look at one of the properties of water, it is to hold and transmit and transmute information. And so if we consider that everything around us, including ourselves, I mean, we're 70% water by weight and 90% water by volume in our bodies. And we are also surrounded by water all the time, everywhere. And this is the connecting tissue, really, that I can see that holds consciousness together, holds our humanity together, and connects us directly with our planet. And so I just want to speak into a really distinct aspect of water, and that is communication. And so how can we communicate with the water, through the water, across the planet, in a way that is for the greater well-being of all, and in a way that brings greater coherence and harmony to the planet. And I feel I'm being a little bit caught off guard here, and so I'm not sure where I need to start and where I need to go. But maybe what I would like to share is a pivotal moment in my life where I had a beam of light come into my body, and I didn't know what happened to me, and I was looking for answers. And I went for 6 months. I went to church, and I was trying to find out what happened to me, why did it happen, by which grace did it happen. And long story short, I couldn't find the answers within the institution of a church, and I had to go deep into myself. And what I started to recognize, though, where I believe the power really was a day before it happened. I was helping an elderly lady at London Heathrow Airport up the escalator with her luggage. And when we arrived at the top of the escalator, she said to me, "May God bless you." And I believe it was the power of her words, the power of her convictions that made that possible. And where I want to tie this into water is that water is really that element that transmits sound from one person to another. And so the spoken word within that, the spoken word of what we project outwards, not just our thoughts, but in particular the articulation of what it is that we want to manifest, are being picked up by water all the time. And it is that communication process that started to get me onto a path and to study water in a perhaps deeper way. And I did for a year. I did a podcast around water. I had John Ballard Melchizedek on the podcast. I had Nicholas Sorgenfrei, Veda Austin, Gerald Pollack, all the wisdom keepers of water. And so I came to that conclusion that water holds an immense property and wisdom and consciousness that we can consciously apply. And so when I say that, I want to now bring it to a current project that I am working on and developing, and this is where Elizabeth perhaps also brought me into. The project is called Awaken, and what we are about to embark is to redesign or reinvent the alarm clock first thing in the morning, which is kind of a weird thought and tying it into water. But what actually happens first thing in the morning when the alarm gets triggered on our phones is we're going to receive a cortisol spike. And for anybody that is not aware, a cortisol spikes creates about 1,300 chemical reactions in your body, and it takes about 8 to 20 minutes to actually rebalance your system and come back into a place of harmony. So literally for generations, we've been waking up in survival mode. That alarm triggers a fight or flight mode first thing in the morning. And then the next thing is we're going to grab the phone and we're going to get involved in social media and text message and yada, yada, yada. So what we're saying is, well, if we can transition that first moment of the day from the dream time into the sleep time with specific sound vibrations and frequencies, and transition us in a very conscious, calming, collective, purposeful and meaningful way, we can shift our state first in the morning. That is the foundation for the rest of the day. One of the other properties within this app development is also going to be, and that's where it becomes really, really interesting, is that we're going to be able to activate every single device, every single person that has signed up for the app synchronistically all at once around the planet. And so where I can see a huge, huge potential is, and I'm just going to throw out a big number here, if 10 million or 100 million people are gathering along the waters of our planet, the oceans, the rivers, the streams, the lakes, the brooks, the waterfalls, and we all emit a vibration of peace and harmony and coherence into every single part of our planet, we can inform the water that we're here in an attempt, if I can say it that way, or in a to create greater balance and harmony, specifically with the plants, Mother Earth, and maybe even infusing an Ho'oponopono into it, to ask for forgiveness for what we have consciously or unconsciously as a human civilization done to Mother Earth knowingly or unknowingly of the consequences. I think we're past the point of blaming one another. I think what we now have to do is we have to take responsibility. And the first part of taking responsibility is to actually express your sorrow, if I can say it that way, and then ask for forgiveness. And I think if we can do that in a way that we can all come together and shift our planet through sound, vibration, frequencies, messages, and connect each other back into a web of life that is more meaningful, more purposeful, then we're going to have an opportunity to create a civilizational turning point. And a few months ago, I did a presentation. I said, well, this project has the ability to change the course of human history. And I don't think I'm correct when I said that. I think the course of human history has already been written. We know heaven on earth, Shambhala, Nirvana, Golden Age. We know it's going to come because those who came before us have seen it. And so there is no doubt in my mind that we're going to experience that. What I believe is missing is that our base consciousness, our humanity's base consciousness needs to shift. The baseline needs to shift in order to match a timeline in which those prophecies are going to be able to come true. And there is no better way than doing it through entrainment and the principle of harmonic resonance, and doing it through sound, music, and vibrations. And specifically, if we can start the day like this without even having to get out of bed, without having to take a workshop or a seminar, I'm not saying that there is no room for it, but we're going to be replacing a daily habit that people already have, because we have to wake up first thing in the morning, and most of us are having an alarm on their phone to wake up. If we can shift that little piece first thing in the morning, we're going to shift the trajectory for the rest of the day. And if enough people are going to join us, we can shift the trajectory of humanity back into balance, not into a new state, but back into harmony with that which the indigenous peoples and now science is confirming, that we are all connected, and that which connects us all is water and light. And if we can really become aware of that, I believe we can shift humanity within the next year into greater states of coherence and unity, and inspire hope around the planet.
Beautiful, Michael. You have more to say, and so you continue.
Do I have more to say? Well,
well, I just thought I cut you off mid-sentence, so I just wanted to finish your thought.
No, I'm all good.
Okay.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And if anybody wants to learn more about this project, you can. What do you want me to do? Put an email in the in the chat.
Yeah, that'd be lovely. And it has so many dimensions that we can't. I said so much that we can't really go into all of them here. But it's a fascinating project. Yeah, so that's fine. And also thank you for coming and thank you for sharing. Feels like a good cap. We started off with a nice consciousness envisioning, and so I feel between you and what Hannah's going to offer us here shortly, then we can. Sol wishes to add some things in closing, and would like to open the floor to Sid for a few minutes to share her wisdom and delightful presence and
There's only
her,
one thing that I forgot to say,
yeah.
and that is Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day. Happy Earth Day to us. 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 So go ahead, Sid, and welcome yourself. We've kind of gone the full range of many interesting conversations and are coming into sort of a sense making of it. You know, the as I said, we had a collapsing schedule, which is just fine. This is what's emergent. And part of what Sid does is she's she's leading the kinship earth, and I'll let her explain it, but it's a beautiful beautiful offering to the world and the planetary parties.
Thank you so much, Eliza and Sol and everybody for being here. How is my audio? Is it okay?
It's great.
Ish. Okay, I can also get rid of my headphones. I'm currently on the road. Okay. I'm currently on the road visiting different communities in the Cloud Forest Fire region of Mexico because Kinship Earth is resourcing communities over here through our flow funding work. And for those of you who haven't heard of flow funding, it is definitely in the theme and spirit of reciprocal economies, like you mentioned, Eliza, as far as some of the premise of the conversation today. And what flow funding is, or it's also considered participatory, trust-based grant making. And the story there is that Marion Weber, a donor in the 90s, became very frustrated with the grant making system, traditional institutional philanthropy. And she decided that she wanted to unlock more capital and she wanted to give people the opportunity to be philanthropists who never have been before. So she identified visionaries, change makers, healing artists, people in her communities doing amazing things. And she asked them if they'd like to receive money to give away to make an impact in their communities. And now, many years later, there are organizations all over the world that are practicing this approach to philanthropy, which means there are no grant applications, there's very minimal reporting, and it's trust-based, meaning people are selected based on deep relationships, are having seen their work in the field, and inviting them to receive capital to deploy in service of their communities. And they're able to deploy the funds however they see fit, so long as it's educational or charitable in nature. And our focus is also on bioregionalism. We're focusing on funding place-based change makers who, again, are embedded in their communities. And that means that they get to respond to the emergent needs of their communities instead of having to fulfill a mandate that our board requires. And a lot of us know, too, that in traditional institutional philanthropy, a lot of times the mandates are very siloed or specific to one location, geographical, or one focus area, impact area. But in bioregionalism, nature is guiding us. We're being guided by her watersheds, her landscapes, culture of place. And that means that our flow funders, the recipients who receive the funds and deploy them, can give funds that can support their place, whether that's social, economic, or environmental. And I think a lot of us know that these issues can't be siloed, that oftentimes things that are environmental in nature also affect the social components or the economic. And so in making this choice to fund place-based change makers, we're recognizing that interconnectivity between social, economic, and humanitarian. And it's really magical, the impact that we've seen when we do trust people to deploy capital who know the needs of their communities instead of asking them to fulfill what we think needs to happen on the ground. Also, in the spirit of reciprocal economies, I've just been so blessed to see a lot of different ways that communities are practicing regenerative economy. Commitment pooling is an example where people come together to decide that they're going to make a commitment to show up for one another and to be able to count on that. Also, I was involved in the Seeds crypto community, which is actually how I met Eliza. And I received a grant from the Seeds community to start Permatour as a traveling permaculture action natural building community building tour of events. So that means that the citizens voted to give me this currency, and then I could use it to reward people who supported with the infrastructure projects and the mutual aid work. And then those who earned the currency could trade and exchange between each other. So that was a really powerful example of how we can create currencies that align with our values and how we can use them to create the more beautiful world that our hearts know is possible. And I'm also really excited about other stepping stones towards gift economy, towards economy where people who give the most are considered the most rich. And I could share more, but I'm curious how much time I have and if anybody wants to share any reflections or questions.
Yeah, I would love to open it up for people to sort of interact with what you're representing and ask questions or offer their own thoughts on this and also to hear from you, like what are you finding are the greatest challenges and what would be the sort of next best step for the development of what you're doing. So those are my questions, and then I would open it up to anyone else that wants to share.
Beautiful. Yeah, I would say that one of the biggest challenges in this work is this trust-based narrative. When I'm speaking to new prospective funders and grantors, that doesn't quite land because, of course, it takes time to build trust for the funder to trust myself and Kinship Earth and our leadership and our advisors. And also I'll just say that what we're learning is what's most effective is to level up as an intermediary, meaning to be able to represent our grantees and the bioregional communities that we're serving and resourcing. And what I mean by intermediary is being able to effectively represent and tell the story of the communities that we're serving. And as many of you might know, the bioregional movement, it began in the 70s, but there's a resurgence happening right now, people coming together to heal their place and to being guided by the watersheds and returning to what Indigenous people have done for a long time instead of operating in silos. So that means that we're trying to tell the story of the bioregional movement and the power of people coming together in congresses to sense make, to hear from the collective, to hear from the quieter voices, to hear from the non-human beings, and to decide collectively who is most equipped to represent the non-human beings, the rivers, the trees, a given species that is struggling. And so we're learning about how communities are doing that sense-making work, how they're working together to decide how to deploy capital, how to heal their place. And then we're using that material to fundraise. And your other question, Eliza, I also think the planetary parties is really important in this work because it turns out we've, for a long time as humans, have been gathering and convening to heal our place. And the idea and the spirit of the planetary party is bringing in the more beautiful world we know is possible through joy and celebration and through honoring place and through supporting communities and showcasing their local solutions as well as showcasing global solutions and attracting a variety of forms of capital to support local communities. So right now, in partnership with Kinship Earth, the Planetary Party is creating bioregional activations in partnership with local communities. And we're working towards these peak planetary party moments that are attractors for funders of a variety of forms to support communities that are doing amazing work on the ground in the realms of water, energy, food production, food sovereignty, food security, housing security, and all the different kinds of ways that communities are working to increase their thrivability. So I'll pause and curious to hear anybody's thoughts.
So you answered the second part in terms of sort of where are you going next with it. Nora, go ahead. Your hand is raised. Are you still with us, Nora? We're not hearing you if you're speaking. Okay. Nora, your hand was raised. Are you still wanting to speak? Anybody else like to speak?
Well, I'll just say, Sid, it's really wonderful to hear about the results and the actual things coming together. I guess I actually met Elizabeth through Seeds also many years ago. I guess that was our first connection and been good friends since. But yeah, and the flow funding, I mean, these are all concepts that have been developing for so long, but to hear their results on the ground and what I'm offering today is help for us visioning this future, and all of these things are literally planting the seeds to make it happen. And so I just really want to thank you for your work and for being out there in the field and getting to see these places on the ground and working with the people. And I run the Abundant Earth Foundation and really know from the inside the problems with traditional philanthropy, and really feel that flow funding and what Kinship Earth is working on and bioregionalism, all of these are these solutions that a lot of them aren't new. We just need to implement them better and wider spread. So thank you for getting out there. Yes.
Thank you
And
so
happy
much,
Earth.
Hannah. It's so wonderful
Yeah.
to meet you, and I look forward to learning more about Earth Foundation, Abundant Earth Foundation.
Thank you. You know, if you're willing to put your email in the chat, or how people could follow you or learn more or support the work, make a donation to the crowdfunding, any of it would be great.
I'm gonna ask everyone to scan the QR code.
Yeah, and I would encourage everyone to do that as well if you haven't already. We will be saving these chats and giving everyone access and probably summarize them, not everything. Pull out the key talking points. Hmm? Well, let's have Hannah. Yeah, so I think Hannah, I think we're ready.
I want to ask something because I was
Oh,
prisoner.
yeah, sorry, I didn't see you raise your hand again. It's up and down.
Maneuver I couldn't make it happen. Something happened. Technology. Yes. So
now?
yeah, I'm sorry, but now I'm back. So I wanted to ask Sid because I didn't know about this type of funding, and it really rang a bell because I was thinking about Karim, the fact that he doesn't need a lot of money, he doesn't need a lot, and he could change his life and his projects and everything. How do people apply for this kind of funding?
Yeah, there's actually no grant applications. It's completely relational. So we have our team, our leadership, we have Flow Fund advisors. They're people that are deeply embedded in their communities who make recommendations. And the idea is also that our Flow Funders, our existing cohorts, make recommendations on the future round of Flow Funders. So it continues in a relational cycle, which is very challenging to say there's no way to apply. It's really it's the field building work, the deep relational work that we've been doing over, accumulatively, all of us together, many years of work in the field to build these relationships. So I would say, yeah, there's no way to apply. However, Kinship Earth is shifting now. In addition to doing pure grant making, we're also doing that field building work in the form of these bioregional activations. So that means we're partnering with local bioregional organizers and communities who are doing these convenings to heal place, support their communities through mutual aid. And so that's another path forward to build relationship with Kinship Earth, is to do these co-created activations that involve like the relational mapping work, collective governance education, honoring of place, the storytelling work that's so important to attract resources. And so if there's an opportunity or there's an interest in working with Kinship Earth around bioregional activations, or if you're already doing bioregional activations, that's a way to connect with us so that we can begin that relationship building work.
And are you international or only US based?
International.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you.
So, I think I'm feeling like we're coming to a close. I would like to offer Sol Um, you're not ready yet? Oh, Christina. Hello, Christina. Welcome. And Karina as well. Karina is part of the Caring for the Future and would love to give her a chance to give her voice. And Christina, welcome. You can also welcome to hear your share as well. It's kind of right along these lines of where we've landed. So Karina, would you like to open your mic or are you just gonna stay on mute? So Karina is a teacher, she's an educator and has had quite a bit to do with the success of the Caring for the Future curriculum.
Yes, Karina is a very talented woman. I take it she can't talk right now. I imagine that's why. That's why she's texting. Yes. Okay. If not, Karina, before to Christina, real quick, Bert, did you want to share something? I see you came on camera.
Yeah, so Karina said she's not able to talk right now, so.
I was just wondering, I just saw Bert. I was wondering if he wants to chime in. Otherwise,
Hey,
I'd love to
Sol,
hear
it's
from
Christina.
But it looks like Bert is looking for his button. 1 second, Christina, just a second. Bert, are you? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
What did you want? I just got tuned back in. Did you have a question, Marani? I heard Karina's name and I see she can't talk.
Yeah. Yes, so she can't talk right now, but anyhow, okay. I'm glad you're still here and good to see you back. We're near the end. But okay, then let's hear it for Christina. Would you like to tell us a little bit about Continuum and beyond and yourself? Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day, everyone. Thank you for the invite, Sol. I appreciate being here and being invited to share a bit about what we're working on. I've had the pleasure of joining the team. Oh, can you guys not hear me? Sol? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
You're good.
Okay, I'll keep going. So I've had the pleasure of being on some of the team meetings and hearing what is going on with Maloca and B and these other projects as they're converging. I have the honor of being technical partners with Sol in some of our endeavors to bring some of these advanced technology economies out to global landscapes. So you guys can find a bit about my background and our blockchain, AI, and quantum ecosystem, the regulatory nature of what I do, and how we evaluate these brands to know if they are ready for enterprise or if they're ready for capital markets expansion. A lot of people have a lot of misconceptions around what AI is, or what a data center is, or what a smart city is, or what our phone technology is, or what data is, and what data sovereignty is, and how all of those things become economic principles. Sid was speaking earlier, the speaker before me was talking about how all of these things are economies, and who you trust is an economy, and trust itself is an economy. But all of these things are really interesting when they're applied to applications like agentics, cryptocurrency, and blockchain transfer values, records of truth, things like your phone as a passport, and your sovereign identity of yourself and what you're participating in. And of course, I have a big conversation around who owns that data right now, right? Like our platforms are, whoever built the platform seems to own the data and can be extracting data from you and buying and selling your data out there. But you, the person who made the data, has no control over it. And so we're approaching a lot of things around that ecosystem, understanding the layers that are happening here with cross-border payments. We also see the opportunities for sovereign communities, tribal communities. I love the non-human focus, right? Who's representing the non-humans, not just animals, but rivers and lakes and biodomes and polar ice caps, and all of these things are a voice. And so just really bringing it together that, this is your voice, and Sol and I are excited to build data systems that allow that value to be transferred and validated and valued. And it's all one giant economy when you own your data. So excited to be a part of it. I'm really thrilled on the initiative of empowering folks through devices to be able to say, I was there, I did that. I cleaned up the trash during that beach cleanup, and I advocated for the Save the Rhinos. I work with my local garden on Save the Bees. I care about air quality. I do or do not want a data center in my hometown where I live. All of these things matter, right? The resources that are part of this earth, the corporations think they own them. And we've had a lot of decades of lobbying, at least here in America, that has made that really challenging for a grassroots community to stand up and advocate for the things that you guys are advocating for. And it also goes so far, not to touch on politics, but I think that carbon credits has a lot of room for improvement. And I think all of that is a data economy as well. And if you're collecting things at a sensor level and you can prove it was there when that happened, when that data came in, then that starts to unlock economies as well. And you start having better carbon credits. You end up having a situation that I call the human credits. I'm going to add in there that there are non-human credits. All of these are really like economies of attention, and having the numbers, having the data, and making this a global cross-border payment ecosystem of value, allowing Fortune 500 and enterprise companies to get involved, having transparency around philanthropy. These are all things that a blockchain agentic system can do. And many of you may have heard that quantum is coming, and there's this quantum ecosystem that sounds like really advanced technology, but it really gives advantages for encryption and compression. And that's really going to change, whether or not we even really need data centers, or if all of these things are going to happen on our phone with sensors and what we call an edge environment. So I am your friendly neighborhood super nerd. I love talking about technology, blockchain, AI, and quantum. And you can learn more about our ecosystem and our vetting criteria for a private network at thecontinuum.market. And really happy to be here. Congratulations, everyone. Happy Earth Day. And I look forward to our next event. I believe we are planning for June, September, and December flagship events, at least with Continuum Market. And I hope to be a part of your much bigger calendar as you have events all around the world. And for those of you that haven't seen the sneak peek, I hope this is in the metaverse, but if it's not, I'm going to put a wish list. There's a globe view that Sol has shown me. And it basically looks like the planet from a satellite orbit, right? Like if you're outside the planet looking at the planet and it rotates. And we have this vision that for every little interaction with the system, your thing lights up on the planet, not just where it originated from, but the impact of that donation, the impact of that decision, the impact of that policy vote that you just did. All of those things start lighting up the world. And it's just so exciting to see it in a data format that can create a source of truth for things that have been very near and dear to my heart, since I understood what environmental science was back in the 90s. And I haven't seen a lot of change happen. We see people complain about it, but I haven't seen anyone actually grab it by the horns and attack it in the, 1,000 initiatives that Sol has aggregated here to say, this is exactly what we're working on. Here's the milestones. Here's if it was delivered or not. Here's who worked on it. Here's who was conflict oriented on that team. Here's who was resolution oriented. All of it is data and all of it is impact. And I think that what Sol has built here is really the next evolution of what carbon credits were supposed to be and what human voices were supposed to be able to echo to our timeline, right? And so just understanding that we do have the power, and we're building better data systems every day to bring those things forward. So just happy to be a part of it. Happy to chat about all of these things. If you like data, blockchain, AI, regulations, empowerment, smart cities, data centers, green data centers, you can book time through my website. So very nice to meet you all. I hope to learn more about what each of you are working on and how it contributes to the overall impact that has been built by these teams here. So just thank you for letting me be a part of it today.
Thank you, Christina. I'm really honored and grateful and appreciative of having you with us. Look forward to see what comes out of the creation, the co-creation.
And I'm gonna say, for what I was showing while Christina was narrating, if you'd like to join the map in our hub and dive deeper with us on this experiment together, then scan the QR code and fill it out. You can add yourself or your organization. Let's make it bigger for everyone. Anyone who might want to scan it in the meantime. I'll leave another second. And thank you, Christina. Hey, you guys, I don't know who knows that we're in the United Nations headquarters in New York. So the noise behind us is from the headquarters. And with that, I'm gonna, I'd like to say something about where we are and this picture.
We have Haley who just came in.
What is it?
To speak. Haley. So you're okay, yeah. So Haley, welcome. We've just, I'm sorry, but our schedule was, you had a previous engagement and couldn't come in earlier, but our schedule kind of accelerated and we're about an hour faster than we had expected, which is unusual. Actually. And we've run the full gamut between water systems, land use, and education and youth and connecting ourselves and all of that, ethical livelihoods. And I know you love the intersection of all of those things. And so you haven't sort of been able to absorb what we've been sharing, but I know you well, and you're already in good alignment, and so would love to just open it up and have you share for 5 minutes about yourself and really speaking from the heart. And this isn't a presentation. This is I say signal to humanity. So yeah, go ahead.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Eliza. And wonderful to be here. Wonderful to see you all. And sorry I couldn't make it to all of the other incredible sessions earlier and discussion. I hope there's a replay that I can watch.
There will be, yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. I'm currently in Lake Atitlan in Guatemala. I've been here for 5 months, which is where I met Eliza back in December last year. And it's been an incredible journey and one that's been evolving in me for probably more than a couple of decades at least. My background's actually in banking, in the banking financial system, for about 20 years, and then I moved into the charitable sector for a few years, working in the circular economy, sustainability. And had done many courses over that time, building on my economics and commerce accounting background, and it evolved into Regen. And it was really an emergence, so really an evolution of a calling and a curiosity and a love and a devotion and a devotion to our planet, a devotion to what it means to be alive and the sacredness of being alive, and what a gift it is to be here and to be able to breathe. So I decided some time ago that I would be in service to the one mother, the great mother of all of us, the nourisher of all that breathes. And so that is my quest. I am from Australia, and I've been traveling since the 1st of July last year. I've been on a vision quest and a soul pilgrimage, traveling to all sorts of places all over the world. Started with a walk on the Camino de Santiago, and on my travels I've met so many people, so many beautiful souls that are doing such incredible work to regenerate our land and our watersheds. And the magic keeps unfolding in terms of the connections and the mycelium network and the reciprocity that I'm seeing between humans that I'm meeting along the way, and the devotion that there is from all of us towards life itself. And so a big part of my journey has been undoing a lot of programming, and having worked in the corporate space for more than 2 decades and being trained in a particular way, but still leveraging those skills for the work that needs to be done for the new earth and for the new emerging economy that is, I believe, is happening. And it's happening with all of you, it's happening with all of our connections. And for me, it's really answering a calling to what I feel compelled to do, and the work that is coming through me, as opposed to perhaps the old ways that I used to do things very much from the head. Now it's very much from the heart. And so on a practical level, how this is emerging at the moment is a regenerative project in Australia, specifically, and I thought I'd speak a couple of minutes to a specific project that we're working on. It's really finding ways that the community can steward instead of having ownership. It's really about stewardship, and we're looking at different legal and financial models that allow different watershed projects and land regeneration projects to be able to be funded by a collective of people, as opposed to one big corporation or government ownership or any sort of big group. We're wanting to distribute some of that that stewardship back to the people who are nurturing the land and who are receiving the benefits then. And it's a symbiosis, a symbiotic relationship. So we're looking at this particular project as a commercial project, because it's a way to also fund the work for regeneration. And of course, we do work with government and big business as well. So it's not that we want to exclude government and big business, but what we're wanting to is really empower people and the community to reconnect with land, to reconnect with the waterways, and to really experience that innate ancient connection that we all feel by being alive and breathing and being connected to country and to land. Being here in Guatemala and Lake Atitlan, there's a large indigenous population here. I feel so grateful, so very grateful to be able to connect with people from these lands here, and seeing the care and the love and the devotion that the people of this land put into looking after Lake Atitlan and the surrounding ecosystems. Yet we also see there's a lot of work to be done here, and Eliza saw that firsthand, and it's really up to all of us to be able to contribute in any ways that we can, whether that's cleanups, rubbish cleanups, or whether that's designing the systems more broadly to be able to filter and cleanse the water as well. So there's a lot of micro projects that are happening, and of course the opportunity is to connect more with governments at all levels and big businesses as well to be able to affect change at all levels. But I really believe it's starting with the experience itself, because when we feel connected within ourselves and with each other and with the lands that we're on, we feel compelled to really nurture and look after those lands. So, Eliza, you mentioned it's not a presentation. I did prepare a few things, but really it's, yeah, that's the signal from me. It's really, you know, connecting with you all, knowing that you're all doing such phenomenal work all over the world. And these are all seeds, and all of these seeds are growing in all different sorts of ways. So really it's up to us to connect like the mycelium networks and to work out how we can nourish each other and support each other in this work, which is a very intuitive sensory process. And again, it's sort of moving away from perhaps the ways that I had been programmed, at least, working in big organizations. And yet I also see that I developed many skills working in those big organizations, and there is a beautiful will from a lot of people within those organizations to affect this change as well. So I think we're at a beautiful time in history, certainly a lot of challenges, but now's our opportunity to connect and work with each other to be like the water, and to have the flow of funding to be like water as well, in the ways that nature intended. So thank you for all the work that you do, and thank you for inviting me to be here.
Thank you. I'm curious, you mentioned, you know, the business sectors and the corporate sectors, and how you're feeling a strong response in those communities, and wonder, you know, I know that that's true, but I also know that they're hesitant to dive into something that's unproven, or you know, the risk factor and managing the risk and so forth. It's sort of part of that culture, right? It's almost automatic. And I'm just curious what you feel like would be able to sort of ease those perceived barriers.
Yeah, I think it's a process, and something that I came to from working in the corporate sector and then working in the charitable sector, and sort of seeing the other side of the same coin as I experienced it. The opportunity for me was to, I call it repatterning. So part of that was repatterning myself at the individual level, which is why I went on this quest and pilgrimage, but to repattern myself, and as a fractal of the greater collective, the opportunities to really build in parallel by repatterning the systems that we live in. And as we do that, then that influences more and more those existing systems that are operating in the ways that they're operating. But I found trying to go head on doesn't really help, and it really burns people out. Like, I know from my experience that seeing the amount of changes that needed to happen, and then being within the system and wanting to affect those changes, thinking I could change from within, and yet there is so much programming, and there is so much politics, and there is so much established ways, which really come down to there's a power element, there's a power and you know, a holding on to resources element, and that's not in service to life. And so rather than going against any of that as an opponent, it's really connecting with like-minded people who have felt the call. And there are a lot of those individuals within those organizations and within government as well. So activating the seeds of change from within really starts at the individual level. So it's finding the right people to unlock it, and, you know, and having patience, because even though something might not be ready straight away, it may become ready in a way that we least expect.
And I think starting with just a curiosity, and a willingness to meet people where they are and learn where they are and have conversation. And
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So I was ready to transition here to the tour, and I suppose I can do that myself. But I think before Hannah has a process for us that certainly welcome. It's feels like time for it for me. And yeah, if you know, I'm not sure how long you have with it, but I sensing that we're kind of probably going to be moved out of here in a little while. So the UN is starting to look like it's closing down. So
did
Thank you.
Nora have a point she wanted to make first before
Yeah,
we?
yeah, please.
Thank you so much. So since Elizabeth asked me earlier if I had a game, and I had a game, but I didn't get a chance to do it, to play, to invite you to play it. I guess I was inspired now at the end to actually do another game, especially that Haley spoke and then Hannah speaks. So before the meditation, before 2 H's, H, and I would like to come with another H. And also because Haley came from the from the last continent. So that's how today we were from all continents. We were from all continents. So I know that she was from Australia. She was the only one. So now we are complete. And part of the game is basically, okay, I will share with you the website of the Global Cleanup Games. And there is here the special edition. I put today a special button. It's Earth Day special. If you press it, if you open the website, so you don't have to, but you can take a look, you can participate, and together we can do, I would call it human magic. Yes. If you press the special Earth Day button, it's gonna take you to, I'm not gonna say what it is. Did you do it? Somebody did it?
Are you sharing screen for us?
No, I actually put it in the chat.
Okay.
Should I share screen?
I think you should.
It's okay. It's okay. I think it's fine because I'm having some technical difficulties.
Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe you can speak to me. People can speak to me back if they do it or not. I don't know. I don't see. I'm kind of challenged. How? Oh, did I spell it wrong? Global Cleanup Games. No, I spelled it all right. Anybody can open it.
I got it open. Looks fun.
Okay, so if you press amazing, so you can be the person who speaks, especially that you will do the next session. So if you press the special Earth Day button, or however I called it, you're gonna see a petition to make cleanups an Olympic game in 2028. So I think it's a very good moment if you guys want to put your energy into this. Sign the petition, and during the meditation, everybody can make whatever wish they want for Earth, but I will focus on that under the guidance of Hannah, because I hope cleanups will be an Olympic game in 2028 or in 2032. So especially I heard Michael mentioning heaven on earth, and some people know already that the petition is associated with heaven on earth points. Is my camera on? I think so. I have here the stickers. My stickers. Okay, heaven on earth. You cannot see because I have, anyway. That's all that I wanted to say. I wanted to start this little game with you, and I am passing the microphone to Hannah. Yeah.
Right. I'm just signing the petition here.
Amazing.
Thank you, Nora.
Especially since the Olympics will be in Los Angeles next time.
Yes,
Very appropriate. Lots of Lots of trash cleanup. So yeah, if you're not able to go there right now, then please do this afterwards at the Global Cleanup Games.
Thank you.
.org.
Yes, and let's all focus for that, because it will clean the whole world, not just LA. Yeah.
Great.
So thank you so much.
And a link there to be able to share it on your social media and everything. So excellent. Well, thank you, Nora.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll we all need to start practicing picking up trash now in case it's an Olympic sport in
Exactly.
2 years.
On the website it says every piece of litter picked up, it's a training for the Olympics, because everybody is a trash athlete. Anybody can be on the Olympic team. Yes. You got it right. You are already 25% in the game. Yeah. Now we just the Olympics, because everybody is wow. Thank you.
Right. Well, then I guess this is a good time for us to be thinking about the future, and not just thinking about it, but visualizing it and journeying there in our mind. For those of you who have joined in since I spoke earlier, this is tied in with a couple of media projects that I'm working on. One, Architects of the Future, where I do interviews with people to talk about what is the impact of your work that you're doing today. What impact will it have in the future? Let's say 10 or 20 years from now. And that's what our meditation is going to be about today. And this is tying into a larger project that I'm working on, a screenplay called The Hope Project, which will be a motion picture movie taking place 100 years in the future, and really demonstrating a lot of these solutions that we've heard about. What if that's just how our society evolves at this global level? And what would that look like? And what are the steps that are taken to get there? So that it's not just a entertaining movie, it's also a roadmap for us to get to this regenerative future. So I'm doing this as actually an entry in the X Prizes Visions of the Future film contest that they are just starting. And I'm really excited to be talking to a lot of really cutting edge people about how we can take a lot of the solutions that are being worked on today and create that vision of what it would be like for our society to live in it. So I invite you, if you want to play along, we'll do a little kind of meditation game right now. Let's go to that future. Let's just go anywhere from 10 to 20 years from now to really sink in, to see what is the effects of the work that you're doing today. So along here. I'm also going to invite you to do a little bit of somatic embodying, to just really not just have this in the mind and the heart, but in the body, so that you can really take this forward with you. So for this, you can either sit or stand, whatever is most comfortable. But really, let's just begin to arrive in our body, placing your feet firmly on the ground, lifting them slightly up and down, and just really feeling like you're rooting in, and that the earth beneath you is supporting you fully. Now gently, let's roll our shoulders back, up and down, as we take a deep breath in through our nose and out through our mouth. Now let's reverse and roll our shoulders the other way, feeling our body as one unit, feeling the earth as one unit. Breathing in through the nose, out through the mouth. And as you exhale, begin to shake your hands and kind of move your body a bit. And just really what we're doing is activating the parasympathetic system here, really tapping into our subconscious, really tapping into our healing state of being. Now let your body be still again. And place one hand on your chest and one hand on your belly, feeling both of them moving as you continue the soft belly breathing in through the nose, out through the mouth. Feeling your feet supported by the earth, feeling that sense of rootedness. Gently say to yourself, I am here. Now, as you keep this grounded feeling, begin to imagine yourself somewhere 10 to 20 years in the future. Maybe even lean forward a bit as you lean forward into the future. Notice where you are. What kind of a place is this? Really feeling into this future. Look around you. What does the world look like as it has moved towards this regenerative and just world? Have we switched to a cooperative economy? Are we focusing more on our watersheds than on political borders? This is not a perfect world, but it is transformed and continuing to transform. As you take this in, notice your body. Does your chest feel more open? Has your breath changed? Let your body register what this future feels like. Now, bring yourself to the awareness of what your role is in this future. What did you help build, shift, or protect? What effects did your work from the past have on creating this future? See yourself as an active participant. Subtly adjust your posture to fit this. Do you maybe feel taller? Are you standing more firmly? Do you feel more grounded? Do you feel stronger in yourself? Let your body feel into this future version of yourself. Now gently press your hands together and place them once again on your belly and your heart. And acknowledge, I showed up for this future. As you really look around and feel into this future and feel into the impacts of your work, let us think backwards. Let us turn around to the past and see what were the turning points. What were the big impacts you had to help create this future? If you want, you can even use gestures as things come to you. While you think of a moment that maybe took courage, where you really were bold, clench your fist and really feel into what that energy took to make that big leap. And as you think about those you collaborated with, release your hands and feel the support that all of you came together to create. Think about who you worked with. Who were your teammates? What were the steps you took together? Things that you cannot even imagine in the year 2026, but had profound effect on this future. Who did you work with? What did you say yes to What did you have to refuse? What were the habits that you changed to become this person? What did you have to let go of? What did you have to grow into? Now start to shake your hands again lightly as a way of releasing all of those things that did not serve you. Let go of them. Do not take them into the future. Shake them out and release them now. Notice what were some of the first steps that you took that really made a difference. The first steps starting from that Earth Day in 2026 as you moved forward into this regenerative and just future. What steps did you have the courage to take? Now, I invite you to return to this present moment and to bring with you some of this insight, some of the feelings, some of the visions of those bold steps that you took. And ask yourself, what is one action that I am ready to take? When you have this action in your mind and in your heart, press your feet firmly into the ground and anchor into that commitment. Put your hand on your heart and on your belly and tell yourself, what is that one action you are willing to take today that will help lead to so many actions in the future? What is this thing I am ready to show up to? And what profound effect will it have? Let this be your anchor to take you from today into this future. Now take a deep, deep breath in through the nose and release it slowly out through the mouth. Open your eyes if you had them closed and look around you in this room, reconnecting with the here and the now. And remember that this future is not something that you carry alone, that this is part of building a relationship with others so that we can move forward together. And I invite you, as one step forward, to be sharing this vision with others, to visualize it, to articulate it, to start to take those steps so that together we are not just thinking about that future, we are creating it. And so, as we come back together on this beautiful Earth Day in 2026, hold with you with that vision of that future we want to create, what it looks like, what it feels like, and what your role is as we move forward. So thank you.
And I invite us to just take a moment and give a vocalization, like make a sound that it feels like your tone, feels like your sound. Let it go. Let it be you coming out and putting your vibrational frequency into the world to resonate with the waters that create us. Sol is gonna close us out here.
No. Morgan.
Morgan.
Is Morgan back on?
Morgan.
Yay! Okay. Not only have I been waiting for this all day, I have been waiting 5 years, maybe 4 years for what's about to happen. I'm really excited for Morgan of Climate Life. We were in the middle of hearing her presentation when Domenico got on the airplane and we got cut off. So I'm at the edge of my seat and really excited for Morgan to tell us more about Climate Live and herself as much as possible. Squeeze the drops. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of us. This is just a seed with one first drop of water, but we couldn't have done this without you. And we met at COP30. Yay! So it's like from the pomegranate of like all the seeds. So go ahead, take us away. Take it away, Morgan.
Yeah, thank you so much for the beautiful full circle, and not only from when we met at COP30 and where we are today, but even just the spirit of this conversation and going back to that spirit of, you know, youth being so important for this movement, art and creativity being at the center of connections of our dreams, our aspirations, our manifestations, and the way that there are so many solutions that are already being implemented through the networks of youth, and this movement at Climate Live just being one of them. And so I just wanted the opportunity to show a quick video of Climate Live, what we do, so that all of you can hear from some of the other voices from around the world, and just really get a sense of the impact that we have been able to have through music. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So I'm wondering, for some reason, my audio isn't allowing me, or it's not allowing me to share my screen and my audio. So I do have this link. I don't know if somebody else that has those permissions would be able to do that on my behalf. But I'm gonna go ahead and drop that in the chat.
Just so you know, that was a link to the whole Google Drive, which then has the video in it, but that was a lot of info.
Morgan, why don't you talk a bit while we figure that out?
Okay, yeah. So I think basically what this video is demonstrating is just essentially the impact that festival and music has, especially when they come together, because of the way that there are limits on how people can not only gather, but maybe share messages in the respective areas that they're in, you know, not everyone has the ability to go to protests, to go to larger actions. And so festivals being a pivotal way for people to gather and have music be at the center of it. So it looks like you do have it pulled up now. and I'll let it speak for itself from there.
Hello. Music has the power to unite people.
It's the one universal language on the earth.
We need to harness this power in one harmonious voice.
7.6 million took to the streets to demand climate action in September 2019.
But leaders still fail to act with the necessary urgency.
Millions of young people around the world are demanding change, and it's time to stop the apathy on climate change.
Time is running out for the planet as we know it.
So, to change everything, we need everyone.
Youth climate activists are organising Climate Live festival campaigns and
environmental activities to music
and local outreach programs.
Concerts all over the world
to harness the power of music.
Can you hear us yet?
Because in many MAPA countries, it is illegal and so unsafe to strike.
As a result, fewer than 1% of the students in Africa attended a strike.
And globally,
not everyone wants to go to a protest, but everyone wants to go to a festival. So music is a powerful tool to spread awareness.
Can you hear us yet?
events are currently being planned in over 30 countries.
We have three main aims.
Engage a new audience to the climate movement.
Educate more people about the challenges faced today by those on the front lines of ecological breakdown.
Empower young people to pressure world leaders to take actions to combat the climate crisis.
We kicked things off with events in 27 countries.
We had a Climate Live pavilion at the Blue Zone at COP28.
I mean, I feel like it's important for me to be here because this is what's in my heart.
The youth are such a big part of this conversation because you're the next generation. You must not stand for this.
When I come here, I feel alive and I feel like these are the people I want to be with. And if we could just spread that kind of spirit and that energy, you know, further, I think we'll really be onto something.
World leaders, what progress will you deliver
over the next 12 months?
Before COP30 in Belém do Pará, Brazil in 2025.
And governments will be asked to commit to solutions.
To turn pledges into concrete actions.
It's crucial
for our future
that world leaders are more ambitious.
We will ask them.
Can you hear us yet? Can you hear us yet?
The topic of the climate is the most important thing in the whole world.
The leaders of the world aren't doing enough.
We just have to keep spreading the message.
We can't do it alone.
We need you.
It is so vitally important that anyone with a platform of any size does whatever they can to support the youth-led climate movement.
World leaders, can you hear us yet?
We can make a difference.
E quanto mais alto gritarmos, mais seremos escutados.
Can you hear us yet?
The young ones are speaking out. The elders are echoing the wisdom.
So join them as they raise awareness of the challenges faced today by people on the front line of ecological breakdown.
Please join us. Junte-se a nós.
Por favor, junte-se a nós.
Sumama na kayo!
Vamos, Lina.
El arte más y más.
¿Nos escuchan ahora?
Let's do this.
Thank you all. I really appreciate the opportunity to full circle bookmark the conversation today. And if any of you are interested in continuing to stay connected and collaborate in this movement towards music, feel free to reach out. I will drop my email in the chat, and you can also follow the work that I do on Instagram at Climate Live USA, as well as the international movement at Climate Live Global. Thank you.
Beautiful, Morgan. Wait, everybody, on mic, clap your hands. That was amazing. Morgan, can we do a concert at Maloca?
Yeah, let's make it happen.
Yeah, let's make it happen. Amazing. Okay, we gotta pick a date. All hands on deck. Muchirang, muchirang, muchirang. Thank you, Morgan. And thank you, Climate Live, for your inspirational work, always. Can you hear me? They're here? Yes. Okay. All right. So now that you guys are moved emotionally, we're gonna bring you to the point of moving physically. But before we do, I want to just say one of the thoughts that came to me as we were working on this is the going from the richest, one of the richest forests in the world, the Amazon, to the largest concrete jungle. This thought that we are in UN headquarters in New York in Manhattan, and Belém is in the Amazon, which is the heart of the planet. And just this contrast and this interesting moment we're in, that we're in transition slowly, and we know we want to get better, but we're some resistance and some other things to technology. And look what we've just achieved today. I myself don't think any of us who've been here, and also the team and the people that came together spontaneously during this hackathon, which started on World Water Day 1 month ago, and we just challenged ourselves and said, let's see what can hatch between now and Earth Day. And we've been meeting every day for 2 hours. And I dare say, let's challenge ourselves to continue doing that and see what else hatches. So one of the next dates we want you to save is May 8th. Who knows what's happening May 8th? I'll give you 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Sir David Attenborough's 100th birthday. We are going to hopefully meet in the Maloca. We want to make some noise. We want to thank him for the legacy and the inspiration and the education that he shared with all of us at all different ages and stages of life. I know that I was a kid, and I guess, yeah, I used to love his black and whites at the time. And so, but I know he's also shy, so we want to make some noise and show him that the world loves him, and do some reverberations on May 8th. And then in a second, we're going to do a quick tour around the Maloca and give you guys some incredible statistics that have just come through fresh from today about what happened during the Beyond Earth Day Watershed Moment event up until now, which we still have 32 minutes on the clock officially until it's completely over. And we still have the QR code on the screen if you guys want to scan the QR code to actually join the platform. We're experimenting with it. Every initiative is going to get spotlighted there. We're all hands on deck answering to the COP30 call of Muchirang, the barn raise, and different products like stone paper that you can write on multiple times and erase, and it's like infinity paper from friends of ours, Solar Punk Now, and the Together Band, which are friends of ours, that this plastic is recycled from ocean plastic, and these bottle tops are representative of recycling bottle tops that indigenous from the Amazon actually have been making artisanal artifacts, and then they use the money to guard and protect the forests from We Are All Forests, and or some positive art and examples like positive psychology that we have about being kind and all sorts of products that other people have. And then there's solutions, there's workshops, there's so much, so many resources in this room alone. And as we started the day with raising the fund around here, so we're going to have fundraisers, and I think it's a beautiful idea to start with fundraising with Climate Live. So what's the best way for me to do this? And right after the tour, during which you guys are going to get the statistics, Tiago's going to come on in a minute and give all of us the latest update. We're going to do a little boogie. So for the moment, let's see.
While you're doing that, I want to make mention of the pledge that we put on, which was launched at COP30, and it's the Amazonia Calling Pledge. And people from all over the world have signed it and are signing it. It's an initiative of Artists for Amazonia, and they are one of our partners. I really want to thank them. They added a really remarkable element to our video that we showed, in that they brought us the celebrities that spoke, or the real people posing as celebrities. And you saw the graphic at the end and the logos, and just really want to represent how this call is resonating throughout the sort of world of planetary care. And it's really time to showcase our solutions and bring together the pathways of implementation so that we can really help communities put the things into play that are needed so crucially all over the world, especially in the regions most impacted by the climate catastrophe and the most or the least sort of part of the challenge. So yeah, so the pledge is simple. Share it with your network, share it with your friends. It's a simple way of having your voice be heard. And in the video we saw that Scholes shared us earlier how we can voice our choice. And you know, it's a way to make it's a simple way, and it's not just symbolic. I think it's a statement of commitment that we make inside of our own bodies. So we are
We're gonna do the tour and quickly, and Tiago, are you there? Let's see if he's not.
And we're wanting to center our avatars in the center of the screen if we can, because we're going to be filming vertically. So if you're out on the edges, let's try to move in into the center. So
let me explain that. Let me set that up. But we're going to do the tour and then the video. So I was just okay, setting this up. Is there anyone here on the Zoom who's there we go. Good job. Oh, wow. Group hug.
I think we're forming a trash mob.
Group hug. Yeah, everybody jump. Double click your space bar. And anyone who's in there, take screenshots. Send them in. We all need to Also share those and share on social media and tag each other. And not to forget that this was just the first of many, and the next, we have till the end of April that we want to milk it and make lemonade and take every drop that we can. So wherever you are with your avatar, take a picture. This is a really special moment where we're all together here in the Maloca. Let's see what we can post. Oh, let's put our event picture, event poster, and then maybe someone from inside the Maloca can take it. What do you guys think? Okay, well, we can actually go to our website. Let's go. Okay, we're going to our website. While we're at it, just tell that you can go to our website. And we're trying to collect all of us on the Global Muchiran, that map, for everyone that gets on. You join this select group of people that you met today and beyond, and we're going to take it from here and massage it outward.
So could you mute one of your, either your phone or your computer? You
Oh,
need to-
thank you.
Yeah, we're getting double. Thank you.
My goodness, thank you so much. Just until we're ready. Once you scan the QR code that you have in the Maloca, you actually join this platform where you can share what you're doing. And that's this map that we collected everybody on. And from here, we're gonna build up. So I guess we'll put this in the background. Can we all group up in the middle again? And, oh, it's not sharing? Why is mine looking like that? Is that clear over there? No, it's not. Why do I have all those things? Okay, I can't share this. Do you want to try sharing yours? Because
So if you hit, 4, 5, and 6, I think, or 3, 4, and 5.
that work?
You
No,
get to dance.
I have these gray things on covering it, but I have nothing actually covering it. No, it's still that. Okay, that's not gonna work. Do you have can you try sharing screen of our poster or our website?
What's the question? Can you try sharing our landing page? I tried it. I tried it. I can send it. Okay, so I think I'm gonna put this on. Yeah, ready. That was so for now.
Unless you're ready, and let us know. So I'm gonna play it. And the song is called Be Together for the Amazon. And if you're in the Maloca, there's the group, we're all together again. I'm gonna put it on, and it's hopefully inspirational, and I invite everyone to actually, as an avatar and beyond, just get up and move however you want. This is for you.
You can hit 3, 4, or 5 and it will get you dancing.
Tiago, we're doing this until you're ready, but we're starting the song because.
Yeah,
oh, you're here.
I'm here.
Okay, go. Why don't you tell us about our statistics today? What's the news? Tell everybody what's up.
Yes, I think that it would be interesting to share with everybody that's participating today some of the lessons learned from the event today, and the methodology that actually the community of practice had actually indicated. Because for the ones that actually did not participate in the full process, since actually last month, March, right? So almost like every week, every Monday, if I'm not mistaken, the community of practice had actually created a continuous on the events. And this created a situation where little by little, we had data coming out from, again, it's not from Tiago, it's not from Ruth Belém, it's directly from Google Analytics, that actually we use Google Analytics to inform the decision making on the process. And throughout this period of time of almost like 3 weeks, we had around every day 1, maybe 2, 3 people that are new, that comes to Maloca, and the majority of the events from the community of practice, we had users that were recurrent. So meaning that they are not new. They already have been before in Irapuru, which is, again, the entrance of Maloca. And then based on that, they get used to the platform. However, despite that we didn't have any major communications in terms of social media or any push from social media in this process, we had actually raised the data from Google Analytics right now, and we had an amazing number of only in the 22 of April, we had 133 newcomers, totally newcomers users to Maloca. Just because I mean this sounds little considering the process, but just to have a role of comparison. Today we had 24 returning users. So it's like a total number of users of today was 157. If you compare like since the end of COP30 that was in 22 of November, right? The today number is by far the largest new users numbers that we had. Just to colleagues to actually have an idea how big it is, the number of 133 new users is comparable to the 139 new users that we had in the day of 16th of November. 16th of November was exactly in the middle of the COP, between the 2 weeks, the Sunday between the two weeks. Just to show to you the power of their community that's having this reunion today, this mutirão today. Despite, again, that we didn't have any big push on social media, it was only like direct indications of each one of the colleagues, and it was actually possible to reach such a high number. Considering again what we had now, again, just comparing on Zoom call right now, we have 16 participants. So throughout the day, we had again 133 new users. It's similarly to say that like somebody that's never had downloaded Zoom decided to download Zoom and enter in Zoom just because of you guys. So it's not, this number is not to showcase Maloca. This number is actually to showcase the power of the community of practice that is united here today. So just to give a big round of applause to the group, because it is actually a very amazing number considering, again, the importance of the talk. We know that like we are not trending topics because today the trending topics is war and like prices of fuel. So to come together to actually discuss about the Earth Day and to share the important information and content that you had shared with the community actually shows a very powerful network that you are building. So just to, again, to congratulate you all for that.
Oh my goodness, oh goodness. It's the ripple effect. You guys.
The watershed moment.
Yes, please. What did he say?
It's the watershed moment. It's like
the watershed moment.
It was little by little, every day, every week, you guys actually teaching people how to use it. And in just one day, we had 130 newcomers coming and participating online with us.
And that was really difficult and not enough hands on deck. Imagine what happens when we will. Wow, isn't that the power of togetherness?
Exactly. And again, just to give you the evidence, I'm actually taking a screenshot of Google Analytics to actually post here in the Zoom call chat, so everybody can also have the numbers. And you don't have to trust me. I show you the numbers, and the numbers is actually shared with everybody, so it's in the chat. And as you can see, the blue line is newcomers. As you can see, like, of course, during COP30, it was amazing, more than 800 newcomers in every event. But we are far away from the movement of November, and it's similar to what we saw in the middle of the COP. So thank you very much for that.
Wow. Well, how can we thank you and
thank you,
everyone, and every drop counts. I'm going to say a very special thank you to Elizabeth and the Water Unity Networks, and the amount of work and persistence and hours and sleepless nights. It's really remarkable, the power of the water, and the inspiration. I'm going to thank you for the inspiration. And I want to highlight Nora. We want to highlight Nora, who has also had sleepless nights and huge growth spurts, and really in the beginning of the call, we talked about almost 2 years together with the Route to Belém team. And I have to just say I'm a chef as well. And there's something that happens when certain ingredients mix, a chemistry that doesn't happen with any other constellation. And, there's serendipity, being at the right place at the right time. So time and timing. Everything is divine and accurate. And I really want to, I want to say these as like maybe my last words, which I'm still in shock with what you said, Tiago. Let's do something with that as a community, tell our story, and push the wave out. The reason why this is outstanding, it stands out, and it's not just about Earth Day 2026. It's this beautiful place photo behind me. If we are all indigenous to Earth, and it's our shared home, and places like these used to exist beyond the Amazon and the few places left around the world. It's time together to really protect our entire world and help each other, help the guardians to protect, be the guardians, be the superheroes. And COP30 took place in Belém strategically, and for the first time in history, the entire world came to the Amazon. But Maloca brought the Amazon to the world. And by protecting the Amazon, it's a metaphor for every other place and person and thing in the world. But it's also protecting our hydraulic cycle. And that, I love the Samauma that has the deep, deep roots that reaches water that we can't reach. By 10 years, the roots are the same depth as the height of the tree, and they draw up the water up all the way out to the canopy leaves, where it condenses and precipitates and then becomes those rivers in the sky, and the winds take them inland. And so on and so forth, is circular motion. And so I think I want to thank Brazil for choosing strategically to bring the world to the Amazon, so that we could continue to reverberate, that if we can rally around one thing, and get it right like we did the ozone, we can get it all right. And so thank you for providing us a space that we can do this from all over the world. And onwards and upwards together.
And we have a week.
Oh yeah, and we have a week. Um, I'm gonna play the song. I'd like to play the song, then we're going to play our 3-minute video, or should we do the other way around? Let's play the video and then end with the song, okay? So, for anyone who's here and in the Maloca, we're asking everyone to take your phones. I see that mine cannot do vertical in the spatial. Right? Spatial cannot do vertical. So, Route Belém team, should I do, I know, no, how do we do this? Is there, maybe I'm gonna share my screen. No. I'm gonna share my screen and see if I can get a location that's like this. If we then cut it, like, Luan, are you there? I don't think there's that many people here right now. What if I also stop the recording here and start it again? Luan? Look at that, you guys. We have 4 minutes left. Hi. In a minute, we're gonna play the video. You're gonna play it, right? So is it, my phone cannot do vertical, so I'm gonna try, I have an idea. Oh, okay. Great, so just give me a second, give us a second to, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm also going to record my screen in addition to the thing, and then do like this. No, that's still not. No. What? So maybe we do, I don't know. How do I close this? Oh, wow. When did that come there? Okay, so we have to do this right now. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this. But let's try, because they're gonna tell us to leave the UN in a second, okay? Okay. I'm gonna silence myself, mute. Fabio, you're doing it, right?
Okay, so do you want me to play the video? The Maloca?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Oh, just give us, I mean, is, before you start it, is someone able to record from your team also? Because I don't know if we're gonna get the UN symbol in that, but maybe it's
Sure,
okay.
I am recording. I'm recording.
Oh, okay. And they can, but vertical, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get the vertical. Right?
And look,
Okay, and we need everyone to mute. But before you start it, okay? Do we have someone recording it vertical? I'm just asking you guys.
Yeah. We can cut later.
Okay. So, mute everyone. Oh, Bob, perfect timing. But when you do it in the Maloca, okay. All right. Oh, okay. Great. Okay, let's do this. I'm out.
Les invito a todos a proteger la madre tierra.
For the most urgent mission of our time.
A mission that doesn't call for capes or costumes,
but for courage, unity, and immediate action.
To send a message that echoes through the canopy and across the entire planet.
For them,
for courage, unity, and immediate action.
To send a message that echoes through the canopy and across the entire planet.
For them and for all of us.
Porque ninguém consegue viver, né, sem o ar.
Pedimos que se juntem a nós.
Act like a superhero and become a guardian of the forest.
Woo! Wait, is it just me or did it jump? Only on mine? The main, sorry, the main. Recording it. But we need the whole thing filmed in the Maloca with one take, no? Sorry, was I on mute? Yeah, let's do it one more time if that's okay for everyone. And then I have a surprise song for you and we go home and celebrate. You're doing it, yeah? Okay, everybody, angles ready?
Les invito a todos a proteger la madre tierra.
For the most urgent mission of our time.
A mission that doesn't call for capes or costumes.
But for courage, unity, and immediate action.
To send a message that echoes through the canopy and across the entire planet.
For them and for all of us.
Porque ninguém consegue viver, né, sem o ar.
Pedimos que se juntem a nós.
Act like a superhero and become a guardian of the forest.
Woohoo! To all the superheroes in here, I want to play this song and say, I want to see everybody dance, but no one's going to dance, but I'm going to dance. Okay. Can I play it for you? Or you play it in the Maloca?
You can play it.
Huh? What?
You can play it. I'm
Okay.
broadcasting to Maloca.
Yay. Okay. So this song was actually made by AI when it was told the story of coming together to be together for the Amazon and beat together for the Amazon. So this is With Love. I think I can mute. Someone just give me a thumbs up emoji that it's working. And after I start it, and here we go.
Hey, Saul, vamos só o áudio do áudio. I think it's your internet.
You don't have the sound?
Yeah, your internet has.
Was lagging a little bit. Maybe try playing it again.
I'm just gonna give it to you. If you can play it and we go home. I put it in the chat or where do I put it?
Okay, you can put it in the chat.
Is that good?
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh. Yeah?
pulse of light rising higher through the night. Be together for the Amazon, for the children yet to come, for the breath of every dawn. Be together. We are one. Hands of fire, hands of rain, heal the earth, erase the pain. Guardian stand, hearts align, roots of peace through space and time. We can feel her heartbeat strong in the silence. We belong. Light the fire, sing the song, be together for the Amazon. Be together for the Amazon, for the future we depend upon. Every heartbeat, every tone, be together. We are home.
Unmute. Woohoo! Everybody! Bravo! Happy Earth Day! Happy Earth Day! Together we are the solution. Joanne, yeah, you don't have to raise your hand.
No, I just say I love to dance. So any opportunity even when I paint, I dance. When I vacuum, I dance.
Call me anytime you need a dance partner.
Okay. No, usually I love dancing. And I like to do reggae too.
Yeah? Do it. I'm your partner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna think of you, my partner as a chef, but okay.
Yeah, well, I'll do both. I dance while I cook. I was gonna say that when you said you dance when you vacuum.
I just want to say this has been fantastic. I was actually invited to numerous events. This whole month has been super busy. So I just want to say what a wonderful job you guys did. And I'm sorry I wasn't part of the planning, but I just couldn't commit to it, even though I wanted to. But it just wasn't possible.
Are a part of it. Every one of us is giving every drop we can, and one
Know
plus
what I
one.
mean? I wanted to be part of the planning and do some of the hard, lifting, but I had other commitments that I just had to satisfy. So, but you did a wonderful job. And I just want to say my middle name is actually Serendipity. And I think it's not for real. That's just what people call me.
Okay.
It actually was serendipitous that I was on this call today.
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
We're so lucky. Yay. And all this, the people on the screen and people not on the screen, there's so many people who have to do with it. And it's just every drop counts. We just add them up. And there's more to come. It's the first of many. What did we say? It was one seed and the first drop. And there's more. So yeah, yay, barn raise. Muchira, 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 muchira. Wow, muito obrigada a todo mundo. Rob, I'm so glad you're here and you can meet some of the team that's left over here today. Anyone who's here, open your camera so we can say And that's a wrap. Yay! Joanne, we meet, on Mondays. I don't know if you have the,
Yes, I do. I actually attended a couple of meetings, but then I have a lot of meetings scheduled for Mondays, unfortunately. But I think some of those are actually done, so I might be able to come on. But I had been committed to those meetings before,
Of
so
course.
yeah. So
We're all doing what we can. We're just
Oh,
trying to hold a
yeah,
rhythm.
yeah.
And it's
So
easier to join.
yeah,
So we're really glad you did come and that CSF and all these convergences are happening.
yeah.
Yay. So now I think any reverberations are important for all of our work. Like, I think that's part of what we need to do is like spread the word, the love, like about your projects, about other projects, about today, about other days and stuff like that. But, and then also and continue to converge,
Yeah.
get the current going.
It's really exciting to see if we come together and really work together, because it's what's needed.
That's right. Someone said something to me this morning, and I said to him, when I look back at history, and I remember this in like school, like elementary school, I was like, why is it always we look back and the people didn't unite?
Yeah.
It was always the repetitive pattern. I was like, why didn't they just like get together and stop the bad stuff or start the good stuff,
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully we'll learn from history this time and do better together. Okay, so happy Earth Day, and yeah, I think John, there is a WhatsApp group. I remember you don't do Telegram, and
I actually signed up for the Telegram because of you. So yes.
I think that is not a compliment, but not a like because of you.
It's a compliment. It needed to happen. So
Okay.
yeah. So but you pushed me to do it, and now you said, okay, you know what, I'm going to do it.
Oh, there's something organizational and systemic about it that's really, I feel it's lighter, it's easier. But anyway, you'll see and we'll see. And do you have a link to our groups and from today's event? And
I think so. Not on Telegram. I don't even know what my Telegram name is. I put it under my phone number.
Excellent. Well, you don't always have to, but.
Oh, okay. I was like, I did it, and I was like, okay, I'm doing it.
I'm gonna give you at least mine that you can at least find.
Yeah.
One that me there, and then Eliza, which group should she come to? For. Oh, yeah. So Eliza is saying, yeah, it depends if you want to be like on like the core team, which is where we're doing stuff and doing the lifting, but everyone does whatever they can. There's no commitment. There's no like, it's literally no apologies necessary. Kind of thing. Some people just don't even respond for 2 weeks, but then something pops up and they're like, oh, I can do that. So, yeah, with love. So, okay, so we'll put you in that group and then the Mondays group. We'll do the Mondays group because that's more general. Okay? Yay. Yay. And I can't wait to learn about all the beautiful stuff you do and you're doing.
I'll be happy to talk about it.
No, I know you've already, the gardening and the teaching, education, and I can't wait. And the food. Yay. Okay. So, and Rob, I'm glad you caught on to the end of it. Maloca team, route to Belém. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Yay. So now, yeah, Rob, they said that there were statistics from Google and from Maloca that there were very close number of new users today, close to one of the days in COP30. Maloca users, there were Maloca users, like and that's a big deal, because that's the hardest thing to do, right? To get people on a platform. Rob knows, because he also has one. So, yeah. Amazing. So now we just have to like tell about it, post social media stuff. I'm bad at it, but with you guys, we're gonna do it. I'll do it. I'll do the stuff I'm bad at. Yeah, Rob. Talk to him. Yeah, no, we're done, and that's a wrap. Elizabeth, you want to say it? Everybody? And that's a wrap.
Wrap.
Happy Earth Day. See you in 20
Happy Earth Day.
Rob, we're going to Amazon Watch's 30th birthday party now.
Oh, that would be great. And that's an online one. That's also in the Maloca.
That's also in the Maloca. If I had the